In the hospital emergency room, there is a guy lying unconscious on the operating table. He has lost too much blood. Quick, get the blood ready for the transfusion, the surgeon shouted and asked for a clamp. Doctor, the pulse is below average, another doctor answered. As a result of the removal of the metal object, the patient developed an infection. I'm starting CPR, the doctor shouted. If they don't act, the heart will stop. A line appeared on the medical equipment monitor indicating cardiac arrest. The doctor said there was a complete cardiac arrest. One of the doctors said, the patient is no longer... There was a grandmother standing in the corridor to whom they came to give the latest news about the operation. You will save my son, won't you? Please tell him you will save him, she said tearfully. I'm not ready to say goodbye to him yet. He is my only blood, my grandmother continued to cry. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the doctor was preparing to say, death occurred at 22 hours, 49 minutes. The cause of death being external injuries followed by infection, as well as brain death due to excessive bleeding, the doctor stated. The patient's mother continued to sit in the corridor and hope for a better outcome. Suddenly raising her head, she heard someone's footsteps. An unknown doctor was walking towards the operating room. The operation is not over yet, he said. Come on, get to your places quickly. Prepare the protocol and check all the patient's vital signs. The unknown doctor continued confidently. Dr. Lee, please help me transfuse blood faster, he asked. We'll start by checking the removed metal object and at the same time diagnose tetanus. We can still save him, the doctor said, putting on gloves. Meanwhile, two nurses were discussing the point of operating on a dead patient. One told his colleague that he apparently had not heard of this doctor. The nurse noted that this doctor is one of the main authorities in surgery, the one and only who can save even the dead. Hands of God Shin Yusun. Great job, guys. Dr. Shin praised the other doctors after the surgery. Having bought myself a coffee drink. Taking a sip, Shin Yusung thought that it seemed he wouldn't be able to take advantage of his vacation this time either. I thought I would rest, but today I spent the whole day in the operating room, continuing to think in my thoughts. What a stressful life I have, the guy sighed, looking up. He remembered that he received the nickname Hands of God because he saved even the dead. At first, he wasn't even against it, since the joy of saving patients on the brink of life and death was his motivation. However, patients, having learned of the nickname, flocked to him for help. They even foisted off privileged clients on me and treated me like a medical device that could be used at any time. So he began to think that the nickname Hands of God was even bothering him. Even his colleagues were afraid of him and gradually left. He effectively became an outcast. When was the last time I had time for myself? A guy recalls. Well, it's great that I'm raking in money, Shin thought. But he really doesn't have time to spend it. Thinking that his life had finally gone downhill, the young man decided to cheer himself up with a can of beer and went to get it. While crossing the road in his thoughts, he did not notice the approaching car. Shin Yusun looked at the truck that was getting closer and closer. As they say, before death, your whole life flashes before your eyes. And indeed, various memories began to flash before the guy's eyes. And all of them were in the operating room. The car hit the guy, and he, having lost his bag, already saw the approaching white light. But something went wrong. Ray? Shin heard an unfamiliar voice and didn't understand what was happening or how he hadn't died. Look, he's opening his eyes, the unknown voice continued. What's wrong with my hands? The guy was surprised. His hands were like those of a small child. Ah, he's awake, the unknown girl in front of him exclaimed, continuing to repeat Ray's name. There were two smiling and happy young men standing above the guy. The girl took him in her arms, continuing to admire the baby. And Shin had no idea how he became a little child. I'm absolutely certain I was hit by a truck on my way home from work, right? The guy thought, wondering why he was alive. And who are these people? Honey, Ray's in pain. The strangers were holding the baby in their arms, utterly touched by him. The boy felt how his body looked very small and began to realize that he was reborn as the son of these people. These people look like some kind of cosplayers, the guy continued to think in his mind, looking at everything around. Honey, it seems your daddy has a bit too much stubble, the girl noted, a little worried. Indeed, there were large scratches on the baby's hands. And then the unknown man started screaming, worried about these scratches, and started shouting that they should call a priest to heal him. To which the girl reassured him, saying that she could fix it herself. Does she understand medicine? Shin Yusung thought, wondering if she just applied cream, it might leave scars. And suddenly the young lady waved her hand, and a green light sparkled around the guy's hand. The wound on his arm healed instantly, leaving not even a scar. This isn't medicine, maybe it's magic. Shin was surprised, examining his hand, where the scratch had disappeared. The young people were glad that the baby was okay and healthy. Look, I told you I could handle it myself, the girl declared proudly, while the man praised her and told her how good she was at magic. Upon hearing the word magic, Shin began to realize that he had been reincarnated in another world. It was a quiet night in the yard. A boy in a child's body lay in a crib looking at the ceiling. It's been a while since I've slept this long, Shin thought, raising himself a little and looking out the window. 3 months have already passed since his rebirth, and during this time he realized that, firstly, this world is completely different. It is more like a typical fantasy world, where monsters and creatures similar to humans exist. And people often suffer from raids, and therefore, in order to become stronger, they dedicate their lives to the path they have chosen. But what surprised Shin most was that the people of this world decided to develop magic rather than science. Every time the girl named Scene treated him, the boy clearly understood that even in ordinary things they relied on magic. Shin Yusun had already clearly realized that everything around him was not a dream, but reality. And for some reason he was even able to retain memories and knowledge from his past life. Looking out the window, he thought about how long it had been since he had relaxed like this. And now, thinking about it, he realized how, because of work, he had not had the opportunity to enjoy life. And if it weren't for the accident, he would have probably died of exhaustion. But now that he's been reborn, he can kick as much as he wants. One day, when Ray was now asleep and it was night outside, an unknown sound was heard. It was accompanied by a blue color and woke the boy up. It was as if a thin thread was passing through his body, accompanying him with a chill. Sign and Isle had once talked about, and it seemed that controlling it wasn't so easy. He assumed that one should focus on the places where the flow of mana begins and ends. Most likely it works the same way as blood. Try to imagine the flow of mana as a bloodstream, Ray urged himself. Focusing once more, endless energy filled his body. A couple of years passed. The golden autumn has given way. The guy had already grown up and was persistently training his strength. Finally, it worked. He marveled, holding in his hand some kind of magical force, red and yellow in color, resembling fire. Ray couldn't even believe that he was starting to succeed. It took him about 3 years to learn how to channel freely flowing mana and cast a fire spell. But even though I understand how mana flows and can remember the direction of its flows, the guy thought, looking at the book, leaning against the bookcase, he didn't understand how to control it from the description in the book. It stated that mana should be stored in the body and used as needed, since mana must be replenished from the environment. The question remained why it was necessary to accumulate it within oneself at all. And everything accumulated limited certain manipulations which sounded ineffective. What if we let the mana flow without trying to contain it, of course? Ray wondered. He wondered if it wouldn't be easier to draw mana from the surrounding environment and use it immediately, which would eliminate the need for mana circles. Of course, the guy calculated all the risks and considered this method quite dangerous, but he still wanted to try it. He couldn't even imagine that the result of working with magic would exceed all his expectations. Look, Ray grabs books at the first opportunity. He's so wonderful, I can hardly contain myself, Scene exclaimed, looking at her son. She watched with Ale and discussed how he would become a good magician, while Ale himself said that with his physique, he should become a swordsman. If that happens, our cutie Ray will turn into a blockhead just like you, Cian declared, to which Isle, of course, disagreed, noting that at least he was a cute blockhead. Ray continued reading his book, amused by why his parents were hiding from him when they were making so much noise anyway. Sign asked her husband with concern. She was worried that children his age usually went out and played with friends, rather than sitting with books all day. Ale immediately calmed his wife down, arguing that many parents couldn't even get their children to sit down with books, and that it wasn't she who wanted to raise a wonderful magician. The girl was still alarmed by how stubbornly and for how long their son sat over books. This is not enough, Ray, sitting with the book, understood that he wanted more in magic. He confidently wanted to chart the perfect direction for the mana flow himself, as accurately as possible. It was a warm, sunny day with a beautiful blue and slightly cloudy sky. "Is our cutie Ray here?" Scene blurted out excitedly as she burst into the room. Seeing her son immersed in a world of books, Sane felt anxious again. Of course, she was glad that he was interested in books, but she really wanted the boy to play and be friends with his peers. Perhaps she wanted this so much because, as a child, she herself did not have the opportunity to communicate with other children. Ray looked up from his reading and looked at his mother in surprise, who was worried about something. She was definitely very worried about something. "Ray, do you want to play with me today?" Scene asked with a bright smile on her face. The boy's face immediately lit up. He was already happy that his mother would teach him the basics of magic. "Yes, let's play!" Ray exclaimed, his eyes shining with joy, already anticipating magic lessons. Sign looked at her son, surprised by such a violent reaction. The girl hugged her son tightly. She was pleased to see such a reaction to the offer to go for a walk. Why hadn't she asked this before? It seems that everything did not go according to plan for the boy. He was standing with his mother near the door to the street. "Well, you won't need books, we're going outside today," Sane declared solemnly, pointing to the front door. Ray ironically went the other way. He can't waste his time on games. He needs to practice more. The boy's mother was very proud of her son, as he devoted so much time to books and studying. "But today you really should take a break," Sane stated softly, placing her hands on the boy's shoulders. Ray looked at his mother with a little disappointment and confusion, but he still realized that he had not gone outside since his rebirth. He didn't even have any idea what this world looked like. "Okay, let's go out and play a little," the boy exhaled. "One day of rest will definitely be enough." "Great, then hurry up," Mom said enthusiastically. Stepping outside and seeing the world for the first time in several years, the boy's face lit up with great surprise. A bright and colorful town appeared before him, with low houses whose roofs were decorated with intricate elements, and green trees planted along the roads created a more cozy atmosphere. For 3 years, Ray spent at home reading books, immersing himself in the vast knowledge of this world, not even thinking about leaving the house. And when Ray saw this city for the first time, he felt a sense of peace, and the place itself was imbued with a cozy charm. The boy realized that he had effectively locked himself in a cage. "Ray, what are you thinking about?" Sen asked. Observing her son's surprise and fascination with the world, Mom suggested taking a look around a bit. The boy's foot stepped onto the soft ground covered with grass. Ray seemed to take off, tearing off from his place and running. Happiness filled the boy, and he rushed forward as if freed from all worries. The boy ran across the meadow as if on a fairy tale carpet. The grass, covered with flowers, shimmered in the sunlight with various colors of the rainbow. It was a feeling of magic. The world stopped to admire it. A deep lake with unusually clear turquoise water appeared before the boy, and steep rocky banks, densely overgrown with pine forest, surrounded the reservoir on both sides. Ray's face was covered with unimaginable surprise at what he saw. Before his reincarnation, he had no way to take care of himself, living under constant pressure. He existed rather than lived, but now he had never felt so free. "However, I am so glad that I was born into this world," the boy exclaimed in his thoughts. "Mom!" the boy called out to Sane, and turning to her with a slight smile and happy eyes, he thanked his mother for taking him for a walk. "Urgent patient, take him to the operating room immediately." Ray recalled his life spent with patients all day, how he carried out operation after operation so that there was no time even for rest. He was so tired that he had no strength left to endure this chaos. "Ray?" a female voice was heard through the child's sleep. "It's gastric tachycardia," the boy screamed, waking abruptly from a nightmare about his former life. "Did you have a bad dream?" the mother asked, stroking her son's head and trying to calm him down. Ray reluctantly opened his eyes, the bright sun illuminating his face. Waking up from sleep and turning my head in front of him, the town stood like an illustration from a fairy tale. The houses, painted in warm brown-beige tones, seemed cozy and welcoming. The sunlight breaking through the haze, enveloping the town in a gentle, soft glow, giving it a magical fairy tale look. Ray fully realized the reality of his rebirth into this wonderful world. He felt completely rested and ready to live life, and he firmly decided that his life in this world would be strikingly different from the previous one. Ray lived with his family in a small, cozy house with a small flower garden in the backyard. "We're back!" Sayan cried joyfully, discussing with her husband what a wonderful walk they had had. The boy slowly approached his mother. "Mom," Ray began, tugging her skirt slightly to get her attention, and with bright and joy-filled eyes he asked to be taught magic. "Oh my God!" Sayan looked at her son in amazement, covering her face with her hands. And falling on Ayla, she began to be touched by how Ray could be so sweet. "You're already interested in magic, of course. Mom will teach you." The girl agreed with a smile on her face. The boy's face lit up with satisfaction. He was still having a hard time getting used to his parents' reaction. Since Ray himself asked, "We can start right now," Scene said with undisguised joy. "Fire!" And with a flick of the wrist, a torrent of magic erupted from the girl. "Wow!" Ray watched his mother with admiration. Sign was surprised by his reaction, thinking that he was not interested. "It's fire, aren't you curious?" Sayan, expecting admiring glances, was surprised to see her son simply standing there, so surprised he couldn't say a word. The boy had already used this magic and he wanted more. "Let's sit down," the girl suggested, about to begin talking about magic. "The thing is, there is a certain peculiarity," San began. She explained that the magic we want to use is converted into mana through a spell and an action. "That's it, easy, right?" the girl asked, simultaneously demonstrating the fire magic in her hand. "Mom, I have a question." Rei had been wanting to know what had been intriguing him for a long time. Is it possible to transform mana in another way? This question took Sane by surprise. Take fire, for example. The boy tried to explain his idea in detail. First you compress mana, then you collect it, and you apply the force of friction. Instead of 3 mana transformations, wouldn't it be easier to do it once? Although, if you do that, the mana will dissipate faster, the boy continued to reason. This question from her son put Sane in a difficult position, as she did not know how to answer it. She seriously thought about it. Was it really possible? She thought about this idea. If 3 events grouped together stabilize, then everything will work out, said Sane. True, she did not test this in practice and assumed it purely theoretically. The boy plunged into deep thought, pondering the information he had received. Stabilization, does that mean? Rei thought, clenching his fist. What is in a completed state? Can we add more attributes? The boy summoned all his strength and concentrated, and suddenly his palm began to sparkle, energy accumulating in it as if recognizing the direction of his actions. A powerful stream of scarlet flame burst from the child's palm, coloring the air orange-red, illuminating everything around with a gentle but burning light. And Sane, seeing this, was deeply shocked. "I did it!" Rei exclaimed with joy, not believing his eyes that he had finally managed to implement his theory. Then Eel suddenly ran into the room, hearing a strange sound and the boy's cries asking what it was. Sane was wildly surprised that she couldn't even explain what was happening to her husband. She didn't even notice the moment when her son used magic. After all, when using magic, there is always a flow of mana that needs to be controlled. Rei remembered his life where he was constantly with patients and was constantly tired, but he didn't even feel this magic. It turns out that it was much easier for him to understand by imagining it as an atom, and when combined as a compound, there is no longer any need to introduce mana. While he was thinking, he didn't even hear his worried and astonished parents. "Oh no, was I concentrating too much?" The boy looked at his mother. "Mom, what happened?" Cian was very proud that Rei could use magic. "I think I'm a genius." The boy was sure of it. His mother was very proud of him. That same night, when the boy fell asleep, the parents decided to talk about today. "This is a serious problem," Rei heard through his sleep, opening his eyes. "What should we do if the academy finds out about him?" Sane and Isle discussed anxiously, wanting to protect their child. Rei, already fully awake, realized that they were talking about him. "Rei is a genius, the kind that are born every 100, no 1,000 years, his parents whispered. "What if he attracts academies? What will happen then?" The boy didn't know what academy his parents were talking about, but he assumed that he might be drawn there because of his abilities. "Whatever happens, I need strength," Rei thought confidently. Previously, he wanted to learn it for fun, but after changing his mind, he became eager to gain absolute power. It was a warm, sunny day, illuminating every branch of the trees. The little house looked especially cozy, surrounded by birdsong in the bright sunlight. Someone was sleeping in the room, making a characteristic snoring sound. The fair-haired young man jumped up, awakened by the rays of the sun streaming through the window. The guy looked out the window. "Is it morning already? Since I am a hermit in bed, I cannot say how time passes," the boy reasoned, scratching his head. And fully awake, an idea struck him. "So, should I take the risk?" Rei, now 15, exclaimed questioningly. His experiments and research into increasing the level of magic and his genius understanding of mana, they became the basis for its extremely rapid development. Due to the massive amount of mana he absorbed, his hair turned pure white. "Right, I need to take this with me." Rei held up a sign with the phrase, "I can cure those who are sick." Perhaps he would need some medical knowledge. "It's worth a try," Rei declared decisively. Before leaving, the guy sighed slightly, decided to test all his magical powers one last time, and made a slight movement of his hand. And 3 elements began to appear one after another, the first of which was a blazing fire with tongues of flame of various colors. Further, eddies of wind appeared from the boy's hand, visible as transparent streams. And at the end of testing their powers, ice appeared, forming ice crystals. The guy finished it all off with a bright flash of his fingers. "Excellent," he declared proudly. "That's it, we have to go." Rei went to the square in the town. Today was the most sunny and warm day. Having decided on the location, he carefully placed his sign. It seemed like a suitable place. The guy stood on a busy street. He, a little embarrassed, cleared his throat slightly and prepared to give the call. "I can cure anyone who's feeling ill. Take any patient here," Rei shouted across the street, calling the crowd together. But the residents, looking at the young man's age, were only touched by what a pleasant young man he was. They laughed and shouted at him to go home and that he shouldn't mock sick people like that. Ray expressed his indignation. He didn't like the fact that these people were allowing them to judge him. Although I expected something like this, the guy needed to calm down. But he felt his anxiety growing, and the excitement was gradually consuming him. "I can't believe no one came," Ray screamed, falling to his knees in despair. He thought that there was definitely nothing to do here today and he should go back home, but suddenly a silhouette appeared. "Can you really heal the sick?" The boy looked up, hearing someone's voice. "Anyone?" A young girl dressed in a green and white dress stood before him. Ray wondered if this was his first patient. "So, can you do it?" the young lady asked, now with increasing interest, to which the young man replied that he needed to examine the patient first. The girl with a displeased face looked at him with a little anger, and she started screaming that such an idiot could not heal a sick person. Ray was indignant at what he heard. "Hey, Shorty!" he called out to the girl. "What, Shorty?" These words made her very angry. Even though I looked like a useless 15-year-old boy, he was very confident in his words. "But there's no one I wouldn't help." Ray put his hand on his chest, declaring that it was time to stop judging by appearances alone. The girl, looking at the guy, was once again convinced that he was very young. "But for some reason, I was confident in him." "You're right, I'm sorry," the lady apologized, coming closer. "Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am the only daughter of Viscount Hade von Elich." The girl made a slight curtsy, holding the edge of her skirt on both sides. Ray introduced himself and looked at her. Assuming that she was a noblewoman, this was evident from her clothes. Alika was not happy with the guy switching to formal speech and asked him to speak as before. She began her story by saying that the patient who needed to be cured was her father. Recently, the skin on his chest turned red and lumps appeared. All of it swelled up like balls. The girl's face became very sad. Ray's first thought was, "Can I have a look at it?" The guy asked. It was an emergency and every second counted. The main thing is that it is not a tumor the size of a ball. And the two of them ran, hoping that the main thing was not that it would be too late. Having reached the house, the boys stopped near the fence that enclosed the garden and the house. "Come on in." In front of the guy stood a large, luxurious house with an equally large area and a fountain in front of the house. As soon as they entered, they saw the butler. "My lady, you have returned." Elika ran up to the butler asking how her father was. "My lady, his condition suddenly worsened and he died," he replied. This is a lie!" The girl's face began to fill with tears. She didn't want to believe what was happening, and Alika ran very quickly to her father's room, hoping that the rumors were just rumors. As the lady ran down the corridor of the mansion, a thin thread of hope flickered in her soul, clinging to the thought that this was all a lie. Bursting into the room, the girl shouted, "Father!" In front of her sat a tearful mother, and next to her on the bed lay a pale father with his eyes closed and those same black balls on his chest. "No, father, please!" Elika threw herself at the bed, letting out a piercing cry of utter despair. Ray, who was present at this, also came closer, his face serious and focused. He began to examine the black balls in detail, studying their structure. They seemed to have attached themselves to the man's chest, tightly clinging to his flesh. Concentrating, Ray used his magic, checking for subtle signs of life, and he firmly declared, "He can survive." The tearful mother and butler looked at the young man in surprise. It seemed there was no hope left. "Ray," Elika said quietly, gently tugging at the hem of her dress. "Please, save him." The girl's face was covered in tears and disappointment, and her voice was full of pleading and despair. The guy grinned, looked at the lady and said only one comforting word. "Don't worry." His voice was calm, but inside he was already ready for action. "Who is this boy?" Quite a few people had gathered in the room, discussing how anyone could have let a commoner into the estate. The butler explained that the young man had promised to save the dying man, but there were those who thought he was an ordinary swindler and thief. "It doesn't matter now. I just want to cling to my last hope," said Alika's mother, collecting her tears with a handkerchief. She hoped that perhaps this child would perform a miracle. Her hope was great. Meanwhile, Ray was dealing with the man. The balls stuck to him were filled with black pus. He decided to first concentrate his mana and form a scalpel out of it, and soon a completely real, albeit magical instrument was shining on his finger. But those in the room didn't like what the boy was doing at all. "What are you doing?" one of the servants barked, ready to pounce on the young man. A sharp scream deafened Ray, knocking him out of his state of concentration. He instinctively covered his ears, trying to block out the noise. "I'm trying to cure him," the boy declared, looking around at everyone. But the Viscount's servants were furious that the boy could treat their master like that. "If you don't trust me, I can drop everything and just leave." Without any questions at all, the guy had already started to get up. His patience was running out. Elika's mother intervened, screaming loudly and stopping the escalating brawl. "Let's just trust this child," the woman said in a calm but firm voice. There, stop shouting and come out. You're in the way," Ray said, pointing to the door. In his thoughts, he analyzed the situation. That as soon as he made the cut, pus began to flow instead of blood. It could have been not just a tumor, but something much more serious, causing great danger to the patient. The boy realized that it was skin that had undergone necrosis due to poison. He began to accumulate magical energy, focusing on his inner source of power. The air around him sparkled. Ray rolled up his sleeves and began to treat the man. "Let's get started," he said, forming a shiny magical scalpel on the tip of his finger. First, it was necessary to get rid of the parts affected by pus, and the young man carefully began to cut off the black purulent balls. All this time they stood in the room and watched. Alika looked at what was happening in horror. Then an incision had to be made on the side of the chest. Seeing what was inside, Ray stopped. "As I thought, his lungs have already begun to decompose," the guy thought, assessing the scale of the damage. "How advanced is the disease?" In a way, the man was even lucky, Ray thought, continuing to work. The part with necrosis was not that big, and if it was cut out, the gentleman had every chance of recovering quickly. The guy used magic to create thin but strong threads, imitating surgical suture material, and like an experienced surgeon, he began to skillfully suture each incision with precise movements. At this point, the room was plunged into silent anticipation, each person present following the developments with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. The boy that the young lady brought in did incredible things for those around him, amazing them with his skills. "I'm simply speechless," the butler said quietly, watching the miracle. He was amazed not only by the charisma with which the boy carried himself, which was unusual for a teenager, but also by his virtuoso use of his hands. Ray used magic to transform his hands into surgical instruments, using them with incredible precision. His movements were fast and confident. "I'll finish by putting in stitches," the guy said, each of his fingers wrapped in a gossamer thin thread of magical energy. And he carefully moved the needle, stitching up the man's wounds with thin thread. He was like a puppeteer, skillfully controlling the subtle threads of fate, restoring the Viscount's life. In the eyes of others, Ray looked like a god as he performed the delicate work of the healing ritual. "This boy can really perform a miracle for us," the butler said hopefully. The maid, looking at the boy, was also amazed by his skills. "Indeed," she replied. "Great, we're almost done," Ray sighed, rubbing his tired head. He stitched up all of the man's incisions, and all that remained was to restore blood circulation. And using his mana, the guy created an energetic imitation of a defibrillator. Hoping to restart the heart, Ray made a motion with his hands on the man's chest, penetrating the body with energy and trying to revive him. He repeated this procedure twice, focusing on his goal. And on the third try, the heart finally started beating. "It worked! He's alive!" Ray exclaimed with joy and satisfaction at his accomplishments, his mood triumphant. "The operation was a success," he said with a smile, turning to the others, expecting gratitude and praise. But everyone in the room looked at the boy with great shock and hidden anger. Why are they looking at me like that? Ray didn't understand why everyone was unhappy, and his joy quickly turned to confusion. And looking at the man, I realized that blood was coming out of his mouth when the guy was restoring blood flow to the dead body. "You brat!" the captain yelled with great anger. "I knew it!" He pointed his finger at him, continuing to shout what a fraud he was. Ray started trying to explain everything, but no one even wanted to listen to him. "But the Viscount is alive." The boy tried to convince him, but the captain's scream was too loud. "Where is he alive? All I see is a bloody body." The captain's voice rose to a furious roar. "Don't worry, he's really alive," Ray continued to explain, but his words still went unheard. "Wait a minute." Alika didn't let the guy finish speaking. "Ray, you said you could save him," she said, lowering her head with a dejected look. Alika's rage burst out in a piercing scream. "I believed you!" Ray was desperately trying to convince everyone of the operation's success. "Just look at him," he shouted, gesturing towards the Viscount. "My father died because I brought you here." Tears streamed down the lady's cheeks and her eyes filled with bitterness. "He really is completely cured. You just need to wait a little," the guy explained, not understanding the behavior of those around him. Perhaps they behaved this way because they had never seen operations. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, the captain's blade appeared in front of Ray's face, raised to strike. This was very unexpected. He took the guy's words as an attempt to seduce the young lady. "I've done enough already defiling the Viscount's body," he screamed, and several armored knights burst into the room ready for battle. The young man stood looking at the blade next to him with incomprehension. "I spent so much effort to save him," Ray said indignantly. But not only did you not receive gratitude, you also pointed a sword at me, the guy blurted out, his patience snapping. What did you say there? That I'm a fraud and a murderer? He stood up confidently, and his eyes filled with anger. You've messed with the wrong person, the young man addressed everyone. Ray remembered the norms of this world, and this was rather an expected reaction. I repeat, the treatment was successful, the young man firmly stated. Wait and see the improvements, and I'm leaving. Ray headed towards the exit. And I warn you, please don't stand in my way, the guy warned firmly, throwing an angry look. The captain, baring his teeth, looked like an enraged beast, his face distorted with anger and a thirst for revenge. And swinging his sword, he shouted, arrogant. Ray stood with his back to him and already felt that they were advancing on him. The captain was about to strike the boy, but Ray reacted instantly, a magic chain entangling the captain's hands. Mana capture. The man couldn't believe his eyes. He could use such magic? The other soldiers stood to the side. What are you standing there for? Grab him immediately, the commander shouted, still standing motionless. He was sure that the guy wouldn't be able to block several at once, but he didn't understand the scale of his power. Capture, Ray shouted the spell, putting his hand forward, and the transparent chain wrapped around the rest of the soldiers. Double magic? The captain stuttered, his eyes wide with surprise. Ray's body was enveloped in blue magic, his gaze conveying complete confidence. This was the last warning. The soldiers began to fall in convulsions, struck by magic. Don't try to stop me, said the young man, and headed for the exit, leaving behind a scene of defeat. When he came out, it was already evening, and the dark sky was strewn with millions of twinkling stars. It doesn't matter how big the difference in the level of development of medicine is, the guy thought, as he walked along the dark street. They go too far. As Ray walked home, he thought how offensive it was that he was treated like a child or a fraud. However, today, he had his first patient in this world. Although he had little medical skills, when he arrived home, his worried mother was already waiting for him. Ray, are you late? Her voice was full of worry and anger. The guy was so deep in thought that he simply lost sight of time. His thoughts were far from home. What time did Mom ask you to come home? Sien stood there, looking at her son with undisguised indignation. Do you know how many evil people there are in the world? You're being punished, under house arrest for 2 days. The boy's mother was very strict, but she still worried. Ray stood silently, looking down, almost betraying indifference and displeasure. Wherever he was treated like a child. At the same time, passions were running high in the Vi country, and discussions continued about what had happened. What was that? Who was this child? The captain was in complete shock, and suddenly Alika screamed, Father! The man lying on the bed took a sharp breath. His chest rose and he coughed several times. Alika and her mother were stunned with surprise at seeing the Viscount alive, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and disbelief. The Viscount is alive! The captain froze, his eyes wide. How is this possible? Everyone stood there, not knowing what emotion to use, but for the most part, everyone was in deep shock. Alika began to remember the words she had spoken to Ray, how she had been rude to him, accusing him of his father's death, how they threatened him with swords, calling him a bastard and a fraud. Many people felt a little ashamed of what they said or did to this guy. It seems we made a huge mistake. We failed to recognize our savior. Alika's mother was the first to start talking about this, expressing regret and remorse. And turning to the captain, she ordered him to find the boy immediately, since this event cast a shadow on the honor of the family. The captain, however, was reluctant to accept this order. Meeting Ray frightened him. After seeing the magic and power of this guy, he felt a hidden fear. Also apologize for your rudeness, the lady said sharply, to which the captain was completely taken aback. Meanwhile, the butler wondered out loud how such a small boy could perform such an amazing miracle. Is he really a saint? Everyone froze when they heard this word. No one has ever heard of saints using magic. The Viscount's face was very peaceful. Everyone saw how he was coming to his senses. If it wasn't a saint who raised the dead, then who was? The captain wondered, turning to everyone else in the room, equally astonished. And who are the saints? They were chosen by God himself and possessed enormous divine power, could hear his voice and were generally God's favorites and trusted persons. But hadn't this child heard that there was a saint in the kingdom? The lady mused. It was entirely possible that no one knew about him yet. Apart from the Viscount's illness, which even the priest could not cure, everyone was sure that the man who cured him was a saint. Then if he's a saint, what have you done, Commander? The butler snapped, to which the captain immediately began apologizing for his ignorance and for casting aspersions on the Viscount. Alika's mother immediately started saying it was everyone's fault, because everyone was standing by and watching. Let's meet Ray, no, the saint, and apologize. Alika added, What are you talking about? A man's voice came from the bed, his voice breaking the tension in the room. Did you say saint? The Viscount asked, not understanding what you meant, rising to a sitting position. I ask what the hell happened? His daughter began to tell how a saint came and cured him. So, I woke up because of the saint? The man asked, clenching his fist. And why the hell are you standing there discussing your outrageous rudeness? He raised his voice, addressing the commander. The Viscount continued to shout how dare they and ordered them to stop the fuss. Connect everyone in this mansion and use any means necessary, but find him, the man confidently ordered. Immediately, he added, shouting impatiently. At this time, Ray was sitting, reading a book and lazily scratching his ear. Who's remembering me there? Flashed through his thoughts. Because itching ears means that someone is remembering you. On a sunny day, Ray and his mother went to the forest, at the edge of which stood lush green trees, and between them, dense bushes flaunted. Good luck, Ray, Scene exclaimed, happy for her son. Ray held his wand in his hand and prepared to cast a healing spell. He shouted, pointing his hand at the twig. But he didn't succeed. The stick remained broken. At this time, Sane was touched by her son's actions. God, you're so cute. Her eyes shone with love and pride. Fire! A bright stream of fire flared up at the tip of the boy's finger like a small sun. It was really easy for him. The young man tried again to use the new spell, healing. This time the branch also turned out to be broken, and the magic refused to respond to his call. Ray was upset. Why wasn't it working? Wait, let me explain. Listen carefully. Scene offered her help. Healing is a spell that uses mana to increase the vitality of your target. The guy had a hard time grasping it. Imagine using mana to create a layer around the target. Scene pointed her hand at the branch, and the stick instantly bonded itself at the breakpoint. At the junction, a soft blue light shone, indicating the action of magic. The girl, having convinced her son that it was not very difficult, asked him to try to use this spell again. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard from the trees. Ray and Sane stopped, listening to the sounds. A beautiful animal emerged from behind the trees. Oh, it's a deer! Cian exclaimed. His leg was injured at the bend, and a small amount of blood was leaking from it. Great, why don't you try healing a deer? Cian suggested practicing on an animal. Ray thought about what a practical task would be. It would still be beneficial to him, hoping for a greater result than from training on the branch. Sign advised him to slowly approach the deer and, most importantly, not to worry. Ray concentrated, trying to breathe evenly, and he began to take it step by step, trying not to frighten the wounded animal. The deer raised its muzzle, looking attentively at the young man. Its ears were raised alertly, sensing the presence of a man, and the frightened animal darted toward the forest. He's running away! Ray shouted, watching as it disappeared into the depths of the green thicket. Sign thought, which surprised the guy greatly. As he ran after the deer, he wondered why he had to do this at all. How significant was it that the hand of God had exerted such effort to heal? Ray ran so fast that all the leaves beneath his feet began to swirl in a whirlwind. Of course, he wanted to do everything to save as many lives as possible. The guy continued to think as he ran after the deer. He remembered what happened in the Viscount's house, simultaneously using magic and pulled a transparent chain from his hand to stop the deer. The people here needed knowledge of modern medicine. They are only afraid because of the uncertainty. Caught! The animal was caught in the magical chains and stopped, still kicking for freedom. Still, the deer ran too fast. Despite the injured leg, Ray was surprised by the deer's endurance. It's not evening yet, we'll patch you up now, the guy said with a smile on his face, stroking the frightened animal to calm it down. If magic is what they're using, I'll do everything I can to make it work. Ray braced himself and began gathering mana, a blue-green light sparkling around him. Sign's mouth opened in surprise. This is incredible, mana, but how? She whispered, stopping dead in her tracks. Ray, gathering all his strength into a fist, aimed it at the deer. My honor as a doctor says always take the next step, the young man thought to himself, and shouting a spell, heal, he released a powerful ball of magical energy, enveloping the animal in blue light. The deer made a piercing sound and fell to the ground, its body going limp. Ray moved closer to him, starting to check for signs of life. Sign stood watching the lying deer. She couldn't understand what had happened, and realizing that the deer wasn't breathing, both of them froze in place, their eyes wide in surprise. Oh my God, he died instantly! The boy screamed, not understanding why this had happened, even though his action should have actually healed him. A doctor who can't save, Ray whispered desperately, lowering his head towards the deer. He began to remember Scene's words that, using mana to reduce the layer in order to increase vitality, he compared his mother's words. Why didn't he understand how to heal but could use other magic? He had the path of mana, and if he used healing on a person, this would not end well. Rei realized that his abilities needed further study. For now, he had to stay away from healing magic, Rei thought. He couldn't risk the lives of others. The forest became silent again. Only the wind and falling leaves could be heard. Day turned to evening. The boy and his mother returned home, tired, but full of thoughts. The family had a delicious, juicy steak for dinner today, which made the guy think that this day was somehow special. Oh, speaking of which, Sane turned to Isle, laughing a little. What, our brilliant son can't heal? The father laughed, finding it all cute. Both parents laughed and continued to say what a sweet son they had, which made Rei very angry. I'll never learn healing magic again, he thought sharply to himself. At this time, in the Holy Empire of Gaia, there stood a majestic and mysterious palace. Its light, polished marble, its facade lined with graceful straight lines, radiating calm and nobility. In the very heart of the palace stood a female sculpture of Aya, adorned with a golden wreath, giving her the appearance of a heavenly queen. The monarch, the Pope of the Holy Empire, humbly knelt before her, expressing deep respect and humility before the divine essence. "My lady calls me?" the Pope said, gazing at the sculpture. "Find him." Aya's voice sounded like thunder in the silence of the hall. "Find a new gray-haired constellation," she declared, and as if by magic, the shining silhouette of a boy appeared before her. A group of knights in shining armor moved slowly along the road. In front of them walked a man with a cloth in his hands, on which was depicted a symbol, and the whole group was led by a leader on a horse. The knights were discussing a new saint, because they already had one, and then a new young saint appeared. This phenomenon was not the first in history, and it was even good that there would be another one, the saint discussed the walkers. 10 hours before the contingent was dispatched, a conversation took place in the Holy Empire of Gaia. My lady, at last," the Pope exclaimed, rushing across the hall towards the goddess. Thank you, my lady." He fell to his knees, raising his arms to the sides. He asked what task was destined for him. "Find the white-haired saint in the land known as Cilia," declared the stone goddess, shining in all her glory, a golden vine hanging around her dress, glittering and wondrous. "Is that all?" The man was clearly perplexed by the meager information about who he needed to find. "In Cilia who have gray hair," the man said, hoping for a few more clues. "The new saint is not old. Find him and bring him to the Holy Empire." The goddess seemed to glow even more brightly. "Yes, my lady, I will certainly find him." The Pope of the Holy Empire blurted out, feigning excitement on his face. He called to one of his servants. "Irene, are you here?" A red-haired young guy ran up to him. "Prepare the delegation. We're heading to Cilia," the man quickly ordered, urging the young man on. But on his face one could see excitement and fear because of the new saint, and a young one at that. "Rei!" The boy sat with his glasses on, reading a book, before his father called him. "How about learning the swords of courage?" Isle asked the boy. "The more ways you know to protect yourself, the better," Rei thought about the offer. After all, if you think about it, it's true compared to his past life, where he could get everything he needed with ease. In this world, you have to risk your life for every apple. "Okay, I want to try to learn," the guy agreed, closing the book. Isle suggested starting right now. And while they were walking, his father asked Rei why he wore glasses, to which he replied that it was just a habit. Taking up their swords, they began to train and fight with swords that glittered in the rays of the sun, and the atmosphere became filled with tension. "Pretty good for a first time," the man praised his son, admiring his skill. However, Rei had studied the martial art of kendo in his previous life, and this reflected in his skills in this world. Both fought so skillfully and quickly that due to the speed, each could have been left with several blows. A new idea flashed through Rei's mind, one that could change the course of the training. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Isle, watching his son, did not understand his plans. His face expressed slight confusion. "Are you giving up already?" he asked, stopping his onslaught. Rei began to focus his mana, and his body began to glow with a gentle blue light, as if enveloping him in an aura. Magic surrounded his sword, creating a protective shell. The guy grinned, feeling a surge of strength, and took a fighting stance. It was the aura of the sword. And running towards his opponent in the form of his father, he struck. "It should work," he thought in his mind, reflecting the attacks and making precise movements. "If this continues, I will lose." The last attack pushed Ale a short distance away. "So I have no choice." The man began to use magic himself, his sword glowing bright red, as if it had transformed into a fiery blade. "We must use the aura," he said, and prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Ray looked at his father with inspired eyes. Ale delivered a powerful blow, full of magical power, his sword piercing the air with a roaring whistle. The sword in Ray's hand trembled from the force of the blow and began to slip, breaking free from his grip. The guy flew backwards from the magical shockwave. He landed straight in a sitting position, feeling a little painful and uncomfortable. Ile ran to his son, worried that he had hit him too hard and could have harmed the boy. The city had a bustling market where they sold fresh vegetables, fruits, and other goods necessary for residents. Local residents began to notice an unusual number of people in guild robes wandering around the city, their appearance causing alarm and speculation. A man with dark hair and a hooded cape stood in front of the counter. His face was not visible. He moved purposefully towards a certain place. "Did you get anything?" The question was addressed to a group of men in street clothes. They replied that it was difficult to find a person knowing only their age and hair color. They were always asked every day. The dark-haired guy from the guild began to notice sidelong glances. "Did you guys find anything?" he asked, still wearing his cape and patiently awaiting an answer. "Look here, Mr. Knight, finding a needle in a haystack is easier? A 15-year-old gray-haired boy? How are we supposed to find him, knowing only this?" One of the boys growled, their voices filled with irritation and weariness from the fruitless search. The guild knight gritted his teeth and held back a surge of anger. He felt irritated. "You say you haven't found anything yet, then what the hell are you doing?" He shouted at the guys and went to see Monsieur Viscount. "You guys think he's a normal guy?" The Viscount's voice cut through the air, his words full of impatience and anxiety, and he glared at the captain. He continued to shout that this boy was a saint, and if he was not found, the consequences would be dire. "There will be war. The Holy Empire could declare war on us." The master continued shouting, "If you don't want our family destroyed, find him now." The captain tried not to show any excitement. In the house, they were ready to pay any amount for the necessary information. "Did you just say any amount of money?" A voice came from the darkness, a silhouette approaching the captain. "Then I will help you." A guy in the most ordinary clothes sat in front of him and smiled slightly. He had straight, carelessly flowing brown hair and a pretty face with kind but advantage-seeking eyes. His confidence knew no bounds. Meanwhile, Ray, after the fall, examined the wounds on his hand from the slipped sword. Ile immediately rushed to his son to apologize for hitting him too hard. But Ray, surprisingly, did not show any offense. "Ray, what's wrong with your hand?" Scene screamed, her eyes wide with fear. Running up to her son and examining him, she realized that he had a broken bone. But it wasn't scary because the arm could be healed with magic. "I want to try it myself," the guy replied. Ile still felt sorry for what happened. Healing. Ray's wound after the spell began to be covered with green light. The parents watched in delight as their son was finally able to use healing magic, their faces expressing both surprise and pride. Oh, San sighed, surprised again by her abilities. The wound on his arm quickly healed, leaving no trace, as if the cut had never been there. The parents began to discuss how he managed to do it. Last time he killed a deer, which, by the way, made a delicious dinner. Sen recalled a recent day. Ray realized that it was time to reveal his secret. He felt he had to tell his parents. "Mom, Dad, I need to tell you something," the guy began to say. "I'm not really like other people." Ray paused, lowering his head and feeling tense, waiting for a reaction. There was deathly silence for several seconds. And then Sane and Ile started laughing. Their laughter was embarrassed and a little awkward. They didn't understand what their son wanted to say. "Ray, Mom and Dad will always support you." The boy realized they hadn't understood the true meaning of the words. They began to say that they would always love him, and that even if he brought an orc's wife, he would remain their beloved son, as long as he was happy. That same day, already at home, Ray's conversation continued. He explained that instead of using a circle to store mana within bodies, he uses an endless stream of pure mana naturally formed through the vessels. Since pure mana is much stronger than purified mana, I understand why Ray's magic is so strong, Cian thought, reflecting on her son's words. So the guy, using healing on someone who couldn't withstand the flow of pure mana, could die. Just like it was with the deer. "Son, I know you're a genius, but using our family's secret techniques?" Sin thought that the boy shouldn't use such magic. Ray thought that he really couldn't use his magic to heal ordinary people. He needed to think about what to do in the future if he wanted to heal people. His parents stood there looking anxious as they pondered the unexpected news. "It's worth gaining surgical experience," flashed through the boy's mind like a sudden flash of insight. "I'll be back soon," the young man shouted, looking at his parents. And when his father asked him where he was going, he replied that he wanted to skip school. He couldn't say that he was going to have surgery. "Don't go anywhere with strangers, got it?" Cian threatened her son. Kids his age are especially active. "I'll be right back," Ray shouted as he left. leaving his parents slightly uneasy. "Wow, Barlow Village is bigger than I thought," said one of the travelers with a large backpack on his back, with a man with a blindfold over one eye standing behind him. "Mr. Traveler, may I ask you a question?" The brown-haired man addressed the two. "Have you seen this boy?" he asked, showing a hand-drawn drawing. He showed a drawing of a blue-eyed, fair-haired boy, adding how handsome he was. The two travelers were confused by the unexpected question, and the one-eyed man looked at the drawing and declared that the drawing was terrible. "Don't rub salt in the wound. I just asked if you saw the kid or not," the guy yelled, waving the drawing. At this time, Ray looked around the village, noticing how much more lively it had become. "No, you don't get it, Viscount." The guy heard a familiar name. His attention was riveted to the conversation. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he heard. "I paid a lot of money to find this man," the guy continued to tell the travelers. One of them asked why the gentleman needed this child, to which he replied that he did not know. Perhaps he was very important. Suddenly, the guy who was talking noticed a boy passing by. "Wait!" he called out to him. He looked exactly like the description, and coming closer, he began to carefully examine Ray, trying to catch any confirmation of his guess. The guy, feeling someone else's gaze on him, felt a slight thrill. He didn't understand why he had given in to this man. "Hey, tell the guild you found him," the man shouted to someone, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Don't be afraid. I'm not some strange stranger, but a member of the Information Guild," the stranger confessed, leaning towards Ray. Both stood looking at each other. "Hey, didn't they teach you not to go anywhere with strangers?" Ray felt strange hearing this from a stranger and sensed the irony in his words. "You say the Viscount is looking for me?" The boy agreed, realizing he still needed to check on his patient. While they were riding in the carriage, an unknown man decided to ask a question. "What do you mean when you said patient? Is someone sick in the Vi country?" He was genuinely interested. "Oh yeah," Ray leaned back in his chair, his answer casual and nonchalant. "I wonder how they're doing now," he thought, pretending to smile out loud. The unknown man, looking at the guy, was scared that he was so crazy. The carriage arrived, stopping rather quickly in front of the mansion's gates. "We're already here, please," the coachman announced. The butler and servants greeted them, feigning respect and friendliness. "Welcome," came the butler's voice, and all the servants present and the butler began to shout in unison the words of greeting. "Welcome, Holy Lord." Ray didn't understand anything. Could he really be a saint? This thought was absurd and very strange. So once again, the young man was already sitting at a richly laid table consisting of exquisite dishes. "I'm not the saint you're looking for," Ray stated firmly. He was perplexed. "How can you talk about yourself like that?" the Viscount exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. "You saved my life. No, you saved my family," the gentleman said. "A man who blessed a commoner like me simply cannot be anything but a saint." The man was full of enthusiasm. Ray didn't know how to explain that it was a routine treatment, but the Viscount's wife entered the room. "There's no denying the fact that you were able to bring our dying family back to life," she said joyfully. The lady called her daughter and with undisguised joy asked her to greet the boy, calling him Sir. "Sir, let me thank you for saving my father." Alika stood in a beautiful pink dress below the knee, gloves on her hands. Ray didn't expect to see her. "Weren't you the one wondering why you brought me here in the first place?" the guy said mockingly, causing Alika to become embarrassed. Her parents stood watching this and were amazed by their daughter's behavior. "Alika, this is not how we raised you," the Viscount said in a raised voice, his voice full of firmness and menace. Ray, listening to the girl being scolded, smiled mockingly. "No, it's not worth it. I was just joking." The guy started stopping everyone. He was a little ashamed of what was passing by and still expressed misunderstanding. "What's wrong with them?" "I'm not a saint," the young man muttered to himself, surrounded by complete confusion. Ray thought, looking around the room. "Where is the man who came with me?" he asked one of the maids, to which she replied that the man was in a hurry. At this time, the unfamiliar man ran as fast as he could. His movements were hasty and nervous, and his face was filled with excitement. "Is this kid really a saint?" he thought as he ran. The man decided to immediately report to the guild upon learning about the holy boy. At this time, Ray hoped that nothing would happen and everything would be fine. "Is the food to your liking?" Everyone was running around the boy, trying to please him, trying to show him the utmost respect. "We tried to make sure that you liked the treats. I am so glad that you were satisfied," exclaimed the Viscount. The guy didn't even think that he would ever again be able to try something as delicious as all these treats. "I appreciate such high praise, but I'd like to point out that you needn't worry, because in the Holy Empire you'll be eating like this every day," the gentleman remarked during tea. Ray, struck by the unexpected words, froze in amazement, his face expressing complete confusion. The man, however, was no more surprised than how the boy still did not know about his destiny. I have been informed that a delegation from the Holy Empire is already here and is ready to escort you back, the Viscount continued joyfully. Ray jumped to his feet, not hiding his concern. What kind of revelation did he receive there that he needed me? The guy continued to be perplexed and unable to understand the logic of what was happening. From the story of those sitting in the room, he learned that the Holy Empire is a kingdom blessed by God, and in times of need, he sends revelations to the saints. God could appear to such people in the form of a mark or in someone's dreams, and whoever was a saint was always followed by a ray of light. What will happen to me now? Ray asked worriedly, to which he was told he would be sent to the Holy Empire. Congratulations, Mr. Ray, everyone around exclaimed, blessing the new saint. After such news, the boy returned home and locked himself in his room, which made his parents angry about what had happened to him. Maybe he was tired, Scene and Isle reasoned, deciding to let their son rest a little. At this time, the guy was lying in his room and thinking about the words that had been said to him. He was in a hopeless situation. All he wanted was to peacefully live a second life in this fantasy world, but it seems fate decided otherwise. At this time, there was a beautiful, majestic Scylla fortress in the city, its walls towering over the city. Two maids were discussing who was staying in the secluded building. One of the maids told them that a saint from the sacred empire of Gaia had arrived to them. This saint received a blessing in her youth. She had long hair flowing down her back and eyes like pink diamonds. They said that she was so beautiful that it seemed as if a ray of light always illuminated her. Do you think we'll be able to see her if we're lucky? The two maids wondered curiously. There was a young girl standing near the window. Someone wanted to come in to see her. Come in, she allowed. Thank you, the celebration will begin soon, they answered her standing in the doorway. There is no respite. The girl sighed. A pendant resembling a cross was adorned on her neck, and in the middle was a red sparkling stone. If you are ready, the boy in white clothes began to speak. His voice was a little uncertain. Perhaps he was even afraid of the girl who was above his position. Oh, and one more thing, the girl stopped the messenger, changing her serious emotion. What about the information I asked about the saint? A girl dressed in an elegant dress, her hair neatly pulled back, asked. Her name was Saint Iriel, and she was from the Holy Empire of Gaia. Oh, right, I have good news. The young man turned to the girl, and coming closer, he whispered in her ear all the information he knew. The information seemed incredibly important. The saint smiled at what she heard. He's here, she exclaimed with glee, her eyes shining with happiness and hope. She had finally found someone who could understand her. Ray continued to sit in her room. He kept thinking about what to do, holding his head with both hands. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with anything. And if the Holy Empire found him, then it would all be over. His second life, which was supposed to be peaceful, will become more difficult than the previous one, because he will have to pray and worship a god he does not know for the rest of his life. No, this can't be! The boy screamed hysterically, so much so that even his parents came running. He began to wonder if he should even tell his parents what had happened and run away with them. But nothing might have worked out. There was nowhere to run. They could probably find him anywhere. The Holy Empire will search for him to the end, wherever he may be. You've been acting strange since last night. What happened? Scene asked, turning to her son. Something clicked in Ray's head and he came up with some idea. I'll be back soon, he shouted one last time and burst out of the house like a bullet from a gun. Something is definitely happening to him. The boy's parents spoke anxiously as they watched their son leave the house. So the information is true, right? Two men were talking in the city. They stood leaning against the stone wall, discussing how the Empire had been searching for this boy for a long time. Saint, whispered the stranger who had led Ray to the Viscount, his gaze focused and thoughtful. Another man was looking at a drawing of a boy. You can trust me completely. You are the first person I shared this with, said the boy with brown hair. His words sounded sincere. Another man had already sold this information and all that remained was to figure out where the young man lived. Since Ray was from a lower class, they searched for him on the outskirts of the city. The two were planning to save time while searching the village and concentrate on searching the city area. They still hoped for success. Then, as we agreed, I will return when the Holy Empire pays, the guy answered. He looked into the distance. There was a thick forest. The second man asked the boy what he was thinking about. Have you explored this forest? The stranger asked, pointing at the forest in the distance. Did we check this forest? The second man was puzzled and frightened by this question. The young man suggested that this might be a great place to hide the saint. But the other one confidently replied that if the boy had been there, he would have died, hinting that creatures with elven ears lived in the forest. You know, they hate outsiders. They definitely had enmity towards these strangers. The boy stood thinking about some part of the forest. There was an area in the forest where they weren't, or so the rumors said. Meanwhile, Ray headed into the thicket, every step filled with caution and tension. He hoped that he would come up with something if he took a walk. In his opinion, solitude could help clear his thoughts. The guy kept thinking about how to avoid the hunt. He assumed that the guild was too persistent. In his mind, the only option was to escape. But if that were the case, he would have to be on the run for the rest of his life. A peaceful silence reigned in the forest. The boy sat down on a stone, hoping to clear his head and think about everything again. But suddenly, breaking the fragile peace, sharp sounds were heard from the forest. Ray stood up carefully to inspect the location of the sound and assumed a ready posture. Every rustle and crunch of a branch intensified the feeling of growing danger. Something was approaching closer and closer. The guy immediately thought of people from the Holy Empire. Suddenly, the forest was plunged into an extraordinary silence. Only the light rustling of leaves remained. I don't feel the presence anymore, Ray thought, looking ahead. From the very depths of the forest, out of nowhere, a voice came. "A man," said the unknown person. Having stood up, the guy decided to go closer to the place where the noise was coming from. "A man?" The unknown voice from the void continued. Ray was alarmed by the lack of a visible source of the voice. The stranger asked the guy, "Little man, what are you doing here?" "I was just resting," the young man noted, thinking that it could have been the spirit of the forest. An invisible voice ordered him to leave, calling this place its territory. Ray sighed and, disobeying the stranger, decided to sit on the tree log for another minute, and then go. "I told you to leave right now!" the voice screamed, shaking the tree. Ray didn't understand anything and tensed up. He heard wild anger in his voice. First the Holy Empire, now the unknown voice. No one left him alone. "Hey, I'll leave as you asked." Ray decided to look at the face of the insolent one, and he stood up confidently, expecting the appearance of an unknown creature. "Or I'll stay here, it doesn't matter." The young man gave an ultimatum, not showing a drop of fear. "Go away right now!" the tree screamed, this time even louder than the last. Undeterred by the threat, Ray lay down on the warm stone, enjoying perhaps his last minutes of peace. "Don't say I didn't warn you, little man." An unusual silhouette appeared from the tree. "You think you have the right to kick me out without showing your face?" Ray continued to rant, throwing his head back. A sharp rustling sound was heard from behind the tree, as if someone or something had started moving quickly, and suddenly something jumped, stretching its arm forward. Ray reacted instantly, already preparing for the fight, and he repelled the sudden attack with a powerful flash of bright blue magical light. The attacker was thrown back by the force of the blow. The guy didn't think he would be attacked so suddenly. "If my mana hadn't been activated, everything would have ended badly," the guy said, smiling at his luck. And after seeing who attacked him, he stood up in wild shock. In front of him stood a girl dressed in a green dress. Her appearance was unusual. The tips of her ears were extended. The woman standing in front of the guy had dark, long hair. Her clothes were not like the clothes of people from the city. Ray realized that she was an elf. The guy was amazed that he met an elf in such a place. The forest girl was angry that her attack was blocked. She clearly didn't expect this. "You are an unusual person, aren't you?" she asked. "No, not exactly," Ray answered calmly, a little embarrassed. The girl, having received the answer, began to seem like she was preparing to strike. "You can't stay here!" she screamed and delivered a magical blow. Ray crossed his arms in front of him and parried the attack with dexterity. At the point where their magical powers collided, a powerful explosion occurred, accompanied by a bright flash. The girl was thrown back again by the force of the blow, and leaning against a tree tried to come to her senses. She was surprised that Ray remained unharmed without a single scratch. "Can't be a powerful race?" the elf whispered in slight surprise. The guy was confused by what was said. "I've changed my mind, man. Everything's fine. You can stay in the forest," said the unknown girl. To which Ray replied that he could leave. "We respect the strong. This is the rule of the forest elves Grandel." The girl extended her hand to the guy and invited him to the village of her people. The young man was surprised that there was an elven ancient in the forest. Even though the elf attacked herself, she no longer seemed so dangerous. Ray agreed to go, on the condition that the elf would not attack him. Two people were walking through the forest towards the village. The guy decided to ask the name of the unknown elf. "Fia, I am from the Grandel forest tribe," the girl answered, continuing to walk with a dissatisfied face. "Fia, what a beautiful name," Ray thought, speaking his thoughts out loud. The elf turned around sharply and threw an incredibly angry look at the young man, showing how much he didn't like it. "Well, it's not a pretty name," she snorted, still with the same angry expression on her face. "Anyway, I'm Ray." The guy didn't understand the girl's words and decided to just introduce himself. Meanwhile, the two had already reached the village. Ray stopped and was stunned by what he saw. In front of him, through the dense forest, small houses stood illuminated by the rays of the sun. And higher up on the trees there were bridges forming a transition from tree to another. Small flowers grew everywhere, and the village was imbued with the magic of the forest. The guy was too surprised how something like this could be inside the forest. He had never reached this part before. While Ray looked around and did not believe what was happening, he began to notice the sidelong glances of the villagers. They clearly did not expect to see a person. Everyone wondered why Fia brought a man to their house. Ray, of course, expected this kind of reaction, that everyone would stare at him. "Fia, you're back!" a blonde elf named Silly exclaimed. She asked who this human child was, thinking that he might be a helper. At this time, Ray stood surrounded by other elves. They were both incredibly happy and surprised to see the boy in the village. It seemed he couldn't even protect himself, Silly reasoned. Fia remembered trying to drive Ray out of their territory, but his powers were too great. The other elf was very surprised how the attacks did not work on the boy. Fia tried to find out if he was from a strong race, but maybe that wasn't the issue. "How is Mrs. Era?" the girl asked the blonde elf. They both looked at the house high up in the tree. The tree house itself stood on large branches and had a blue-tiled roof, round windows, and a wooden terrace with small railings around it. The girls realized that same Ira had not yet woken up. "Oh, that's right. The elder was looking for you," Silly remembered, turning to the elf. "Come on, Ray," Fia shouted, calling the boy to come with her. "I knew elves were wary of strangers, but not me, right?" the boy asked as they walked towards the treehouse. "Of course. Who do you think brought you here?" The girl answered with a note of irony in her voice. Ray realized that the elf was a trusted person in this village. The two had already gone upstairs and were heading towards the elder's house. And having reached the right door, Fia knocked carefully. "Elder, this is Fia," said the girl, making it clear who had come. The door was opened by a lady with long blonde hair, wearing a white robe and a wide, sincere smile. "It's been a long time, so come in," she replied, inviting the two into the house. Fia asked the elder if everything was okay with the lady now. Ray stood there and didn't understand what they were talking about. He was a little confused. "Is this a human child?" the woman asked. To which Fia replied that he could be a good helper. "No, wait," Ray interrupted the two ladies. He was clearly not happy with how they decided for him that he would be some kind of assistant. The conversation continued over a cup of tea. "If you become one of us, you will receive many advantages," Fia began to explain, arguing that the guy would be considered a friend of the elf. Ray continued to refuse all words, saying that he did not need it. But they were interrupted by the elder. "Fia, I called you today because I want to tell you something. Can you keep it a secret from the other elves?" the elder asked, her voice a little worried about something. Fia was very surprised by such a strange request. "Of course, elder," she replied. The owner of the house also asked Ray to come out and wait a little outside the door. While some important conversation was taking place in the house, the guy stood and waited outside. Leaning on the railing, he thought about how they were treating him, telling him to come in and then to go out. But at least he was lucky enough to postpone the conversation. The young man kept thinking about the Holy Empire, about this village and the offer to become an assistant to the elves. "My life is full of ups and downs," Ray thought as he waited for the next call. Meanwhile, in the city fortress, everyone was looking for the saint. Two servants knelt before Saint Iriel and reported that there was no news. "So you are so lazy that you can't find him?" the girl asked, clearly disappointed that the saint had not yet been found. Two servants cried out in unison, tearfully, how hard they were trying. "But there is no result yet, right?" "You have done all you could. If there is no result, then you are useless," the lady said, looking down on the people. Two servants immediately began to beg the girl to give her another chance and wait. They were very scared. Iriel looked down at the two with a calm expression but angry eyes. "Okay, I'll trust you again," said the girl, causing relief to appear in the servant's eyes. "But my patience is far from limitless, just like God's," added the saint. "I hope you will keep your word." "What do you mean? Is Ms. Era dying because of mana?" Strange voices were heard from the treehouse. Her breathing became even, either a sign that she was cured or that she was on the verge of life and death, but she did not wake up. The elder continued to speak. She was very sad. Fia, upon hearing this news, was no less saddened by what she heard. While they were talking, a door in the house was accidentally left ajar, through which Ray heard the conversation. An elf with a rather sad face finally came out to the guy. She looked at the sky and was almost holding back her tears. The treehouse was filled with a silence of sad news and hopelessness. "Is someone sick in this house?" Ray asked, noticing the girl's sad look, to which she replied that he had thought correctly and that someone was quite seriously ill. But Fia came to her senses and realized that the guy had heard the entire conversation. Ray himself also showed some sadness from the sad news. Are you worried? Even though you are human and we are elves? Fia asked with a smirk. You're right, we're different. And why are we trying to study elves if we don't even understand the people around us? Ray began to think out loud, looking somewhere into the sky. But still, the guy continued, leaning on the railing, it doesn't mean that I don't worry about the other being. In the end, it's up to me to decide who I worry about, the young man said, sadness in his voice. Fia just looked at him with some surprise after the boy's words. Finally, the two went back to the house. Having shown hospitality, they poured Ray some tea, and Fia spent the entire time looking at the guy. She saw something alluring and beautiful in him, like a scarlet rose. The girl was so engrossed in looking at the young man that she couldn't even look away. But she still came to her senses in time and realized how long she had been staring at the guy. She didn't understand at all the feelings she experienced when looking at the boy. Suddenly, Ray decided to ask about that elf era, whether she was really sick, which knocked the elf out of her thoughts. Can I try to heal her? The guy asked with complete confidence. The girl didn't understand what he meant. Ray explained that he wants to help sick people, regardless of what species they belong to. And what makes you think you can do it? Fia thought he might be joking or didn't know what he was talking about. However, the guy, of course, could not guarantee that he would be able to heal, but he could be an excellent opportunity to help that elf. The girl still didn't understand his words and asked him not to talk nonsense. Ray realized that he was not taken seriously, and it seemed he needed to show what he was capable of. Okay, he sighed and prepared to show his magic. With a movement of his hand, a sharp blue magical flame immediately formed. The elf sitting opposite immediately jumped up, taking out her sword, considering the guy's actions to be dangerous. Ray grabbed the sharp magical object with his other hand, and he stabbed himself in the leg, creating a wound from which drops of blood immediately flowed. The guy felt a piercing pain and screamed a little. What the hell are you doing? Fia screamed, not expecting this from the boy. She walked up to Ray and immediately began examining the wound and thinking about what to do. But there was no need to do anything. The guy himself used the healing spell and the house sparkled with light from magic. A blue mana formed around Ray like a whirlpool. Fia looked at what was happening, very surprised. The guy continued to heal his leg wound with his magic. He felt pain from the wound, but he tried his best. At this time, the villagers began to notice the light of mana from the house and began to wonder what was going on. A bright blue light shone from the windows of the room. It shimmered and sparkled. Ray finished casting his magic and sighed tiredly. There was nothing left of the wound. Only a torn piece of pants was visible where the blow had been inflicted. Fia couldn't believe her eyes and was very surprised. If there is anyone who can help this elf, Ray said very seriously and stood up. It was most likely me. His gaze was full of confidence. I can't allow this. The elder didn't particularly like what she was told. Fia began to object, to which the woman explained that this would be considered disrespectful to Mrs. Ira. Mrs. Ira was the object of universal adoration, like a goddess. Even if it is for a good purpose, I will not allow the use of untested methods, the elder answered firmly. But we can save her, Fia began to convince again, but she was immediately stopped. The head of the village did not want to hear about it. Go away, she blurted out in an angry voice. Fia was very upset that nothing worked out, and Ray thought about the object of adoration while comprehending the words about the mistress. He did not understand what the point of adoration was if Ira died. The sun was already beginning to set, and its yellow-orange rays were breaking through the branches of the trees. It didn't work out. I'm so sorry, Fia said, as the two walked down the path. She already had hope that there was a chance to cure the lady. Ray immediately began to calm the girl down. The situation could very well resolve itself. Fia smiled slightly at the guy's words. She was pleased that he cared. Can I come here sometimes? The young man asked with a smile on his face. The elf, of course, allowed Ray to stay here, especially since he had already managed to gain the favor of other elves. Thank you, the young man said, looking at the girl with kind and sincere eyes. I have to go, the guy noticed, and Fia immediately became upset. Ray noticed the elf's mood and hastened to explain that he still had unfinished business. The girl, although she didn't show it, didn't want to let go. I'll be back tomorrow, so don't be upset, the guy promised. Whoever said I was upset better get lost before I change my mind, she said with deliberate rudeness, trying to hide her mood. And she watched the guy as he walked further and further away from her. Ray gradually disappeared into the foliage, still enveloped in the soft light of the sunset, as if dissolving in the warmth of the passing day. The elf's face changed as she watched the departure and suddenly became sad. And when Ray moved further and further away from her, she headed towards the house, stopping to follow him with her eyes. The guy, noticing that he was no longer being watched, abruptly turned off the road, and like the wind rushing forward, he ran back to the village so that no one would notice him. Having climbed a tall tree and looked around, he carefully examined the house where the lady was. Ray looked at the same elder's house. The rays of the sun added brightness to the house. It seemed so cozy. Sorry, but I can't abandon the patient without trying all possible options, thought Ray, looking at the necessary doors. And quietly, moving closer, he opened the door where Mrs. Ira was. In front of him was a bright alley, strewn with red flowers and golden trees. Everything sparkled. And in the distance, a luxurious door with an unusual ornament appeared. And I thought that there would be an ordinary house inside, thought Ray, surprised by the size of the room. Walking further, he opened the tall double doors and found himself in a white corridor. Looking through the crack in the door, Ray's eyes widened at what he saw. In front of him lay a young girl on a bed strewn with yellow flowers, and in front of her shone a bright white light. Coming closer, the guy saw a sleeping girl with white iridescent hair. Her skin was shining, and she herself was like an angel in appearance. Her hands were clasped together as if sealed with a riddle, and she herself lay motionless, impenetrable by time. The girl was wearing a white dress that left her shoulders bare. Her hair was loose, spreading over the place where she lay, adding even more mystery. Ray gasped at the beauty he saw, which seemed unnatural in this place and at this time. He immediately became transfixed, looking at the beauty of the young lady, but quickly came to his senses. The first thing he did was feel the pulse, carefully touching the girl's hand so as not to disturb her peace. Then, leaning closer, Ray checked his breathing carefully, listening to the quiet inhalations and exhalations. The pulse and breathing were normal. It remains to find out what caused her restless state. The guy took the girl's hand to continue the examination and tried to understand the problem, and he used his powerful mana to examine the body more carefully and find the disease. The guy examined every part of the body and looked deep into each vessel. Her body is fine too. She really is on the verge of life and death. Is this a joke? Ray thought, not finding the cause of the illness. Is there really nothing I can do for Ira? Ray continued to think, clutching his head. He definitely needed to learn more about the diseases of this world. But suddenly the young man noticed something. Ray listened to his feelings. He felt an unknown and unpleasant smell coming from the lying girl. Turning the lady on her side, the guy saw what was causing the unpleasant smell. There were wounds on the girl's back that didn't look like bed sores, but they were quite widespread across her entire back. During all this time, they didn't think to check the body? Ray was indignant. He couldn't understand how they hadn't even managed to fully examine the object of adoration. The wounds were large and the boy lacked disinfectants. Ray began to look around for auxiliary items. His eyes fell on a small lake and a green meadow strewn with grass. The young man made a vessel from branches and leaves that resembled a cup without handles, and he scooped up water from the bright blue lake. After placing the bowl, Ray cast a healing spell on the water. Since it was dangerous to use healing magic directly, the boy decided to purify the water and give it healing properties. He scooped up a small amount of water into his palm, and he prepared himself to treat the lady. But before that, he began to remember how everyone here treated her. Even with his good intentions, he couldn't experiment and let the girl die. I hope I don't get into trouble for touching a sacred creature, Ray thought, and set to work with full determination. The wound on his back was already covered with strange spots and was growing larger and larger. The guy thought that the elves, who did nothing and simply abandoned the lady, could not, in general, object to him. With light movements, Ray began to apply the healing water and applied small portions to each side of the wound. He did this with each affected area, carefully monitoring even the slightest changes. While the guy was treating, a bright orange sunset had already set in, and a light aroma of evening freshness could be felt in the air. Noticing this, Ray immediately hurried to get ready to go home. This is the best I could do until I figure out what was going on, the young man thought, glancing at the girl who still hadn't come to her senses. It would be worth dropping in and finding out how things were going tomorrow, he thought, realizing that caring for and treating her required constant attention. Meanwhile, the city's fortress was in anticipation of news of a new saint. The guards reported to Saint Iriel that the search was already underway and it was only a matter of time. Do you even know how many times I've heard that? The saint hissed, clearly tired of news without results. She reminded her servants not to forget her intentions and not to test her patience. At these words, the servants immediately fell to their knees and began to apologize. Forget it, said Iriel, rising from her chair. There is no longer any faith in your words, she declared, looking down at the servants. It was time to take matters into her own hands. The saint was very confident and determined to search. Ray stood over the lady and examined her affected back. The wound already looked much better, and, according to the guy, should heal by next week. As time went on, Ray would sneak into Ira's house and take care of her. First, he washed his body with purified water, then he kneaded the stiff muscles. And in his free time, he studied books from the lady's library. Sometimes Ray would look at the lady's drawings and laugh while talking to her. Every time I contacted her, I never received a response. But despite this, he talked about everything, about what he saw on the road, or what happened to Fia, even about the most insignificant little things that came to mind. And so the month flew by. "Ira, I'm back!" Ray shouted one day as he entered the chambers again. And heading towards the lady, he began to tell her that Fia had a day off today, and that's why the guy decided to have tea with her. But suddenly he noticed how the lady was emitting a strange smell, and a dark light was shining around her. Ray didn't understand anything, but his heart began to beat faster with anxiety. And he suddenly ran to the lying girl. Perhaps time was running out in a matter of minutes. Her breathing became heavy and her lips pursed. The guy noticed, completely panicked. The lady's sighs became rare and muffled. The situation became even more serious. What to do? The young man wondered. He didn't even think that everything could turn out like this. Where is this respirator? Ray began to think for a second, like in his past life. But he quickly remembered that he was not in the hospital and began to do something himself. The truth is that the only thing he could do right now was absolutely nothing. The lady continued to breathe heavily, and each new breath seemed like the last. "Ira, you can't die! Wake up!" Ray screamed in panic, shaking the girl by the shoulders. He could not understand what the problem was, because there was no external damage or lethal poisoning, and vital organs were functioning absolutely normally. The guy still couldn't understand what the matter was. There must be a way to heal her at once, Ray thought, looking at the girl. And then he came to his senses. He wasn't sure if he should use the healing. There was a risk that Ira might not be able to withstand his mana and might die. The boy looked at the lady again, trying to understand how to help her in such a terrible situation. He studied medicine so hard to save people, but at a critical moment he could not think of anything better. Still, it was worth trying to do at least something, otherwise the consequences could be irreversible. I have to do everything in my power, Ray thought, and began to accumulate mana, filling with blue light. And with a bright flash, magic enveloped the lying body, forming a healing field. From the house itself, a blue light also appeared, penetrating every corner of the room. The townspeople began to notice that it was the same as the last time the boy used magic. Ray tried his best to do no harm and to heal the lady. "Ira, I believe in you. Please hold on," he shouted in the hope that the girl would now open her eyes. Pointing his hands forward, the guy shouted a spell and, gathering all his strength, began to heal. From the power of magic, the body began to rise, and it hovered above the guy, filled with sparks and blue mana light. The light became even brighter, the magic became stronger, and the girl soared higher and higher. The elves, watching the windows of the house, did not understand what was happening. The entire house was filled with bright flashes of magic, so much so that it was difficult to see. Fia immediately thought of Ray. She quickly ran towards the house from which the light was still shining so brightly. The girl did not understand when he had time to start treatment. Even Ray is trying his best. And my fellow elves, how have we helped? Fia thought as she ran to the lady and the boy, a tear running down her cheek. The elf quickly opened the doors and burst into the room like an arrow. In front of her stood Ray, who filled the entire room with healing magic. Raising his hands up, he used all his strength to revive Ira. A bead of sweat ran down his face. His strength was at its limit. "Just a little more," he shouted and tried to finish the job to the end. Feeling the changes in the lady's body, Ray stopped, not fully understanding whether it worked or not. Ira's body hung in the air, supported like a cocoon of magic. The two looked at what was happening and begged for everything to work out. It began to get light around, and the magic began to fade. And as if by a shockwave, Fia was thrown back. Ray took the brunt of the blow and was lifted into the air for a few seconds. The guy couldn't withstand the power of magic and fell to the ground without coming to his senses. Opening one eye, he looked at the lady who already looked alive. She finally opened her blue eyes. She came to life. "Ira," Ray said, reaching out to the girl. But the strength in his body gradually faded, and the guy closed his eyes, losing consciousness. Ray began to feel some kind of dark, endless space, as if he were in water. It was very cozy, and the guy wanted to at least stay in this feeling of calm and relaxation for a little while longer. But suddenly he began to hear a voice from nowhere. "I repeat to you that this man will be under my protection," the voice said. "But Ira." This is a person. Two female voices were arguing about what the boy did. Hearing the voice, Ray understood what was being discussed. "I'm not going to listen to this anymore. While you abandoned me for 20 years, Ira continued to shout at the elder, "this man decided to do everything possible. The lady continued to argue that wasn't it funny who saved her, not those who idolized her so much, but the person who simply sincerely pitied her. Ira's voice, like a breath of wind on a quiet summer evening, enveloped the guy in warmth. Ira came from the lips of Ray, who woke up from a long sleep. He finally came to consciousness. He jumped up abruptly and his gaze, full of confusion, darted around. The guy immediately thought he was in a dream. "Man," a voice whispered from the corner of the room. "Did you call me?" Ray turned to see who had approached him, and before him, like a vision from another world, appeared the beautiful Ira. She sat like a flower and looked at the boy with curiosity and tenderness. "I'm here," she said in an angelic voice, her eyes shining and she seemed to be filled with light. Ray, captivated by the beauty and grace, could not take his eyes off her. He looked her over from head to toe. "The picture you found in the book." The girl began to speak and hugged the guy tightly. Ray did not expect this at all. "I drew it out of boredom." "No wonder it's so funny," Ira continued to exclaim, hugging and embarrassing the guy. "Did you hear?" Ray was surprised, his eyes wide, to which the lady replied that she heard absolutely everything, like an all-seeing eye. She touched the boy's face, full of surprise and confusion, and a tear ran down his cheek. "Why are you crying?" the girl asked, still softly, sincerely and gratefully looking at Ray, as if he were the most precious treasure. "Thank you. You were the only one who cared about me." The two of us sat on a white bed, and the sky was filled with scarlet. Ira asked what the boy's name was, since she hadn't known it all this time. The guy, who had already recovered from the storm of emotions, answered the question with a smile. "Ray," the lady whispered and thought for a second, and she exclaimed sharply, "What a beautiful name." It was already getting dark outside. The sun had almost set below the horizon. Ray watched from the window what was happening in the village. "Do you want to go for a walk now that you're awake?" "The elves are very worried about you," the guy asked, looking at the girl. "They have visited me occasionally for the last 20 years, but no one has really cared about me," the girl replied, expressing concern and resentment for her people. The lady's face suddenly changed to aggressive. Her anger about this would not subside in one day. Ray may have understood the girl to some extent, but he decided to lighten the mood and ask a question. "By the way, when did you regain consciousness?" Ira didn't quite understand the question. "Well, I wonder how long it took you to regain consciousness," the guy answered. "I never lost it. I was conscious the whole time," Ira said calmly. Ray was surprised for a second. "Are you saying that you were conscious from the moment you were struck by the disease?" The boy was amazed how it was possible to remain conscious for 20 years. How she just lay there without the ability to move even a finger and just waited for so long. "You really," started to say Ray. "You're a smart girl. You did it." He took the girl by the hands and tried to support her. Ira froze at his words. Her eyes began to fill with tears. She began to sob, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her expression immediately fell. The girl shared that she used to despise people. She saw them as the source of all misfortunes, and all their actions seemed to be imbued with selfishness and indifference, without knowing a drop of regret. It was this heartlessness that led Ira to decide to hate people. The girl remembered how Ray courted her, how the guy tried his best to help her, and always spoke as if he felt she could hear everything. At first, she was really furious at how the man treacherously touched her and promised to cure her. But in the end, she realized that Ray was different. He didn't want anything in return. He just gave her so much care and love. He put in so much effort. Ira remembered how Ray, not knowing that she was conscious, still talked to her. And mentally, I always answered him. One day, a guy found information about the flower dayhair in a book, and immediately thought about the flowers at the entrance. But the lady was thinking about something else. She was thinking how similar these flowers were to him, because their meaning was sacrifice and smile. A memory surfaced of Ray looking at Ira's drawings, and she mentally answered him, and was glad that someone was talking to her sincerely. Every time the guy talked to the girl, it was very difficult for Ira. She really wanted to answer at least once so that he could hear, and she didn't want more. "Thank you, Ray," Ira cried, sobbing loudly, unable to contain her emotions. The guy patted the crying girl on the back for not giving up. Ira couldn't take it anymore and threw herself at the young man with hugs. That same evening, an interrogation took place at the Viscount's estate regarding the location of the saint. "I'm sorry, but we really don't know," the Viscount mumbled, hanging his head. Iriel, not having received any information, apologized for the late reception and turned around. However, she began in a menacing voice. "If you lied and hid the saint, keep in mind that the temple will make every effort to interrogate you." The saint threw one last thing to the family and walked away. Later, Iriel held a map of the city in her hands. After searching the entire kingdom, not a single trace was found. The only place where he could be is here, the saint thought, and pointed her finger at the forest on the map. We're heading into the forest immediately. The girl gave a clear order to her guards. Night fell. The sun gave way to the moon, and thousands of stars sparkled in the sky. And what punishment awaits me from the villagers? Ray asked the lady. There will be no punishment, the girl answered. Her sentence of mercy sounded very fair after all. He was their hero. And mine too, added Ira. If suddenly someone appears who shows disrespect to you, the girl began to think out loud. I explained everything to him clearly. The girl's voice was very confident, and it was clear that she was not to be trifled with. Ray kept thinking that even though Ira had woken up, the other elves weren't in a hurry, which meant that it could only mean one thing. A stunning flow of mana that could scare everyone away. The guy was so deep in thought that he didn't hear his name being called. Pouring her mana into my body, Ira began to speak, taking the young man's hand. You held my hand all the time. At first I was very scared because I didn't know that there could be someone nearby who had mana that could affect my body. The girl held Ray's hand, stroking it slightly. She told him that when she felt his mana, she realized that there were still good people left in the world. And she asked Ray not to focus on other things and just be there. The guy was satisfied with everything and just smiled. I was wondering about something, Ira. How old are you? Ray asked. The girl didn't really like this question. It's a secret, actually, Ira muttered. Since elves live longer than humans, you are about 200 years old? The young man reasoned enthusiastically. The girl was embarrassed by the question and turned away. Or 500? The guy continued to guess enthusiastically. A whole 1,000? Ray exclaimed. But Ira immediately stopped him in his guesses. She was not that old after all. What are you even thinking? The girl screamed, upset by the joke. Having calmed down, Ira smirked, looking at the guy. It's so funny, she said. I have never experienced this. Do people call this happiness? The lady asked. And in her eyes there really was a hint of happiness and calm. Ray called her weird for being happy when she was teased. But the girl didn't care. She was truly and sincerely happy. This feeling was not particularly familiar to her because she had never been particularly interested in anything. Do you think you can be happy now? The guy asked. Only if you're around, Ray, Ira sang with a smile on her face. The guy thought about how he treated the lady back then. He constantly felt inferior. He may have been the best doctor in his past life, but in this one he is just a helpless man hoping for a miracle. The most important thing in medicine is experience. That's what you need to gain. And since the Holy Empire is now the most advanced in terms of medicine and his envoys are looking for him, there was only one thing left to do. Become a saint and gain all the knowledge and experience of the Holy Empire. Ray was sad that he couldn't spend more time with Ira, but there was nothing he could do. It seems to be getting quite noisy outside. What's going on? The two noticed and turned towards the door. Elder, please answer us something. The elves gathered around shouted. The two went out of the house to see what was going on outside. The elves screamed why they were kept from knowing that Era was in danger of death. What could have happened if the village had been attacked? Or they had been in danger of extinction? I ask you for forgiveness again. I am very sorry, this is all my fault. The elder apologized to everyone. Ray, watching what was happening, thought that it was not worth interfering yet. While I was bedridden, none of them even thought to visit me, Ira said in an icy tone, looking at the indignant elves. Disgusting, she whispered, and prepared to jump, thereby scaring the guy. And it was as if an arrow flew down, and her dress, like flower petals, fluttered in flight. In a matter of seconds, Ira found herself at the bottom and landed with light movements on the ground. Ira? The elder stuttered, moving away from the girl. Stop right now, Ira said, frowning and savage. The elves, seeing the lady, immediately began to bow and whisper her name. I can't listen to this anymore. Did any of you bother to come to me while I was sick? The girl asked. She was very angry and at the same time filled with resentment. The villagers stood in bewildered silence. Ira looked at everyone angrily. Her gaze was sharp like a blade, piercing everyone nearby. Just look at yourselves. Not one of you has lifted a finger, so why did you come here and attack the elder? The girl screamed, pointing out that everyone here is to blame. The elves remained ashamed and silent and did not know what to say. The lady made one elf speak if there was something to say. If the elder had told us everything, we would have definitely come to you, answered one of the residents. The elder immediately began to deny his words. Ray, who was watching everything, already understood that all this would not lead to anything good. How dare you? Ira was filled with enormous anger. Her gaze, her voice, and she herself radiated incredible anger. Say something like that. She screamed and was illuminated by the blue light of her own mana. Magic shone around. The girl was preparing to strike, and as if by a shockwave, it knocked everyone to the ground. The elf who spoke to Ira was pierced by magic through his body and began to convulse. He fell down lifeless, foaming at the mouth. "Ungrateful little bastards," the girl hissed. "If everyone thinks it's my fault, then I'll just leave the forest, just like you want," Ira said, looking around at everyone. The elder began to shout at the girl and stop her. After her, the rest of the elves began to dissuade and apologize while kneeling. "Ira is okay, right?" Ray thought as he watched the girl return to him. "Doesn't the departure of the leader from the elven settlement mean that they become completely defenseless?" the guy thought. But the girl still did not turn to him. "Ira," he called out, watching as the lady stood with her back to him without moving a muscle. "Are you really going to do this?" Ray asked. But Ira, looking somewhere upward, still stood with her back to the guy and remained silent. A little later, they both went into the house. "How can you disregard the authority of a high elf?" Ira continued to be angry. Her anger knew no bounds. "Do you really want to leave?" the guy asked, sitting next to the girl. To which Ira replied that it was still better than seeing them constantly squabbling. "Besides, I wasn't really noticed before," the girl said sadly, looking down. Ray tried to find out where the elf would go when she left the village. "There is one place I would like to go," the girl began to say. She'd only been looking after them for 20 years, but she was already so exhausted. "Only 20? So you really are about 1,000, Ray laughed. But the girl immediately stopped him so that he would stop mocking in an attempt to find out her age. "Please show yourself, Ira." The streets were filled with the sounds of residents shouting apologies and begging the lady to come out. Ira immediately became depressed when she heard the elves' cries. "You made this decision in a fit of anger, didn't you?" Ray tried to smooth things over and somehow cheer the girl up, but Ira said that elves don't lie, and that she really was going to leave. "You see, if they hurt you badly, it doesn't mean that they don't need you," the guy reassured the girl, trying to set her on the right path. However, Ira agreed with the young man's words. There was some truth in them. "You're right. They need me." Ray's girl supported her and began to stand up. The guy smiled and was very glad that the situation was resolved for now. "Ray, I'm wondering something." The girl stood up and asked a question a little hesitantly. "Would you like to stay here with me?" Ira's question sounded like a note of hope for a better life. But this proposal took the guy by surprise, and he looked at the girl in surprise. "Thank you for the offer, but I can't," Ray replied with a note of sadness, as if there was a slight desire to stay in the village. Ira immediately asked why he couldn't. "I need to go to the Holy Empire," the guy said clearly. The elf was surprised by the young man's words, and he said that they were already looking for him. "They think I'm a saint or something. They claim that some kind of prophecy or something like that was received about me," Ray explained, not fully understanding what was going on. Ira began to ask questions about how this was a prophecy from God, wondering that he was a saint, because he uses magic, not divine power. Ray himself didn't really understand how this happened, but it seemed to be all because he had allegedly not been baptized, a saint without divine powers. There was a huge difference between a saint and an ordinary person, the girl thought. She wondered if the guy had actually used magic when he treated her, and Ray explained that he wasn't entirely sure either, because he hadn't intended to use magic, but the situation was urgent and there was no other choice. For some reason, Ira's illness only affected her ability to use mana, but left her consciousness untouched, like a curse. It was strange how the guy claimed to have used healing to heal, which was only the first circle of basic magic, and that already showed how amazing his magic was. On top of all this, he was a saint without divine powers, making him one of the most unlikely saints in history. Ray looked at the girl with bewilderment as she considered his words. Ira sighed and returned to thinking about her problem. "I feel so pathetic that I can't decide whether to stay or leave the village." The girl breathed out her thoughts. "Okay, it's time for us to go," said the elf with a smile on her face. The two returned to all the villagers who were already kneeling and worshipping the lady. "And what can you say in your defense?" Ira asked, addressing all the elves. Everyone started saying that they had been incredibly rude and apologizing for not accepting protection. The elves deeply regretted their behavior and asked the lady to be merciful. "In that case, I give up my intentions to leave the village," Ira declared. Of course, she understood why everyone was angry at the elder, but the girl began to explain that no one wished them harm. If they knew about her condition, the humans might find out and the elves would be in danger. "However, this does not cancel your guilt," added Ira, still standing majestically in front of everyone. And since both sides were to blame, the girl thought that it was worth discussing everything and sorting out the situation, because if there was no elder, there would be no one to protect and look after the village. The elves, lowering their heads, only agreed with the lady's words. Ira nodded approvingly and was glad that everything was resolved and fell into place. And since she was no longer angry, the girl clapped and declared, "Why don't we have a feast in honor of our savior?" The boy was confused by this suggestion. "What kind of feast is this out of the blue?" At the same time, a battle was taking place deep in the forest. The guards of the Holy Empire, dressed in silver armor and swords, fought with the stone giant, calling him a brainless monster. Iriel also stood in line and gave orders not to surrender because they needed to clear a path. They had to get to the right place before the end of the day, so she fought skillfully herself, using her magic. The very next day, when the sun was shining outside, the army set up camp in the middle of the forest. "It looks like we won't reach the elven village until the end of the day," one of the saint's servants reported. "Considering that our reconnaissance party is not that big, don't you think that we have been advancing for too long?" said Iriel, who was sitting and drinking tea, and her dress and jewelry had changed to a white suit and her hair tied up. She asked what they thought about this. Since there were many monsters in this area, some difficulties arose. The guard continued to report, but nevertheless, he believed that the army was advancing at a good speed. The saint was clearly unhappy with this news and snapped that she would have gotten there much faster alone. The servant immediately began to apologize, trying to make amends. Iriel finished her tea, put the mug back, and stood up abruptly. "It seems we've had enough rest, so let's get moving," the girl gave the order. The village was filled with a festive atmosphere. A feeling of happiness was in the air, mixed with the aromas of delicious food. Rei, of course, was not particularly happy about such a feast in his honor. The entire village was decorated with balloons and garlands, and confetti was flying in the air. The guy was perplexed by such a large-scale event. The whole village seemed to sparkle with celebration. The elves were having fun and dancing to cheerful music. Suddenly, someone tapped the guy on the shoulder and called him. "Glad to see you, Rei. Everyone's probably been waiting for you," Fia shouted joyfully. She invited the young man to join the celebration. But Rei himself clearly did not expect such a scale and thought that it would all be more modest. "You are the savior of our village," the girl noted. Unfortunately, Fia herself could not stay for the holiday. She still had unfinished business. The guy asked where the elf would go. "On such festive days, the village lets down its guard." "Do you think I don't care about work?" Fia explained, grabbing her sword. "Enjoy the holiday, see you soon," the girl shouted at last and hurried to her work. Rei stood and thought about something. He also thought that everything would be fine. "Fia!" the boy shouted, calling the elf. "Let's meet tonight. Eat something tasty," Rei shouted as the girl had already gone far away. But Fia immediately forgot about her work and ran like a bullet to the guy. "Really? Are you serious?" the elf screamed, tugging at the edges of Rei's shirt. The girl admitted that this was the first time she had been invited somewhere like this. Rei stood in shock from the reaction, but at the same time he understood that she had been living in the depths of the forest all this time. Fia, clearly happy with such an offer, ran to carry out her work duties, shouting at the end so that he would not forget his words and keep his promise. Rei fell to the ground and was glad that the girl agreed to spend time together. "It looks like it's time for me to go too," the young man thought, and headed deeper into the decorated village. The elves joyfully greeted the lady's savior. The young elven girls invited him to sit with them, thereby embarrassing the guy. And the elves offered to taste various treats. Although Rei was grateful for such a feast, it was all tiring. The celebration continued, and the lady's house still stood on the tall tree. The doors to her house were slightly open. Ira sat and drank tea. "Why is the hero of the evening sitting here?" she asked the guy who was also in the house. Rei replied that he was tired from the feast and could not find another place to rest. "Then stay and rest," suggested Ira, calling the guy to the table and offering him some tea. Rei came closer and smelled an unknown smell. "It's the scent of daher flowers," he exclaimed, realizing that the smell came from the lady's drink. "Yes, you are right. This is my own way of celebrating this special day," Ira explained, and poured tea into the second mug. The guy began to try the wonderful drink. "Ira, why don't you come down?" Rei asked, wondering how the lady was sitting alone and not having fun with her people. The elf didn't expect that such a topic would come up over tea, but the guy immediately made it clear that if she didn't want to talk, then she didn't have to. "Well, I think I don't have to hide it from you," Ira thought out loud and began her story. She told that once upon a time there was a great conflict between an elf and a high elf. High elves are born already having a certain status and are considered by their nature to be more majestic beings than common elves, and therefore, regardless of their age, high elves become objects of adoration for other elves. However, one elf had a conflict with a young high elf, and she decided to leave the village. "I think you know what happened next," Ira clarified. Rei himself guessed that to prevent something like this from happening, she locked herself here. And then the girl continued speaking. But something distracted her from her story. She jumped up abruptly and looked towards the exit. "Ira, what is it?" Rei asked, surprised by the violent reaction to something. "It seems like something happened on the outskirts of the village." Ira's tone was slightly worried. It seemed that there were uninvited guests in the forest, which made the lady nervous. At first, Ray did not understand what kind of uninvited guests could come to such a part of the forest. But he suddenly thought about those who were looking for him. At this time, the guards were already near the village. What are people doing here? Fia stood ready to strike and defend her home. She didn't understand why someone had come here and brought an entire army. We are not here to fight, Iriel said firmly, standing next to the army. We just want to see the saint, she replied with a grin and without a drop of fear. Fia understood what was going on and was seriously angry that someone had wandered into the elven territory. The atmosphere was tense. The elf fearlessly listened to what the saint would tell her. Just in case, she took hold of the hilt of the sword so that if anything happened, she could immediately strike at the army. We are here to find the saint, Iriel continued to explain, her eyes reflecting calm and confidence. There is no such thing here, so go back to where you came from, Fia stated firmly. The saint came closer and explained that she only wanted to talk, and asked if the elf had seen the white-haired boy. The girl's expression changed in an instant. She realized that they were talking about Ray. Iriel, seeing the emotions, was convinced of her suspicions. So you really saw him, the saint thought out loud. But Fia immediately began to deny and say that she did not know who this saint was. The girl began to worry. The problem was gaining momentum. Iriel insisted that she had come to fight only to accompany the saint, and they will leave as soon as they finish all their business, and if the elf helps in the search, she will be thanked. Fia, not wanting to give up and reveal the boy, began to take out her sword. This made the guards tense up and begin to draw their swords as well. Since you are so warlike, then bloodshed is inevitable, sighed Iriel, making it clear that if they give her the saint right away, everything will end peacefully and no one will suffer. He saved us all. For his protection, all my fellow tribesmen will only be glad to join me, hissed Fia, her anger already at its peak. The saint sighed, seeing how aggressively the elf was disposed. If you stand in our way, a holy war could very well start, Iriel began to fear, and she asked if Fia herself wanted this. The girl was not exactly frightened by this expression, but was worried by the statement. It dawned on her that the people standing before her were from the Holy Empire. The elf had no choice but to show that she was not afraid, and with a sharp movement she drew her sword, standing in a pose ready for battle. So that's your answer? Iriel asked proudly. Fia was ready for anything, and the army itself wanted it. With one movement of her hand, the saint gave the soldiers a sign of readiness and pointed her hand at the elf. Clear the way, she gave the order clearly and stood to wait for her task to be carried out. The guards rushed towards Fia. The girl looked at the approaching army and prepared to strike. In a second, she disappeared somewhere. The guards stood there in bewilderment and began to look around in search of the elf. Out of nowhere, with a sharp movement, Fia rushed past one of the guards and cut his neck. The fighter screamed in pain and surprise. Iriel stood and watched the fight. Initially, it seemed to her that Fia had great strength, but she quickly realized that she only had a beginner level of Aura Blade. Two servant girls with magic whispered a protective spell for the fighters, and with the spell healing, they raised the guards to their feet, their armor sparkling with magic. But a sword flew into the back of one of the servants, causing her to fall immediately. The enemy closed ranks faster than we expected, the head of the army shouted, giving clear orders. But the sword pierced him so quickly that he didn't have time to understand anything. Another Holy Empire mage quickly began to heal him with magic, but the blade struck him too, and he fell bleeding. There are too many of them, and thanks to the healing magic they don't die. If things continue like this, they will easily break through, Fia thought, looking at the futile attempts to kill the army. She didn't have much strength left, and constantly healing the fighters had tired her out. There was only one way out for her, and that was to strike at the saint herself. And with a huge leap, she jumped towards Iriel. The saint stood too calmly and watched the blade approach. Fia dealt a crushing blow, but something didn't go according to plan. The saint stopped the approaching blow with her hand using divine magic. That's the difference in power, Iriel grinned sarcastically. It didn't take much effort for her to crush and break the elf's blade. Having gathered all the divine mana, the saint clenched her hand into a fist, and she hit Fia with all her might, accompanying the blow with a bright yellow flash. The elf flew off somewhere upwards, and she fell to the ground almost unconscious. Iriel was a little surprised that the elf was still holding on after her blow. Fia, of course, suffered a lot, but continued the fight and having cleared her throat, rose to her feet again. You will not pass, the girl declared, holding the injured area of the blow on her chest. The saint was only amused by such persistence from someone weaker than her. There is no need to be so stubborn, just hand over the saint to us, Iriel repeated once again, giving one last chance for a peaceful conversation. But the elf did not want to give up and took the first branch she came across in her hand and used magic to form a kind of sword. The end of the branch glowed blue, giving Fia at least some chance to fight. "You'll never get it!" the girl screamed. The corners of her mouth were bloody from the blow, but she held herself very confidently and prepared to attack. Still far? Ray and Ira ran as fast as they could towards danger. They were already close, the girl felt it. "We're almost there," she sighed as she ran. Ray kept wondering how many people were there. Did the Holy Empire really bring an entire army? Arriving at the scene, the two stood up in horror. There were bloodstains on the grass and flowers. Fia was bleeding from all the attacks, and around her stood an army waiting to strike. The elf was on her last legs, her strength was almost exhausted, and her wounds were significant. "Get out of my way, Fia, can you hear me?" the boy screamed, running towards the girl, pushing everyone in his path. Everyone present was interested in the color of Ray's hair. The army guessed that it was a saint, and they finally found him. "We came here for you, Holy Lord," they shouted in unison and fell on one knee, bowing to the boy. "Nice to meet you, Saint," Iriel introduced herself as she walked closer through the pools of blood. "I am Saint Iriel Belize." The girl was all covered in bloodstains and a little dented. Ray looked at everyone around him very aggressively. "Ira," he called out to the lady who clearly wanted to do something. The elf asked the guy to stay put and not approach the saint. "If you don't want to die, don't stand in my way," Ira said menacingly. The guards were frightened by such words. Ira helped Fia get up, asking if she was okay. But the girl kept repeating one thing, that she had to stop the saint. "Stop," Fia continued to whisper, even though she was completely wounded and without strength. Ray examined the girl and noticed that her shoulder was dislocated, and it was surprising how she was holding up alone. The guy had no choice but to set the bone through the pain. "Saint, let's go to the fortress together," Iriel exclaimed joyfully, inviting the boy to go with them. But Ray didn't even listen to her and continued to treat the elf's dislocated shoulder. He tore off a piece of his shirt and applied a bandage to the girl's bloody stomach. "Since you have been chosen by God himself to perform a great deed, it is high time for you to begin your duties," the saint continued to say, calling the boy to go with them. Ray didn't like these words at all. "Action? You said action?" The guy began to be indignant. "Exactly. Then what do you think is the point of your being chosen by God himself?" Uriel exclaimed, explaining that God's intention is to choose people who perform miracles. The guy tensed up at these words. Did these people really think that their actions could be justified by some higher purpose? But the saint claimed that initially she simply asked peacefully and tried to resolve everything peacefully, even warning in advance that she might hit. But no one listened to her. "So you're saying that invading their territory and using force to take me away is completely justified?" Ray appeared. He was very unhappy with this arrangement, to which Iriel replied that it was simply necessary. "Did you think I would just agree and follow you?" the guy snapped, showing that he was not afraid. "I would not wish to use force against a person like you, Saint." Iriel's emotions quickly turned negative. All this time, Ira couldn't believe her ears. How dare they invade their territory and cause inconvenience, and even threaten their savior? "Why don't we test what you're capable of?" the lady suggested. But Iriel only threw out words about how pathetic it was to oppose some elf to the power of the Holy Empire. This only made Ira even more angry, and she suggested checking whether she was bluffing or not. "How dare you threaten a saint? You will pay for your words," the army screamed, pointing their swords at the elf. But suddenly one soldier's sword broke in half. It was so fast and abrupt that no one understood how it happened. "Go ahead, dare," Ira added with a crazy look. She was very angry. The guards were abruptly frightened by such magic, and they fell to their knees, apologizing to the lady. The girl laughed sarcastically at their vaunted power. It seemed to her that they would hardly be able to achieve anything with such magic. "They lack faith in the Lord," said Iriel, watching the frightened army. Ira continued to mock the saint, calling her an unfortunate child since she believes that her abilities are granted by God and limits herself only to her faith in him. The saint did not like the elf's words, and she clenched her fist and prepared to strike. "You talk too much," she said and flew up to the lady. Ira confidently said the spell capture without making any unnecessary movements. The attacker was surrounded by magical chains, restricting her movements and preventing her from striking with magic. What is it like to feel the power of the Holy Empire being stopped by an ordinary elf? Ira continued to speak mockingly. Iriel bared her teeth and promised to show the full power of the Holy Empire. "I will do everything to take the saint with me, even if I have to cut him into pieces," she screamed madly. After her words, the forest trembled, and the birds flew away as far as possible. "Don't you dare say such things with your filthy mouth," threatened Lady Iriel, causing fear to appear in her eyes. While you perceive him as just a piece of meat, you cannot even imagine how important he is to me, Ira stated firmly. If I wanted, the girl's voice sounded very menacing and frightening. She could easily wipe your entire race from the earth, the elf continued to scream, but Ray stopped her. Didn't I tell you? I'm going to the Holy Empire, said the guy who had been watching the fight between the two girls all this time. The girl looked at the young man with displeasure, but Iriel was only pleased with this arrangement. But Ray had only one condition. I will go to the Holy Empire, but I have conditions, the guy began to say. The saint was very surprised how the boy could set any conditions. First, I will not be a saint for God's sake, he declared, to which Iriel immediately ran to him. The guy explained that he would become a saint because he wanted to, and that he would stop being one if he wanted to. The girl who ran up to him was very surprised by his words because how can one stop being a saint if you want to? The second condition, Ray continued, raising his hand and showing the number 2 on his fingers. If something like this happens again, I don't know what I'll do, the young man said menacingly. Iriel wondered what would happen then. Who knows? Maybe I'll leave the Holy Empire and become a saint in an enemy country. Ray shrugged his shoulders, mocking the saint a little. Iriel immediately thought that he would then become a saint who had betrayed God, and then he would simply lose his strength. Anything else? The girl asked. The third condition, give me access to all the libraries of the Holy Empire. The guy continued to voice his conditions. Iriel could, of course, easily fulfill the third request. Fourth, Ray still raised his hand, pointing to the number 4 on his fingers. I want to receive compensation for my work, clothes, food, housing. Will I have it? The guy said. The saint did not particularly appreciate all of the above conditions, but Ray was always serious about money. Iriel had no choice but to accept this. Saint, let's spit on all this. The servants have already started shouting, agitating that the position of a saint is not a reason to accept outrageous conditions. They didn't understand what kind of saint it was who wanted to be paid, and God simply made a mistake this time. The girl quickly stopped the servants from saying these words. Of all the conditions you mentioned, except for the first, we can accept everything, the saint answered, realizing that there was no other way out. But Ray shrugged and explained that the first condition was the most important. The girl no longer believed what was happening and was very puzzled by his words. The fifth condition, the guy suddenly added, and he ordered to apologize to the wounded Fia, who was sitting near the tree without strength. Sincerely, Ray clarified. The guy asked Era to let Iriel go, and the girl, losing her balance, fell. I can't do this, the saint said sullenly. Please take into account my position as a saint fulfilling the will of God. Iriel answered almost with tears in her eyes. But the guy didn't care, because the position of the elves was also taken into account in the attention. The girl said that she had no other choice because he himself did not want to go with her. Ray asked again if she refused to apologize to the elf. Iriel answered clearly in agreement. I can apologize if it is only my personal apology, but the responsibility that we bear is very heavy, and every word of mine can bring down the wrath of God. The saint brought to the attention. Really? Okay then, Ray replied with a displeased tone of voice, and he ordered to finish with this and ask his God to find another saint. Iriel was very surprised because she almost managed to take the boy with her. Let's go, Era. We need to take care of Fia, he called out to the lady, and both headed towards the wounded elf. Wait, the girl stopped the two? Just a minute, she called out to the saint again, and she began to beg him to reconsider his decision because she could have prepared everything else. Ray turned around with an angry look and only threw after him that nothing else was needed, just an apology. Iriel was already starting to cry from hopelessness. We're leaving, Ira. The guy called the girl and, taking Fia on his shoulders, headed towards the village. Is it okay for you to act like this? The elf asked as they walked. The sunset had already appeared outside and the sun was getting ready to set. She still tried to persuade him that it was not too late to get everything back and that the Empire would come running at his mere call. I don't regret it at all if they can't apologize after what they've done, Ray said confidently. It seemed to him that it would be better not to follow them. The elf was wondering why someone like him would go so far for another race, to which the guy explained with a smile that he was doing what he wanted. And when asked what he wants, he answered in a calm tone, a happy life. Isn't that another reason to become a saint? Ira asked. Well, that would be nice. But getting irritated over trifles, helping the sick or wounded is not such a bad life either, the young man noted, still holding Fia on his back. He was not afraid to be happy in a small place. Ira looked kindly at the guy and added, You are truly one of a kind. The sun had already turned orange, indicating that sunset was near. At this time, Iriel stood in the middle of the forest edge where the battle was taking place. She recalled the boy's words that they should look for another saint. Perhaps she could not understand them. Holy Lady, perhaps there has been some mistake? Asked one of the servants. The girl, very dejected, stood and thought over all the words, and taking off her cloak, she threw it on the ground. "Come back," she briefly threw an order to her army. "And I will go to the elven village," the saint declared, looking somewhere ahead. At the entrance to the village, there were two elf guards, discussing how Fia was doing, because she was very wounded. A figure dressed in a white suit appeared on their horizon and walked straight towards them. "Stop, man," they shouted and forbade anyone to come closer. Iriel raised her hands and explained that she was not here to fight, but simply wanted to visit the saint who lived in this village. The elves did not understand what the girl was talking about. In any case, they could not let a person into the village and ordered him not to approach, otherwise it would be considered a threat to attack. In that case, "Could you please tell the saint that I will be waiting for him?" Iriel asked with a bit of sincerity in her voice. The guards continued to insist on their own and did not let the saint in, telling her to go back where she came from. "Please, let me at least stay here and wait," the girl begged, at least somehow convincing him that she was safe. She promised that she would not attack or cause any harm. The elves still took pity, but warned to stay on the spot. Otherwise, one wrong move could lead to trouble. Iriel bowed in gratitude, promising not to approach, and turning around, she went to wait for the boy. "The saint she's talking about is Rei." The elves began to reason. At this time, the saint, looking for a place secluded from the bustle, went to a secluded place, hidden from everyone. She took off her shoes and dropped to her knees with ease, and closing her eyes as if renouncing the reality of the world, and crossing her arms on her chest, she began to offer a prayer to her God, entrusting herself to his mercy. A yellow light was pouring around her, and her lips whispered words of prayer directed towards the heavens. The elves wondered whether they should talk to the boy. The village continued to display festive decorations, but the atmosphere of celebration seemed to have passed like a passing breath of wind, leaving behind the sadness of recent events. Fia, bandaged and weakened, lay in bed, slowly returning to reality after the shock she had experienced. "We managed to heal the serious wounds," Rei said, stretching after work. "Now he can rest." Suddenly there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence of the evening. And when the guy went outside, he saw an elf who said that someone was looking for him right at the outskirts of the village. The guy immediately perked up and was surprised that the Holy Empire was still here and they hadn't surrendered. Rei clarified the number of those waiting for him, preparing to face the unknown. But hearing that only one young man did not understand anything at first. It was already dark outside, the moon had risen, and crickets were already sparkling in the forest. The boy came to his destination, where two elf guards stood. One of them immediately pounced on him with hugs and asked where the hero of the occasion had gone. "What kind of person was looking for me?" the guy asked, as if trying to distract himself from the annoying hugs. The elf pointed his hand towards Iriel. The girl was still kneeling and praying, radiating a bright light. Rei slowly walked towards her, preparing for any outcome. "Hey, Saint, I heard you were looking for me," he called out to the girl, coming up almost right next to him. "Don't even try. She's been like this since sunset," the guard explained. "It seems like 3 hours have passed." The guy tensed up a little. He didn't understand what she was doing. Thinking that Iriel would soon wake up, I decided to just wait. Dusk turned to dawn, and the sky had already turned bright blue. A whole night had passed. The girl seemed to exhale all her fatigue, making it clear that her prayer had come to an end. The saint stretched and loosened her neck, while Rei grumbled about what kind of long prayer this was. The guy leaned towards the girl to get her attention. "Let's get straight to the point. What are you doing here?" The young man began asking questions. It turns out that Iriel wanted to say something. "Did you come here to apologize?" Rei asked, looking at the saint with disdain. To which the girl replied that she couldn't apologize, but at least she could show respect for this place with her actions. The guy was not at all satisfied with these words, and he began to object why they should get pleasure from the presence of the one who harmed the elf. "That's not what I meant at all." Iriel immediately began to justify herself, still on her knees. She said that due to circumstances she could not apologize directly, but it would be right if she repented for everything she had done and would work until all the elves were satisfied. The girl stood in front of the guy and, with her head down, listened to Rei become indignant and say that if she left her post, the Holy Empire might start looking for her. "If something like that happens, we'll have to fight again. Have you even thought about that?" The guy continued to explain. "Of course, this was what I prayed for. Since I am in direct communication with the Almighty, searching for me with the help of his troops, the Holy Empire would not dare to undertake such a thing," explained Iriel. A certain sincerity could be heard in her voice. Rei began to doubt the saint's words, but she continued to insist on her intentions. In any case, if something turns out to be untrue, Ira will still find out about it, and it will be difficult to resist her power. Rei began to think about what he had said. Should he trust him at all? Okay, he said briefly. The guy told her to do as she pleased, but if something happened, Iriel shouldn't count on his support, and if she was asked to leave the village, she wouldn't be able to help in any way. The girl's expression immediately changed and she began to happily thank Ray. The boy headed towards the village, but the saint stopped him and asked a question. Ray turned around reluctantly. The girl felt uncomfortable asking about this. "Where can I go to freshen up?" Iriel asked, a little hesitantly. "What a pain in the ass," the guy hissed, clearly not wanting to deal with a stranger. The sun was already high in the forest. The day was bright and calm. Iriel continued to kneel and pray, surrounding herself with yellow light. The elves guarding the village's border stood and watched what was happening. They kept discussing how the girl was stuck again for the whole day and had been sitting in the same position all this time. Perhaps she was even tired. "Oh, Ray, are you going home already?" one of the guards remarked, seeing the guy with a bag in his hands. The elves were uneasy that this human woman would do something in the absence of the young man. Ray looked at the saint, thinking, what kind of god must this be that she would do such a thing for him? When the guy returned home, it was already evening. The house still stood beautifully in the middle of the forest edge. "I'm home," he shouted as he walked through the door. The frightened parents sat in front of him, stuttering, and at first not even believing that their son had returned home. "Don't pay attention to me. Continue," the guy said embarrassedly. And he quickly went to his room and slammed the door. But his parents did not want to let him go so easily and wanted an explanation of where he had been. Ray put his bag back. He flopped down on the bed, almost completely exhausted. He had been very tired over the past couple of days. And exhaling, he began to remember the days gone by. "Ray, I think it will be very useful for you to visit the Holy Empire," the guy recalled Ira's words. At first, he didn't understand her words. The elf seemed to sense that the boy wanted to get there, and was, of course, glad that he prioritized the elves and had done so much for them. But it was no less important that Ray could take advantage of the chance when it presented itself. The guy partly agreed with her words, because he had vowed to go to the Holy Empire to study medicine to ensure that there would no longer be a disease that he could not cure. The young man got out of bed, making a decision, and he began to put the books into his bag. "I can't miss this chance," the guy thought decisively. "That evening at home, I had a serious conversation with my parents." "What did you just say?" Mom and Dad asked in surprise. Sign and Isle couldn't believe that their son was a saint, and didn't understand when he said that they would have to go to the Holy Empire. Ray sat calmly and tried to explain in more detail what was going on. "You were joking, right?" the boy's mother asked, stuttering and with tears in her eyes. "I plan to leave tomorrow. I can't predict what might happen in the next couple of years," the guy answered with a little regret in his voice. But he promised to definitely return home. Sign, burying her face in her husband's shoulder, sobbed bitterly, and did not believe that their son would have to spend the rest of his life in the Holy Empire after taking holy orders. Ray, in a soft tone, with tender sincerity, promised to return. "What the hell do you mean you're a saint and have to leave?" Mom screamed, rushing to hug the boy. "Darling, why are you disturbing our child's soul with your sobs?" Isle stopped his wife from crying endlessly, as if he had already fully grasped the essence of the situation, and he too, shedding a tear, promised to do everything so that he and his wife would be safe and sound until the boy returned, and so that he would not worry and take better care of himself. The whole family was confused by this conversation. "I'll definitely take care of myself," Ray blurted out, smiling. The parents couldn't believe that their boy had grown up so much and now didn't even cry. Night gave way to morning. The bright sun appeared from the trees. Iriel continued to pray without changing her position, but her strength was already at its limit. The girl was so hungry that her stomach had already started to rumble. She didn't eat for a couple of days and just prayed the whole time. Ray nobly showed the holy field where everything that grew was edible. "And from now on, you can handle it yourself," the guy said quickly, and headed in the other direction. Iriel, clearly unaccustomed to such food, did not know what to do with the small, seemingly edible sprouts or how to eat them. She carelessly plucked a branch from which an unknown juice began to flow. The girl feigned displeasure while looking at something incomprehensible, and with a quick movement she threw the food into her mouth. But she didn't expect such a taste. "So bitter and sharp," she screamed, drooling from the spiciness. Something in my stomach began to rumble and gurgle. Iriel broke out in a sweat and grabbed her stomach sharply. The sprout was very spicy and tasteless. The elven guards watched her and were amused that the girl ate the food raw. They had, of course, heard that people like variety, but to such an extent they were very surprised. Iriel screamed and asked for water, looking around for a source of water. A small blue lake caught her eye. She flew towards the water like a bullet, and she plopped completely into the water, causing small waves with her landing. On all fours, She tried to drink water and remove the feeling of sharpness and dryness in her throat. Ariel realized that it was Rei who had set her up, and she didn't understand how to live now, knowing what kind of person he was. It was a warm day. The bright blue sky was accompanied by fluffy clouds. The girl was lying on the ground, recovering from her recent experiments with food. Maybe I should just give up and go back, the saint thought in despair and looked at the sky. But still, she couldn't go back. It was a test, and she had to endure all the difficulties. "Hey saint, get up," someone called the girl. Rei stood over her and told her to get ready to leave for the Holy Empire. The girl sat up and looked at the guy with surprised eyes. "I said get up so we can go to the Holy Empire," the guy continued to insist, to which Ariel immediately thought that he had forgiven her. But the young man quickly replied that this was not so, and he had not yet forgiven her. "Just get ready to leave. I want to say goodbye to everyone," Rei explained as he got ready to go to the village. As he walked, he caught sight of an elf who was guarding the border. "Actually, we were waiting for you. They literally just told me that Fia woke up, so hurry to her," the elf told the good news, and Rei's face changed in a second from what he heard. He immediately ran like an arrow to her house, and he quickly opened the doors exclaiming the girl's name. Fia, sitting in bed all bandaged, clearly did not expect the guy to arrive so quickly. "You finally came to your senses," Rei sang, very happy about the girl's speedy recovery. He asked her if she was in any pain and how she was feeling in general. "I'm glad to hear that you recovered much faster than we expected." Ira was standing in the doorway, but her face didn't show a happy emotion. "Era, did you come because you were worried about Fia?" Rei asked. But the lady, crossing her arms, insisted she was simply doing her duty as a high elf. Fia, seeing the elf, began to apologize for what happened. At this time, the lady noticed a backpack on the guy's shoulders, which attracted her attention. "It looks like you've already made your final decision," she said, continuing to look at his things. Rei replied that the girl understood everything correctly and that he was going to the Holy Empire, since such a chance might not present itself again. And he decided to follow the elf's advice and do everything he could. The girl was glad that he made the right decision, and understood that very soon he would leave the village. Fia screamed in surprise, but she immediately apologized to the lady for raising her voice. "Yes, child, if you're curious about anything, you can ask me," Rei exclaimed, realizing the elf had plenty of questions. "Are you mocking me?" Ira asked sarcastically, not liking this attitude. Fia asked when the young man was leaving, because she thought he would stay here. The girl was worried and did not believe that the guy would go to the Holy Empire with those people. Rei explained that he had no intention of going with them and had planned to get there before meeting them. "And for how long?" Fia asked. But the guy himself didn't know, maybe a couple of years for sure. The girl, hearing about such a short period, was immediately surprised. "Oh, I feel like I'm worrying for nothing. Be careful during your travels," the elf exclaimed with a smile on her face, not showing her worry. The guy thought to himself that he had completely forgotten about the elf's different perception of time. "Is that all you wanted to say? Do you mind if we talk a little before you go?" Ira joined the conversation. "See you soon, Fia." Rei said goodbye and headed to a secluded spot to talk with the lady. The two headed to Ira's house. "I have a gift for you, please accept it," the girl began to say, a little embarrassed. The guy joyfully exclaimed that they wanted to give him a gift and asked what it was. The elf asked to extend her hand and gently touched the boy's palm. "This seal represents me." The girl took the guy's hand with both hands and began to cast magic, explaining at the same time that this seal would serve as proof that Era is always nearby. The guy's hand was wrapped in a blue sparkling light. Rei looked at his hand and was surprised to see the symbol on his hand. It looked like either a bird with outstretched wings or some kind of staff. Ira explained that the seal was herself. Rei continued to stare at the gift on his hand. Something struck him in his thoughts. He immediately wondered if this was one of the seals that forced people to serve the elves, and that he would be kept as a slave for the rest of his life. Ira hastened to reassure that it was just a seal and there was no need to worry about it. "Yes, this mark that I left on you was created from my magic. I practically gave myself to you as a gift," the girl explained. The elf gently said that she would always be there and hoped that the seal would serve as protection during her travels. The guy looked at the seal again. "And I was pleasantly surprised by this gift." "Thank you, see you soon," the boy shouted and set off to meet adventures. While he was saying goodbye to everyone, the day had already come to an end and the sun was slowly setting below the horizon. Ariel followed the guy, not hiding her joy. Rei, on the contrary, didn't like the girl's happy mood. "Are you so happy?" he asked, turning towards the saint. Ariel was overjoyed because she would finally be able to return to the Lord, and the guy hurried to go to the Holy Empire. Rei glanced at the orange sky, which was already gradually changing to night. The setting sun sparkled behind the leaves of the trees. The guy seemed saddened by something, looking into the distance. "Do you regret anything?" the girl asked. noticing the young man's sad expression. Well, I'm still going to come back here. The guy began to speak with a note of regret in his voice, and he also asked whether, in addition, all the announced conditions would be in force. I may have to discuss the first condition you mentioned, but the rest will be fine, Iriel stated. The guy got angry again that he was again not being given precise answers to his requests, but he decided not to argue now and set off on his journey with the girl. The two walked, hidden in the rays of the sunset, and expected what a long journey it would be. After some time, they already came to the city. Ray remembered how Iriel said that before going to the Holy Empire, they needed to go to one place. We are not heading exactly to the Holy Empire, but to the Royal Path, the girl explained, looking at the map in her hands. It turns out that members of the expeditionary force are waiting for them in the city of Cilia, which is located right on the Royal Road. First, they must go to meet them, and then to the Holy Empire. Okay, it's time for us to be on our way, the saint remarked. But for some reason, she seemed very suspiciously worried about something. Ray began to think that the entire journey could take 4 days. But would he be able to get there in 1 day if he used mana to move faster? The boy began to stretch his body, as he would have to run all day, which surprised Iriel greatly. Just don't tell me you've decided to run the whole way, the saint asked, holding the horse's reins in her hand. Ray thought it would be faster this way. The girl explained that she was unlikely to be able to do something like that even with holy powers, and it would be even harder for the guy since his mana path was still small. But Ray continued to think, and with the help of mana vessels, he could reach his destination much faster than on horses. But of course, it was not polite to refuse the offer, because Iriel even bought a horse for a more comfortable journey. Okay, I agree. Wasting so much effort is simply pointless, the guy replied. The girl, having mounted the horse, reported such unpleasant news that she bought only one horse in case she needed money. The boy joined the saint, and they rode to Scilly. The two galloped through the fields and forests as the sun continued to sink further and further below the horizon. As night approached, the travelers decided to stop for a rest, and the guy decided to start cooking. With one movement of his hand, Ray cast a spell and summoned a fire for comfortable cooking and warmth. The fire blazed with red tongues of flame and illuminated everything nearby. It's incredible. You can use magic by saying just one word. Iriel was surprised at how skilled the young man was for his age. His powers were at the level of a second circle master. But for the guy, there was nothing difficult about it. And with the same light movement of his hand, he created water in the pot hanging over the fire. When the water boiled, all that was left was to add the necessary ingredients and start throwing in the twigs. The saint, remembering the taste of these incomprehensible sprouts, screamed at him not to add it. Ray continued cooking with a calm expression on his face, telling how delicious it was. Don't tell me you ate their leaves raw. Only the roots of these plants are edible, the guy grinned. Only the roots could be added to food, although the leaves contain more nutrients. But since the leaves taste too bitter and pungent, most people simply throw them away. Here, try this as an apology, said the young man, handing over a plate of food to Iriel, making amends for the incident with the field of these plants and their unsuccessful sampling. The girl took the food with both hands and thanked Ray. The contents on the plate looked very appetizing. Iriel smelled a very tasty and pleasant aroma coming from the dish. The girl scooped up a small amount of food with a spoon. And I tried the food the guy cooked. Iriel exclaimed how delicious the dish was. Ray, watching this, was surprised at how quickly she gobbled up the dish, so much so that the spoon was not even visible in the air, as if people in the Holy Empire were not fed. If you eat so quickly, your stomach will hurt. Don't rush, the guy warned the saint, who continued to devour her food. A night later, the two finally arrived in Cilia, a colorful town with small houses in front of them. And beyond that stood a large, glittering fortress that resembled a castle. The market here is simply huge, as one would expect from the Royal Road, Ray exclaimed, looking around and examining the city. And Iriel immediately realized that it was unusual for the guy to be in such places. They soon arrived at Cilia Castle, where an expeditionary force was to await them. The guy was a little worried because he was here for the first time. The young people headed towards the main gate and were also met by guards. "Welcome back, holy lady," said one of them, bowing. The guard asked who was sitting on the horse behind the girl. "This is a saint," she said, smiling. And turning around with a certain mockery, she asked the guy again, "Is it true, saint?" "I am Saint Ray," the boy declared to the bowing guard. The saints were invited to go into a certain room. It turns out that the servants of the Holy Empire were waiting for them there. They greeted Iriel. "I have completed the task entrusted to me by the kingdom of Cilia," the girl said, declaring that tomorrow they would leave for the Holy Empire and let them convey the news of their return to the officials. The servant promised to immediately report the news to the Holy Empire and begin preparing for departure. Ariel, having given her orders, suggested that Ray rest and decided to show him his quarters. The two headed to the guy's room. A luxurious white room with a large bed opened up before Ray. The room was so white and bright that it seemed to sparkle. The setting was better than many of the five-star hotels the guy had seen in his past life, although he hadn't been to any of them because he was so busy. "Do you like it?" Ariel asked, observing the young man's admiring reaction. "Are we leaving for the Holy Empire tomorrow morning?" Ray asked the girl, who was about to leave. The saint cast a suspicious glance and promised to see him tomorrow morning. Ray suspected something was wrong. The girl seemed to have something in mind. After a while, Ray took off his outerwear and lay down on the bed. He kept thinking about how to go to the Holy Empire tomorrow. He wondered what kind of empire this was, and with these thoughts he went to bed. The next day arrived. The morning was warm and bright. Ray woke up and, while getting ready, heard a knock on the door. Opening the room before him, Ariel stood there asking if he was ready to go. The girl smiled slyly and asked to follow her. "Let's meet His Majesty," she exclaimed, standing in a beautiful dress and with her hair loose. At first, the guy didn't pay any attention to the words, but then it dawned on him and he was surprised. "What did you just say? Who are we going to meet?" Ray asked for clarification. "We must meet with the King of Cilia," the saint said with a sly smile. The guy didn't expect such a turn of events and was indignant that he hadn't been warned at least yesterday. Ariel reassured the young man that he shouldn't worry about it. They would just greet the king and set off on their way. But the guy was worried about something else entirely, because he didn't even know the culture and their customs. "I thought that if I do this, you will lose all sleep," the girl continued to reassure. Ray was confused that when a saint acts like a cutie like that, it always looks very suspicious and, in general, she had already gotten on the guy's nerves. The two saints walked into a large, bright hall, strewn with columns in various patterns. "So you are the newly elected saint?" the man asked him. A fair-haired man, dressed in luxurious robes and a golden crown, sat on a throne before the saints. It was King Diagard of Cilia. Ariel bowed nobly and thanked them for allowing them to rest before the meeting, and she quietly hinted to Ray that he should also bow to the king. The guy also bowed in gratitude. He realized that the girl hadn't told him anything so as not to embarrass him before this meeting. "Please raise your head," the king asked firmly. He asked if it was true that they were returning to the Holy Empire today. "And we can return there only thanks to your grace, my lord," declared Ariel, thanking the king on behalf of the entire Holy Empire. To which the king replied that he had no merit here, since it was the empire that protected them throughout their journey. "But it is precisely because you allowed us to be in Cilia that we can return safely. So we are in your debt," the girl explained, pressing her hand to her chest and bowing. The king remembered these words, promising to certainly take advantage of the debt. Later, looking at Ray, the king asked if he was the newly elected saint, and the boy sheepishly agreed and introduced himself. The man looked the young man over from head to toe and could not sense his mana. And also looking at his body, I concluded that he has experience as a fencer. The king was very worried about the appearance of the new saint, but when he saw the young boy, all his worries and anxieties evaporated. "Just think, I was able to meet a saint and a saintess at the same time. This is a great honor for me," the king replied, looking at the two embarrassed people. "Hey, saint," Ray called out to the girl. "Isn't it time we went?" The man sitting on the throne called out to Ariel. "You said you'd repay me, right?" He began speaking, somewhat intriguingly. The girl became interested in the king's words, and he began his story, choosing the right words. He told about his cousin, the daughter of the Duke of Silos, who was ill. Many clergymen visited her, but not only were they unable to do anything, but they also could not determine what exactly was wrong with her. The king asked to visit her, but Ray secretly hoped that Ariel would refuse him. They already had a long road ahead of them, but the response in the hall was positive. "I cannot refuse your personal request, my lord," the girl replied, bowing. The king exclaimed joyfully and thanked the saint, noting that he would certainly be at peace if they took care of everything. But it turns out that this is not what Ariel had in mind when she agreed to this request. The two were walking through a small garden, heading towards the king's cousin. "Why did this journey to the Holy Empire take so long?" Ray grumbled as they walked. Ariel enthusiastically exclaimed to the boy to follow her. Because he could understand how to use his divine powers after all, he was acting for the good of the world. "Won't the journey to the Archduke's lands and then to the Holy Empire take us longer?" Ray inquired, clearly displeased with lingering in Cilia. "But after thinking for a bit, I finally came to terms with this idea. After all, the king said that someone was sick, and therefore it was worth hurrying and going to help the sick person." Meanwhile, the guards and servants were gathering for departure. "We have already managed to report to the Holy Empire that we are returning, but I cannot allow you to visit the Archduke," said one of the leaders of the Holy Empire's guards. Iriel immediately began to explain that she was in no position to refuse the king of Cilia himself. The servant asked if he would give anything in return for this service, but the girl again explained that it was payment for the king allowing them to stay and spend the night. Since he has the right to ask for this, I think we simply have no other choice. The saint's assistant exhaled and said that he would contact the Holy Empire and inform them that they would be delayed. The girl expressed gratitude for understanding and ordered that they set off immediately to save time. As they all made their way to the designated place, Ray kept thinking about how he had already seen people's reactions to his treatment and how his first patient managed to make a scene after everything he had done for him. He was curious how things would turn out this time and what the reaction would be. The crew of the Holy Empire walked for half a day, and in the evening decided to stop for a rest. They set up a small camp consisting of several tents. Ray chose a secluded spot for himself and sat near the fire, and made himself some food. But the curious still stared at him and whispered about the new saint. To everyone, he looked much better than they said, and two maids decided to come up and talk to him. "Excuse me, holy sir," they began to say, coming a little closer. The guy, distracted from cooking, raised his head to see who approached him. A girl leaned over to him and asked if he needed help. "Can we sit next to you? We're so interested in what you're doing," exclaimed two embarrassed young women. "Of course I don't mind. Please sit wherever you feel comfortable," Ray answered in a soft and calm voice. In the eyes of the two maids, he looked like he had come down from heaven. The two girls widened their eyes and became more embarrassed than usual. They thanked the saint, sat down next to him, and began asking him what he was cooking and whether this was the plant that grows in the elven forest. After all the conversations, the day was drawing to an end. The sun had almost set below the horizon. Ray kept thinking how rowdy these guys were, and while the guy was walking, stretching his back, he heard a conversation between two priests and, standing behind a tree, began to listen to what they were saying. "Is there any point in following such a young man?" one of them said, and Ray became wary. They discussed how he was just a child who did whatever he wanted, and even set some conditions for the Holy Empire, and also recalled how some elf slapped the Holy Lady. The guy, listening to all this, was indignant at how normal it was for them to gossip like that. And the two continued to discuss that when they arrived in the Holy Empire, everything would become clear, and that in general he was most likely a fake. But suddenly, Iriel intervened in their conversation. "What did you say about me and the saint?" she asked menacingly, smoothly approaching the two. "The saint is just a fake?" she asked again with a crazy look. Ray stood behind the tree the whole time and listened to Iriel scolding and saying whether the servants really believed that a simple apology could resolve the situation, and, in general, if she found the conclusions not convincing enough, she didn't even know what would happen to them at her will. One servant girl fell on her knees and began to tearfully beg for forgiveness, and cried that she should not have said such things. "You're apologizing to the wrong person. You've decided to disrespect a saint chosen by God himself, and you won't apologize properly," she screamed throughout the forest, scolding the offenders. And already muttering under my breath, I thought about how there are people who cannot apologize, no matter how much they want to. Ray, hearing her thoughts out loud, realized that the girl was talking about herself. He, of course, knew how heavy and oppressive the title of saint was for someone so young, and he understood that the girl was aware of the weight her words carried for other people. This feeling was very familiar to the guy because, in his past life, he was called a genius surgeon. Ray, after all his thoughts, decided why not come out of hiding. "It was hard for me to listen to all this," he thought out loud, coming out from behind the tree. "So this is who you think I am," he began to say, frightening the others with his exit. The two debating saints fell to their knees, explaining that they had misunderstood everything. But the guy began to reason that they were not so wrong, since it seemed that he would become a saint, even if he did nothing for it. By the way, Ray didn't have any holy powers or anything he could do when he arrived in the Holy Empire. Even if he was chosen by God himself, it seemed like he would be perfect for the role of a fake saint. "Isn't that what you've all been thinking?" the young man asked everyone, confusing them with his question. "Of course not. Who would think that of you?" Iriel began to justify herself, screaming, claiming there were reasons for it, since God had chosen him as a saint. "Wait, who said that God chose me for some reason? I mean, there are many people in the Holy Empire who will think that way about me," Ray blurted out, reasoning that even if that was the case, he still couldn't do anything. The guy asked permission to decide the fate of these people himself, since they were gossiping about him, to which he received a positive answer and also asked what would happen to them if he wanted to punish these people. "The heretic inquisitors can take them away, or at worst kill them," the chief priest declared. The two guilty men looked at Ray and begged for mercy, shouting that they had not thought about their words. The guy thought about what he should do. "I'm sure there are many more people who have ridiculed me than those present here, saying that I'm a fake, an insolent brat, or that I have no right to be a saint, he said, coming to a more reasonable solution. After all, everyone was not far from the truth. Everyone present thought that he was very young, that he had neither power nor abilities nor support among his own people. That's why I'm going to the Holy Empire for a couple of years to prove my point to everyone, including each of you, he explained. But many did not understand his words and wondered what he meant. Ray explained that he would make sure that everyone who talked about him behind his back would regret it, and hoped that the people who insulted him would remember this moment. And to secure today's promise, he ordered that the two offenders not be punished. These servants immediately began to apologize and say that they should have thought twice before insulting. I hope that in the future you will regret the decision you made more, and in order to achieve my goal, I will do everything to restore the honor of the Holy Empire, the guy proudly declared with a slight smile on his face, as if he believed in his goal 100%. It could take years, as Ray didn't know how long it would actually take him. However, he wanted to do everything in his power, so that all who condemned him would regret what they did today. The people standing in front of him looked at the boy in surprise, and at once everyone knelt down and worshipped the new saint. A little later, Iriel came to see Ray to tell him how impressive his speech was. That's how, so that you regret what you did today, she recalled the guy's words with mockery, thereby embarrassing him. The girl noticed a pot on the fire in which the same dish they had eaten last time was being cooked. The guy had to cook it again because the priest had managed to eat his portion. After everything that happened, I'm terribly hungry. Would you like some? The young man offered Iriel's dish. She, remembering the taste of the food, happily agreed. Hey look, a shooting star, she shouted to the boy as she watched the sparkling star fly across the sky, leaving a glowing tail behind it. I won't have the chance to see the night sky for a long time. Don't you think it's a great stroke of luck for us to see a shooting star? The saint asked, looking up at the passing star, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Ray wondered how in a past life his name had a similar meaning to a shooting star. But in the current one, he was given the name Ray. By the way, I remembered that in my homeland they say that if you see a shooting star, your wish will definitely come true, the guy said, fondly remembering his home. Iriel apparently took the boy's words directly and began to pray over the passing star. The two looked at the sky and held a bowl of food in their hands, and the girl remembered that in the Empire there was a similar superstition that if you see a shooting star with someone, you will be able to die happily with them. Ray took the phrase, to die happily, with surprise, although he, of course, did not believe these stories. Two saints sat next to a fire and watched the numerous stars in the sky, which were flying somewhere down, and the guy thought about what it would be like to die happily. The night passed and the morning came. The crew of the Holy Empire continued on its way without stopping. Holy, holy, we can already see the Duchy of Silos, shouted Ray and Iriel, who were riding in a gilded carriage. Soon, they were supposed to enter the lands of Silos. A passing priest on horseback asked where they should go first when they arrived, and the girl told them to go straight to meet the Duke. They didn't have much time. They need to try to cure the king's cousin as quickly as possible and immediately go to the Holy Empire, because it will be hard if the saint is late for the baptism. When the two arrived, they were led into a large hall where the Duke sat on a throne and greeted the saints. I cannot express how happy I am that you have come such a long way for my daughter, the Duke of Silos exclaimed joyfully. We, the saints, exist to give God's blessing to those in pain. So please do not worry, Iriel said, while the boy stood there looking at the man, embarrassed. The Duke, apologizing in advance, asked to examine his daughter as soon as possible, because no matter how much he loved her, it was painful to see her suffer. I understand. We can check her condition right now, the girl said, to which the man joyfully promised to do whatever they wanted if they cured the patient. Ray had been watching the whole time. He was surprised at how much they believed in the saint. In his opinion, she had impressive skills both as a saint and as a person. The young people were taken to the room of the Duke's daughter. Mistress Layla, the saint has arrived, said the maid, opening the door to the room. Entering the room and seeing the sick two-room apartment, the two saints stood up in shock at what they saw. Ray didn't understand what he saw at first. Half of the patient's body was covered with red spots. The lady sat in bed with her eyes downcast, the stains covering exactly half of her body from head to toe. The guy thought they were erythematous papules, or more accurately, a severe case of dermatitis herpetiformis, and was shocked why no one took action at an early stage of the disease. Layla started to cover herself with the blanket, thinking she looked disgusting. Please, can you give me your hand? Iriel asked, stepping closer to the bed and extending her hand. The girl carefully took the sick woman's hand. From now on, everything will be fine for you, Iriel answered softly and began to use her healing magic. The room was illuminated with yellow light. The saint, clasping the girl's hand with both hands, calmly did her work. The spots on Layla's body seemed to disappear. "Unbelievable holy powers!" the Duke screamed, shielding himself from the overly bright flash of light. Ariel, having finished using magic, gifted the sick woman with clear skin. There was not a single spot left on her body. Layla looked at her hands and couldn't believe what was happening. "My hand is healed," the lady said, crying and examining herself. "I'm sure you were very worried this time. Now everything should be fine," Ariel said, calming those in the room. "Daddy!" the girl screamed and jumped into the Duke's arms. "Thank you so much. You truly are a saint." "My daughter's suffering has continued for the last 8 years. I've already given up," said the Duke, almost crying, still hugging his daughter. "No need, it is still God's will," the saint answered with a smile, pleased with her work. All this time, Ray watched what was happening. At first, it looked like a skin disease that required long-term treatment. But just think how the saint healed with a simple touch. The guy wondered if medicine was really pointless in this world. A whole day passed and evening came. The two saints were still in the duchy. In honor of Iriel's deed, a sumptuous table was set with exquisite dishes. "You really didn't have to. This is much more than we asked for. Thank you for the treats," the girl thanked. And Ray, sitting next to her, clearly drooped and thought about something. "So the rumors were true. I knew the saint was impressive, but even words understate her work," Lord Hopple said, holding a glass of wine in his hand, thanking from the bottom of his heart for being able to cure his sister. It was an honor for Iriel, and she promised to ensure that the gratitude of the Duke and his entire family reached the ruler of Gaia safely. Ray sat there looking sad and just staring at his plate. "You didn't say a word during dinner. Did our dishes not suit your taste?" the man asked the boy, sounding concerned. "Oh, it's not that. I was just thinking about something," the guy answered, putting on a fake smile. Iriel hastened to ease the tense atmosphere and explained that the guy, like a saint, had many thoughts that troubled him and asked him not to worry. "Saint, what happened? Is something wrong?" she whispered to the young man, to which Ray replied he was simply tired. The saint recalled how they had agreed to spend the night in the castle and suggested that the guy rest. But the young man was completely lost in his thoughts. He wondered why he had shed all this blood and tears to become a doctor. Although he was able to revive himself with his memories intact, none of them are applicable in this world. Has Ray really forgotten about his past as Shin Yu-sung and is simply living a new life as Ray? When everyone had gone to their rooms, there was a knock on the guy's door. He heard that Iriel had come to him. "Saint, I'm not sure if I'm wrong, but please don't lose faith in yourself," she said, standing behind closed doors. "Everyone has moments when they doubt themselves. I hope everything that worries you does not destroy what you have worked on." The girl continued to broadcast her thought. She was truly worried about the saint. And finally, the lady said that, unlike the restless and tired version of you now, she liked the usual prickly but funny side of the guy more. Ray began to think about what he had said. He sat on the bed thinking about the phrase, "Don't lose faith in yourself." And it's true, even though the guy is now Ray, he's still the former Shin Yu-sung. "Then I just have to find something that only I can do," the boy thought decisively. "So, what I'm trying to say is that..." The guy opened the door just as Iriel was still talking. "You shouldn't give up," the girl finished saying, looking at the guy. "Thank you. You helped me a lot," Ray replied, standing in the doorway and smiling sincerely at the saint's kind words. The guy decided to ask Iriel a question. "Is this the first time you've tried to cheer someone up?" The next morning, a piercing scream was heard in the castle. What does this mean? Yesterday, she was fine. The screaming continued in the Duke's daughter's room. The man, hugging Layla, ordered that the saint be brought quickly. After a while, Iriel appeared, not understanding what was happening. The symptoms had returned, the Duke explained in a worried voice. The girl did not understand how the treatment did not work and why the symptoms returned again and decided to try to cure Layla again. She went to the lady, receiving permission to try again. But suddenly, Ray stopped the girl. A saint? She was surprised to see the boy heading towards the sick woman's bed. Layla was embarrassed that someone unfamiliar approached her and quietly asked him not to look at her. "Layla, could you please give me your hand?" Ray asked, extending his hand. As a doctor in his past life, he wasn't at all creeped out by the sight of the girl covered in spots. The Duke, watching all this, began to be indignant at how the newly minted saint could cope with something that even the saint herself had not done. "If I'm not mistaken, I'm the only one who can cure her at this stage of the disease," the guy said very confidently. The man did not quite understand the boy's words, and Ray explained that any treatment that the saint would use would not work. They could of course ask the saint to heal the girl again, but the condition would return after some time. "What the lady needs most now is not the power of a saint," the guy continued to assure the Duke of his intentions. She needs my treatment, the young man stated confidently. Although the man had heard that the boy did not possess any holy powers, he asked what exactly he was going to do. My treatment has nothing to do with holy powers. I use all the information I know to get rid of this disease, Ray explained. Layla began to agree with the guy, saying that if they didn't trust him, she no longer believed they would be able to find another way to cope with the disease. We are ready to try everything you suggest if it helps improve the condition. I want to believe in a saint. The Duke's daughter continued to believe in the guy. The man exhaled, accepted his daughter's wishes and gave her the right to treatment. And he also asked with all his heart to help his daughter. I am confident that I will cure the young lady, he replied full of confidence. The next day, the guy decided to find out the reason for the lady's skin condition. The first point was hygiene, since it is the most important component of health. But if we consider that blankets, tablecloths, and clothes are washed once a day, then poor hygiene could be excluded from the possible causes of illness. Also, considering that the castle was protected by a magical barrier, it is unlikely that the cause could have been parasites that appeared from outside. However, the guy noticed one problem, which was in her diet. All the dishes she ate every day had one similar ingredient in their composition, and it was flour. In this world, bread is not only the most consumed product, but even meat dishes here are usually accompanied by side dishes that contain flour. Moreover, Layla's condition worsened precisely when she ate, and because of this, he had one suspicion. Flour contains an insoluble protein called gluten, and her condition was gluten sensitivity dermatitis, which is also known as an allergic skin condition that is not very difficult to treat. Unfortunately, the only problem was that there were no useful medicines in this world and no developments in the field of medicine. Since it was quite problematic to prepare medicine from plants unfamiliar to the guy, even if it took a long time, the only thing Ray could do was change his diet. From now on, exclude from your diet everything I mentioned, he ordered the castle servants, handing over a piece of paper. The day passed, and the sun was already shining brightly in Layla's room. The girl was sleeping when suddenly there was a knock on her room door. "Madam, this is Ray. May I come in?" A voice came from the door. The girl invited the guy to enter the room. It turns out the guy came to check on the condition of the Duke's daughter. He noticed that it had become even worse than before. Apparently, the young man was right about his guesses. There are several points that I am going to tell you about. He began to talk about all the recommendations, coming closer to the girl. He said that from that day on, the lady should avoid any products containing flour, such as bread. And even if the girl's body itches, it should not be done under any circumstances. Layla was very surprised by such recommendations because bread was the most consumed food in the castle, and it was also the girl's favorite food. At first, she even thought that the saint was deceiving her. The lady suggested using magic, maybe it would help again. But Ray explained that all he said was a type of treatment, and that something else needed to be done to prevent the spread of the disease. We will pierce all the blisters once a day, and I will do it myself. Since I will still need to check your condition. Ray finished telling all the treatment recommendations. Having explained everything, the guy asked Layla to rest, because the most important thing in treatment is to rest well. But the girl wondered whether her skin condition would improve if she didn't eat bread, and whether there was any point in following such a diet. A little later, Ray left the room and met Iriel, who was interested in the lady's condition, to which the guy replied that it had worsened. "Saint, I understand what you're getting at, but don't you think it would be better if I just heal her again?" the girl asked, offering to use her magic again. But Ray explained that while the condition could be cured by the saint, the symptoms would still return after a while. Iriel, not fully understanding the essence of the treatment, wondered if changing the diet could cure the disease, then why they didn't do it from the very beginning. "I truly believe in you, but the king doesn't trust you too much," the girl said, noting that they were not in a situation where they could stay in the castle for long. Ray completely agreed with the saint's words and looked at the saint with a pitiful expression, making it clear that more time was needed for healing. But Iriel screamed that she couldn't do anything about their circumstances and asked them not to look at her like that. But the guy was worried not only about this, he was worried about whether he would be able to cure Layla at all. And it was important that this would determine how Ray would treat patients in the future. "1 week, give me 1 week, he said. But Iriel clearly didn't like that length of treatment. "And then I am sure she will be completely cured," the young man added confidently. Iriel exhaled and realized that they had no other choice. But the next day, problems with Layla's treatment began. "You're not even close to the amount of water you should drink today," Ray yelled, while the girl screamed back that she wouldn't drink that much water, even though she was supposed to drink 3 liters a day and a total of 21 liters a week. The girl continued to scream that she wouldn't drink and how water would help her at all. The young man explained that drinking plenty of fluids helps with allergic reactions, because when foreign matter enters the body, the immune system produces a chemical called histamine. It is produced in response to the body's defense against foreign substances entering it. In people suffering from allergies, this chemical substance is produced in excess and can have a detrimental effect on the body. When this happens, by drinking enough water, the body's cells will function properly and the effects of the allergic reaction will be reduced. Ray began to pour water into the girl, and at this time, Layla was thinking what a saint he was to use such methods of treatment. So 4 days passed, the days passed calmly and monotonously. Lady Layla hated it when Ray imposed restrictions on flour consumption and forced her to drink water constantly. However, she decided to trust him anyway, since she simply had no other choice. And as a result, her skin condition improved at an incredible rate. I really felt a lot better when I started drinking more water and stopped eating bread, the girl said in a happy voice. But Ray reminded them that they still need to be careful and follow the prescribed treatment. The girl was very happy with the result and already agreed to all the conditions. Although the guy was worried that people in this world would react completely differently, it seems there is no need to worry now. And the question of Layla's healing was only a matter of time. At least that's how it seemed. Until, on the 6th day, everyone ran into the same problem. Layla started experiencing withdrawal symptoms. In this world, flour is a staple food for humans, and although it can sometimes be avoided, the appearance of withdrawal symptoms was entirely expected. However, if the lady continues to use flour until the treatment is completed, then all the efforts made by the guy will be in vain. The only way to help her cope is to switch her attention to something else. Eventually, Ray came up with an activity and decided to carve chess pieces. When Iriel saw the figurine, she didn't even understand what game it was for. The guy showed the carved figure closer. "What do you think about when you see this?" he asked, holding a playing piece in his hand. The girl saw only something that depicted the Holy Empire, and the figure also looked like a crown to her. Something dawned on the guy after the saint's answer and he ran away, calling the girl to follow him. "How dare you abandon me like that?" Iriel grumbled as she watched the boy run away. It turns out that Ray ran to the Duke's son's room. Lord Hoppel was sitting with Layla and asked why the boy was looking for him. "What I'm about to show you will help you cope with Lady Layla's withdrawal symptoms. And that's what I want you to help me with," Ray said, taking something out of his bag. "You mean what you have in your hands?" the Lord asked, looking at what the boy had pulled out. In front of them stood a chessboard with black and white pieces. Everyone in the room except the guy didn't understand what chess was. But Ray explained that the rules were simple. All you had to do was capture the enemy king by moving your pieces around the board, so the game could show who was the best commander. However, there are rules for how each of these pieces can move around the playing field, the guy said, showing each piece to everyone sitting there. Ray began by explaining the king piece, which, like a real king, acts nobly and minimizes all unwanted movements, so it can only move one square. But the queen is completely different from him. Until she is captured, she can walk as she pleases, Ray continued to explain. "How interesting that, although the rules are simple, there are so many variations of moves," exclaimed Lord Hoppel, believing that this game, with its rather complex system, would be useful even in real military training. Having finished explaining all the rules, the guy invited Lady Layla to play against the saint. Two girls sat opposite each other. "So shall we play?" Iriel asked, exclaiming. "Of course I won't stand on ceremony with you," the lady answered with some irony. Luckily, the game seems to have caught the girl's interest, and while she's engrossed in it, she won't even remember the withdrawal symptoms. "Check. Isn't that what I'm supposed to say?" It rang out in the middle of the game. "What is this?" "This is the might of the Holy Empire of Gaia," Iriel cried out, rejoicing at her victory. She began to laugh sarcastically at the lady, suggesting that she simply surrender, promising to spare her if she became her subject. "I lost," the lady said sadly. There was sadness in her voice. But suddenly the Lord stood up for her and offered to play a game with the saint, wanting to avenge his sister. "I welcome any challenge," said the girl, giving way. Ray, watching what was happening, thought that everything was even better than he expected. It seemed like everyone liked the game. This time the black pieces won. That is, Lord Hoppel won and put the holy check in check. "And the Duchy of Silas isn't so simple," he taunted, while Iriel couldn't believe her defeat. "Come on, Saint, I'll show you what our duchy's made of," the man ordered, confident in his victory. Until that moment, the guy thought the game would be a good way to distract Lady Layla from her withdrawal symptoms. However, further events developed in the most unpredictable way. Hoppel demonstrated the game to the Duke of Silos that same day. "Yes, this game is built on a complex system and is simply perfect," the Lord exclaimed to his father. The Duke was surprised how the saint came up with such a magnificent game. He immediately realized that Ray was a child chosen by God himself. After the Duke became interested in chess, Things took a very strange turn. A week later, Ray noticed a strange picture. The servants were sitting on a bench and playing chess. They cut out the figures themselves, which surprised the guy greatly. He noticed that absolutely everyone plays chess. Even though chess was supposed to be a game to help Layla cope with withdrawal symptoms, how things had come to this, Ray never would have thought that the castle of the Duchy of Silis would be captured like this. After a while, the Duke ordered 2 saints to be called. "We are here as you wanted," said Iriel, standing with the guy in front of the man sitting on the throne. The Duke kept thinking about how the saint had managed to alleviate Layla's condition in just 1 week, and also invented a magnificent game called chess. All of this was very surprising how a boy of such a young age was capable of such a thing. "I want to thank you for what you have done," the man stated, sincerely thanking the two for all they had done. He also said that as a father it was very difficult to watch his daughter get sick, and once again expressed gratitude for saving Layla from her illness. "There is no merit in all this on my part. You should only thank the saint for his treatment," Iriel clarified, pointing at the guy. "Don't underestimate what you did for her. But it's true that I should be more grateful to the saint," the Duke said with a smile on his face. And as an apology for his rudeness, the man decided to give Ray a gift as a sign of gratitude and ordered him to bring out the box. The guy came closer, asking what kind of gift it was. Opening the box, he saw a gold ring with a shiny blue stone. And as the Duke explained, it was passed down from generation to generation. They received it when they saved the dwarf. Ray stood up in shock, because it was a family treasure. "I can't take something so valuable," Ray thought out loud, but in his mind he was already squealing with happiness for such a rare gift. The guy was asked to try on the ring and put it on his index finger. The jewelry was certainly very beautiful, but unfortunately, the ring was too big for the guy and he won't be able to wear it on a regular basis. Suddenly, the ring abruptly shrank to fit the young man's finger, and he screamed loudly at what he saw. But even though this ring was the result of a dwarf's work, it was probably capable of more. "Thank you for this wonderful gift," Ray said sincerely, thinking that even the dwarf who created this ring would be happy to hear that its owner was a saint. The Duke remembered that the saints were leaving for the Holy Empire tomorrow. He offered to sponsor the trip to make it as comfortable as possible, and once again thanked the young people for everything. So the day passed, and the night remained before departure to the Holy Empire. The 2 saints sat together in the room and discussed how well everything had turned out. But Iriel realized that such a luxurious gift was a plan to lure Ray to the Duke's side. The guy didn't understand why he had such gloomy thoughts. But suddenly there was a knock on the door, surprising the two with such a late visit. The door opened slightly, making the saints increasingly curious about who could come at such an hour. The Duke's children stood before them. The Lord apologized for the late visit, and the lady stated that they had only just learned that the saints were leaving the castle tomorrow. Who would have thought that the saint and saintess from the stories would not only meet us, but also help heal my sister and invent chess? "I would like to thank you for everything you have done for us," said Lord Hopple with a kind look. But Ray said that this was too much and there was no need to thank him so much. The Duke's children invited the 2 of them to join a night picnic under the star-studded night sky. "Sounds wonderful, what do you think?" Iriel declared, asking the boy's opinion, to which the young man also agreed to go on the picnic. Layla and Hopple were very pleased with their positive response and suggested that they leave a little later while they prepared everything. "We'll be waiting!" they shouted as they ran off to prepare for the night's feast. Iriel laughed at what was happening. "Isn't this a farewell party for us? I just find it funny and sweet," she said, beaming with happiness. The girl explained that because she was busy with the affairs entrusted to her by the Holy Empire, people seemed to be afraid of her, so she never had the opportunity to establish this kind of relationship. "I've never experienced such a feeling before," the girl answered softly, smiling at what was happening. Ray remembered the day they first met. In his eyes, Iriel was cold and blinded by her goals. She was also incredibly tough. But now the old Iriel is no longer there. And although she asked the guy if the world around them had changed, what had actually changed? "How long are you going to stand like this?" "Shall we go?" Ray asked, his curiosity overwhelmed by what awaited them. The boys went to a well-lit garden decorated with flowers. "It may seem that we haven't prepared much, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is that we all gathered here together and sang Layla and Hopple in chorus, trying to please the saints." Ray, noticing the flower treats, told the lady that she would have to follow a diet even after leaving, and that if she ate flour, the disease would return. The girl was worried that she was not completely cured. But the young man reassured her and explained that since the body was reacting and the particles of poison were present, it would be difficult to completely cure the disease. "But what if you continue the diet for, say, 5 years? You'll feel much better by then," the guy suggested, but Layla was already in deep shock at hearing that she wouldn't be able to taste her favorite bread and other flour-based foods for 5 years. Their conversation was interrupted by the Lord, who said that there was something else they had prepared. Raising a finger up and shouting the spell light, a flash flashed across the sky. And then a bright fireworks display was heard, accompanied by sparks and flashes. Ray watched the beautiful fireworks display with warmth in his heart. Hopel was glad that everyone liked everything. And for some time, the four of them sat on the carpet and watched the wonderful end of the day. "Didn't you spend a lot of mana on something so impressive?" Ray asked the Lord. But he said he simply wanted to do his best during their last meeting. The guy smiled. He was pleased with how warmly he was being treated. "In that case, allow me to return the favor," he said, preparing to use his magic. "Light!" he shouted and raised his hand up. A blue light burst from his hand. The air around him sparkled, and in the sky there was a fireworks display that was many times larger than the previous one. It shimmered with different colors and was brighter, bigger, and more beautiful. The fireworks were visible from every part of the castle. The Duke, with a glass of wine, looked out at the beautiful view from his room. "Holy shit, this is just amazing!" Layla screamed with joy, clutching her head with both hands. The sister and brother admired this understanding of magic. They will definitely remember this for the rest of their lives. "I'm glad I could give you both such wonderful memories," Ray replied, smiling at the two young people. But in his thoughts, he thought about how, because of the convenience of using magic, he abandoned his own views and beliefs, but was still able to prove to himself that medicine works in this world. The guy was able to make new acquaintances and create new memories, and promised himself to do everything to save as many people as possible. Finally, Ray and the escort team headed to the Holy Empire of Gaia. Despite the long distance, with the Duke's support, they were able to complete the journey without any problems. The escort team was already aware that this power was exerted only thanks to Ray, and that over time, his status increased. The guy had already begun to get used to such camping conditions. One day, one of the priests came to the guy. "We were very inspired by the game of chess that you invented, and decided to form a group to learn the game and develop strategy," the girl said, holding a chessboard in her hands. A group of people stood before him asking him to teach them how to play chess. Ray thought, why not? He was bored anyway. "But know that I won't give in to you, even if some of you are complete beginners," the guy warned, placing the pieces on the board. The clergy were a little frightened by this statement, and so the escort squad's chess tournament began. Ray managed to checkmate the sweet girl in 4 moves. The formidable guard was completely disappointed by checkmate, because no one in the squad had any idea that Ray had participated in world chess tournaments in the past. Everyone lost to him in 7 moves, and some even in 4. So the guy became invincible and left an indelible impression. In addition, the opinion of the accompanying team has improved. So another day passed. It was evening. Everyone in the camp was in their tents. In the morning, as soon as the sun rose, the detachment continued on its way. "Why do I feel like we haven't made any progress?" Ray asked the saint as they rode in the carriage. Iriel explained that once they get past this section, everything will become much better, and from there, it won't be far to the Holy Empire. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. The guard outside screamed. A group of ogres stood in the squad's way, and the guards began to prepare for battle. "It seems some monsters have appeared." "Are you sure we shouldn't help?" Ray asked, glancing outside. But Iriel was confident the knights would quickly deal with the obstacle. The guy continued to insist on help in the fight, because that way they could continue on their way faster. "Besides, if we start moving, the knights will have to change their positions to protect us," the saint explained, sitting calmly in her place. The guy was surprised by such indifference and still decided to trust the knights of the Holy Empire. At this time, there was a battle with the giant. The brute threw stones at the knights, knocking them off their feet. The leader of the knights, sitting on his horse and drawing his sword, galloped towards the enemy. "You're a good guy. I didn't think I'd have such a hard time with a regular ogre," the man growled, wanting to knock the brute down. "Central squad, form up to protect the priests and priestesses," shouted the attack squad leader, a man named Hario. He ordered that the ogres not be allowed to approach the saints and did not notice the approaching large fist. Hario turned around and didn't even have time to do anything. The ogre's fist came closer and closer. The situation was saved by Ray, who at the last moment used his magic to put up a huge shield. "I thought going out would be a good idea," he exclaimed, pleased with his work. "Holy Lord, it's not safe outside," the commander shouted and ordered them to leave immediately. But the guy calmed everyone down, saying that everything was fine, and noting that the ogre turned out to be stronger than the knights thought. Ray, gathering all his strength, delivered a magical blow to the 3 thugs who were running forward, shaking the ground. Having collected his thoughts, the guy used a triple spell. Binding, Earth Spear, and Fire pierced the enemy thanks to the boy's powers. Harriet almost fell off his horse from surprise. "Thank you. I have been blessed by your protection," the man said with great gratitude. But Ray asked not to worry about it, because they should all help each other. The captain remembered that the saint was about 15 years old and could not believe how he could use magic of such magnitude, using a fourth circle spell, like an earthen spear, with just one word, and also using binding and fire at the same time. All these actions greatly surprised the man, because how could he, at his age, be at the level of a fifth circle mage? "Holy Lord," Ariel called out to Ray. "Why don't you stop spreading rumors about what a genius mage you are?" the girl demanded, clearly unhappy that she would be sidelined because of the boy's abilities. Ariel also noted that something was wrong. The ogres simply couldn't be that strong. "I have a bad feeling about this. We need to move before more monsters come running," the girl blurted out. But Ray stopped her, pointing to the approaching new enemies. Green goblins were advancing towards them. "Who would have thought that simple goblins would hinder our journey to the Holy Empire?" said Harriet, staring at the ugly enemies. He immediately ordered the knights to take care of the problem. "Die, goblin bastard!" one of the knights shouted and ran towards the goblins, swinging his sword. The small freak jumped right above the fighter. The knight didn't expect the goblin to be able to dodge, and received a blow from the enemy. The guard of the Holy Empire received a large scratch on his chest from which blood was oozing. The little goblin stood with a sly face and grinned at the defeated fighter. "They look much stronger than regular goblins," Ray remarked as he watched the defeat. The two saints stood up in very confident fighting stances and decided that now it was time for them to intervene in this matter. Ariel stood up very confidently, and she stunned the evil enemies with her magic, throwing them back from the shockwave of magic. She spun around as if in a dance, filling with light and dispersing the pests. At that time, the guy thought that the saint would be physically stronger than him. While he was thinking, a goblin was already flying behind him. But the young man didn't need much effort, and with the help of the Windblade spell, he threw the small enemy back. "No matter how many of them we destroy, they continue to appear," Ariel said firmly, pressing her back against the guys. The two saints thought how good it would be to get rid of everyone at once. "Hey, goblins!" Ray shouted to get the monster's attention. He started making faces, provoking the green enemies, and they really clearly didn't like the boy's behavior. They bared their teeth and lowered their ears in anger. A pack of monsters rushed at the guy, who continued to fawn and writhe before them. The girl stood there at that time and did not understand what he was doing, thinking that it was some kind of magic trick. Ray ran like an arrow to lure everyone to one place, and the goblins continued to chase him, growling aggressively. The guy ran to the tree and stopped. Having looked around at everyone, he didn't even think that there were so many monsters. The young man wondered if he was far enough away from the escort team. "Fireball," Ray said the spell and summoned a burning glowing ball on his hand. The goblins began to laugh at the boy's abilities, which they considered small. But this only amused Ray. He decided to show his full power and hit a whole bunch of goblins with fireballs, who were not expecting such an attack. "You understand the situation you're in right now, right?" Ray asked the monsters ironically, holding his strength in reserve. The green harmful enemies did not understand what was about to happen, and suddenly there was a powerful flash of fire, knocking down everyone in its path. It was a huge explosion of incredible proportions. It was so strong that the shockwave even reached the Holy Empire squad. The commander now understood why the saint had run away, and calling Ray, he galloped to the boy. When they arrived at the scene, they saw only a large dent in the ground, like from an asteroid. "Well, let's just keep messing around. Don't we have a long way to go?" A young man's voice was heard from the clouds of smoke. With a joyful face, he ordered everyone to hurry up and get out of this forest as quickly as possible. Closer to night, the squad decided to stop for a rest, while Ray talked with Iriel. "Are these monsters always this strong?" the boy asked, only to be told that wasn't the case, which was why the squad was so agitated today and had trouble getting along with the monsters. "Besides, your holy mana." The saint began to speak with obvious concern in her voice. "If you undergo the baptism ceremony, all your mana will disappear." Ray asked again how this was. Would all the mana from his body really disappear? Iriel explained that by undergoing the rite of the Holy Empire, God himself will grant him holy power. And it turns out that the human body is capable of withstanding one type of mana, and holy power in some way acts like mana. If it is poured into a body where mana circulates, it explodes because it cannot cope with it. This is why, before holy power is poured into the body, mana is gradually removed from it. "And what happens to people who don't have it to begin with?" the guy asked. To which the girl explained how, in such a case, holy power could be freely infused into the body. Ray asked about the veracity of his thoughts. Because as he understood it, magicians can accumulate mana with the help of circles, but ordinary people cannot do this. Did this mean that people without circles couldn't possess holy power? But that wasn't quite true. God creates mana vessels within the body through which magic can be used, and once the vessels are created by God, what is called taboo will control all the mana circulating throughout the body. Taboo? The boy asked, hearing the unfamiliar word. It turns out it's a concept invented by saints. We cannot go against their word of God, so what we are forbidden to say or do that contradicts or violates the dogmas of our faith, we call taboo, Ariel explained with a little regret. And laughing, she said how funny it was that they couldn't even voice their true desires. What happens if we do something that contradicts the dogmas of faith? Asked the boy, who was already dissatisfied with such rules. The saint, while throwing branches into the fire, explained that for breaking the taboo, all the mana from the saint's body would disappear, and even the body itself will disappear along with the mana. Forever out of this world, the girl added her terrible words. Rei thought that one wrong word could wipe you off the face of the earth forever. It was actually a threat to anyone who dared to blaspheme or use foul language. I heard that there were quite a few people who disappeared for this reason. Ariel grinned. And she warned the guy not to forget that all his mana would disappear. The guy also asked if his mana would return to him. And it turns out that he will not only be able to regenerate it, but all the circles in the body will never again be able to perform their function, which means the young man will lose his mana forever. Ariel reassured the boy and replied that he would get used to it and understand the advantages of holy power. Although he would no longer be able to use magic, he would be able to impose various enhancements on others. Rei was deeply saddened by this news. If it weren't for the fact that the mana would disappear, he would want to be able to use holy power and thought that it would be worth finding an alternative way. The next day, the detachment was already approaching the Holy Empire of Gaia. The journey took quite a long time, Rei noted, looking around at the view. Ariel told the priest to head straight to Salonia as soon as they arrived in the territory of the Holy Empire. We're going to the capital. Didn't you say we'd perform the ceremony right away? Rei began to grumble, thinking that once again everything wasn't as he'd been told. The saint explained that the baptism ceremony was a public celebration, and since Rei knew nothing about the Holy Empire, he needed to learn as much as possible about it first. The guy wondered if anyone would really teach him, and this turned out to be a reality. Ariel volunteered for this, promising to teach everything from little things like baptism to things like etiquette, norms, and traditions. I will teach you everything, she said. The detachment with the carriage drove up very close to Gaia's castle. It looked very impressive and sparkled from all sides. The mansion was truly magnificent. It was on a completely different level compared to what Rei had seen in the Duchy of Silos. All this belongs to me? The boy was surprised when the saint led him to his residence. They were standing in front of a huge mansion where carefully selected and prestigious people worked. While we are here, we will go over everything I mentioned, said Ariel, reminding her that she would teach the saint before the baptismal ceremony. While Rei was walking through his new place of residence, he wondered why the one who would inform about everything turned out to be a saint. "Nice to meet you, saint," was suddenly heard from near the guy who was carried away by his thoughts. Before him stood a servant girl who bowed and greeted the new saint. Rei noticed her charm immediately, although, as Ariel said, she certainly had status. "Saint, come here," the maid called, escorting the boy to his room. Rei's chambers seemed to sparkle with beauty and volume. "Please make yourself comfortable, and with your permission I will take my leave," said the maid, still keeping her head down. Only now could Rei feel this attitude towards him, and it finally began to dawn on him that he was truly becoming a saint. The next day, Ariel's first lessons began. They didn't have much time and needed to study everything. "Why don't you look at the material I handed out?" she said, so excited about the learning process. It took Rei a couple of seconds to memorize everything on the page, which greatly surprised his teacher, and to prove his words, he began to retell the text, how the rite of baptism is divided into 3 parts: worship of God, pilgrimage for the official presentation to God, and finally, receiving holy power from God. The last stage takes place in a secluded place with the new saint, and also during the entire rite, the saint should not lower his head, and there were also 3 main rules. The first is not to make sounds while eating. The second is not to lower the head. And the third is that the elbows in a bent position should not drop down. "So, haven't forgotten anything?" he asked a very surprised Ariel. The guy wanted to know more about the third part of the ceremony, what exactly he would have to do, since nothing was written about it in the material. He didn't understand what exactly needed to be done during this process, To which Iriel gave an example of herself, answering that she didn't do anything at all. Ray didn't particularly like what he thought was the girl's sarcasm. But it turned out to be true. She had simply been eating and sleeping for a week. And then vessels of mana appeared in my body, and I felt the power flowing, and I began to remember Iriel. The guy was surprised how holy power and mana vessels appeared on their own. In general, the young man remembered everything correctly, but there remained one snag in his manners. Even if you have a memory beyond human comprehension, it won't help you instill manners, the girl declared, embarrassing the boy. By the way, it's already lunchtime, the saint noticed, taking off her glasses, and she suggested looking at practical skills. Ray sat neatly at the table, a napkin hanging over his chest, and calmly cut up the meat. "You're surprisingly good," Iriel blurted out, observing the guy's etiquette. But he still needed to know a lot, and the girl told him not to relax. "You're not too strict." The young man began to speak, but the saint immediately stopped him, pointing out that if his mouth is full, he should cover it with his hand when trying to say something, and Ray asked why there were such rules. "Simply because the pedantic nobles will find fault with everything you do," the girl explained, adding that to prevent them from finding fault, they should try to improve the boy's manners. Ray was so excited about this task that he didn't want to go anywhere. They were interrupted by a maid who entered the room. She wanted to say something. "If you are a saint, staying at the estate of a new saint will attract unnecessary attention and may also give rise to unflattering rumors about you," said the blue-haired girl, who immediately interested Ray. She also apologized for being too rude, but asked to take into account that simply sharing concerns would avoid unpleasant incidents. Iriel was embarrassed by such outrageous words addressed to her. "What is your name?" she asked menacingly. "Belacroix Euclid," the maid answered hesitantly at first, looking very stern due to her sharp features and also because of her red eyes. "You say Belacroix," the saint said quietly, thinking that the new servant was one of the three most noble families. Among the many noble families of the Holy Empire, 3 stand out as being in the service of the saints. In addition, there are 6 families that hold the title of Sia, having received it for their achievements. Iriel wondered why such an important person like her was chosen as a servant of the saint's estate, and warned that caution should be exercised. Time passed, and the saint decided that it was time for her to return. She glanced at the maid one last time with a cautious look. "Euclid of the Belacroix family, I will remember you. Thank you for the advice," said Iriel, examining the girl. Ray also became interested in the new servant. If she has such a title, then she could very well be a noblewoman, the guy thought, and was surprised that in this world even nobles work. And he also concluded that his position as a saint was much more serious than he thought. The day came to an end. Night fell, and the entire estate fell asleep. Ray was sleeping in his new room, but someone came to him in the middle of the night. The guy was snoring peacefully in his bed. Suddenly, the maid Euclid stood over him. She looked menacingly at the sleeping boy and was like real evil in the darkness. The girl carefully approached the boy's face, wanting to touch him. But she clenched her fist and refused this decision and removed her hand. Euclid looked at the saint with all her anger and disgust, pursing her lips. The girl seemed to have something in mind and had an aversion to the saint, but she decided to quickly leave the room without doing what she had planned. The next morning, Ray enjoyed tea at breakfast. "You brew amazing tea," the boy exclaimed to the maid, only to discover that she had added Ceylon flower petals to it. Last night, Euclid entered the room so quietly that even the light sleeper Ray didn't notice. However, she did nothing, and the next day was as peaceful as possible, and as if nothing had happened. Iriel, who came to the guy, noticed something suspicious about the blue-haired noblewoman. During breakfast, Ray was informed that everything was ready for the ceremony, which seemed strange, because the guy thought that the ceremony would begin after lunch. But it turns out that there were still a few things that needed to be done that required preparation before the ceremony could be performed. "Today you will have to impress a lot of people," the saint declared with great enthusiasm in her voice. The girl was already dressed in a white festive dress, emphasizing her beauty. But Ray's attire shocked her with its beauty. The ceremonial clothes fit him like a glove. The guy headed towards the doors, which, when opened, would begin the ceremony. "The people of the high nobility are already inside and ready to meet you," said the maid, preparing to open the doors. This event made the young man nervous. "A saint and a saint enter," they announced on the street, and Ray, dressed in a white robe with gilded edges, came out to meet the highest nobility. People around stood in shock upon seeing the new saint, because in their opinion he was just a child. While high society was discussing the saint's young age, Ray realized that this was his chance to approach and gain the public's trust. The guy slowly approached the guests and they immediately began to greet him, saying what an honor it was to meet a saint. But Iriel intervened. I understand that you are excited about meeting the saint, but your behavior does not correspond to the etiquette of the event, the girl said, interrupting the exclamation of the nobility. The nobles hesitated and fell silent at the saint's command. Please show politeness to the saint before the ceremony, and avoid excessive excitement, the maid intervened, also causing quite a few exclamations, since she was a young lady from the Belacroix family. The nobles apologized for such a violent reaction, noticing that the girl was dressed in a maid's uniform. Euclid escorted the saint away from the noise. It turns out that Ray had to say a few words in honor of becoming a saint, which made the guy very wary because he doesn't even know what to say. But Ariel and the maid calmed the young man, advising him to say something at his own discretion. And in general, people would interpret the saint's words in their own way. Ray began to think about what to say, indignant that again they hadn't told him anything. "Good luck!" Ariel exclaimed, supporting the boy. The saint thanked the girl in response with a smile on his face. A large number of people gathered in the town square to gaze at the newly elected saint. Ray was unusually aware of the number of people he saw, as if they had come from all over the country. While he stood there looking at everyone, the maid gave him a magical device that would allow his voice to carry much further. But the boy decided that he didn't need it. He decided to show his power himself, and with magic, he created a magical field in the sky, thanks to which every inhabitant would be able to hear his words. "Hello, lovely residents, nice to meet you all." Ray began his speech while Euclid stood in shock from his magic. "My name is Ray, and I am a newly elected saint. Who would have thought that such a young and inexperienced person like me would be chosen by God? I really don't know what to say to this." The young man continued to speak, and the residents of the city stood and were amazed at his soft words and friendliness. "I was just an ordinary boy growing up in one of the villages of this country, and now I have been chosen as a saint," Ray exclaimed with great confidence in his voice. He also told about a promise he had previously made to some. It spoke of a guarantee that the Holy Empire would become the greatest country on the continent. "So let me make this promise before all the people of these lands," the guy said, continuing to use the spell that allowed everyone to hear him. "I swear I will make the Holy Empire of Gaia the strongest country on the entire continent," Ray said enthusiastically. But he still added that, of course, some might find such a bold statement from a very young child ridiculous. "However," the boy shouted and spread his arms out to show everyone what he was capable of. People standing below in the square saw something amazing. "As long as you believe and support me," Ray clenched his fist and began to gather mana. "I will do my best to support you." A huge fiery stone formed behind the boy, hovering in the air. It was the magic of the ninth circle, which only great magicians can possess. This magic amazed all the inhabitants, and they began to exclaim and praise the saint. Ray removed the fireball with a snap of his fingers, and amid the shouts of the people, he hurried to the next place of the ritual. "And also, could you recite a little more quietly next time?" Euclid noted as they headed to their destination. And Ray was indignant that he was told this only now. The saint was brought to a secluded place, with mountains visible behind him, the place itself surrounded by large columns, and in the center there was an arch leading up to a staircase. Inside the large hall stood a stone circle strewn with white flowers. "When you feel spiritually ready, ask the god for an audience," said the maid, preparing to leave the holy place and leave the guy alone. Ray lay down in the middle of the circle and thought. While he was pondering what he should say to God and whether he should greet him at all, the young man fell into a slow sleep. Ray opened his eyes abruptly when it was already approaching evening. He looked around and realized that he had fallen asleep for quite a long time. The so-called God didn't even show up, and Ray's entire back was stiff from lying on a hard surface since he had been sleeping on a comfortable bed for the last few days. The young man began to look around in search of his maid. Euclid stood in the same place as if she had never left. "I think, at least for her sake, I'll still have to get up," thought Ray, and stood up. Looking at the girl who was wondering if God had answered the saint's call, I knew his voice couldn't leave my head. The guy lied very confidently. Impressively, even Lady Ariel needed a whole day for an audience. The maid was surprised. As it turned out, she had been standing in the same place and in the same pose the entire time. The emergence of a new saint. "It seems it's time for us to make adjustments to our plans." An unknown voice sounded in an unknown place at night. "And one must be especially scrupulous, since it concerns the hated Holy Empire. Of course, one must wait for the perfect moment." The unfamiliar voice continued to speak in the stone cave, strewn with torches on all sides. "However, when the time comes, we will have to hasten this one's downfall by any means necessary," the man in the black robe declared, bathed in magical light. Had he already completed the ceremony? That same day, the first talk of quickly preparing for the ceremony began. Marcus Harold, a man of high society, was already thinking about how to lure the new saint with the amazing ability to materialize objects to his side. Or rather, he ordered his son to do it. Even though nothing worked out with that rude saint, we may well win the favor of the newly minted saint, the man declared, turning to his son. His eldest son, Barrett, fully agreed with his father's words and also believed that this would strengthen the family's influence in the Holy Empire. However, remember, you should treat the saint with the deepest respect, regardless of his age, the Marquise threatened. Barrett, in turn, was not particularly worried, since according to rumors, the saint was an ordinary villager. He had already begun to think of a plan on how to play with him and gain the saint's trust. That same evening, a banquet was held among the nobility, at which the Marquise's son spread rumors that Ray was an ordinary commoner. He was very lucky that he was chosen, as a result of which he was able to rise so high. Let's talk about something else. A smiling man with a glass in his hands interrupted the guy while Barrett joked that maybe they should teach the saint a lesson in good manners. This man was from the family of Count Grain. His name was Grayan. The Marquis's son did not expect to see this man at such an event. Grayan had never been to such banquets, which greatly puzzled Barrett and put all his plans in jeopardy. Enter Zeke of the Duchy of Trey. The announcement was made in the hall, and a tall, confident man dressed in luxurious robes that emphasized his status joined the banquet. Everyone started greeting him. I didn't expect anyone from the Duchy of Trey to attend this event. Barrett started the conversation. Zeke looked at the guy reproachfully. Lady Sareth from the family of Marcus Krellin intervened in their conversation and asked what the guy was looking for at this event. The saint still hasn't appeared? Zeke asked, looking around. Barrett noted that he would probably appear soon and that everyone should wait together. He must be busy with something very serious to be late like this, said the guy, who was clearly nervous about Zeke's appearance. At this time, Ray was getting ready to go out, trying on the clothes that had been made especially for him. It's so comfortable, it feels like it was tailored exactly to my measurements, the guy exclaimed, admiring the fine tailoring. It turns out that the maid actually took measurements on the day of the saint's arrival and sent all the measurements to the tailor. Ray was very surprised how Euclid was able to visually assess the dimensions and thought that she was quite special, and even managed to exceed all the guy's expectations. Thank you. I will take you to the banquet hall, the maid said, and hurried to accompany the saint to the continuation of the ceremony. And no reaction. She really is like a robot, the guy thought to himself after he complimented Euclid, and she simply continued to stand there with restraint, not showing any unnecessary emotions. In the banquet hall, the highest nobility continued to await the new saint. Everyone was already beginning to worry that the saint had arrived later than expected. Some believed that he simply needed to prepare for the meeting. Barrett continued to spread rumors, and this time told of an entertaining speech by the saint. He wanted to do everything possible to ensure that Ray would side with Marquis Harold's family. Suddenly, during a heated discussion, the saint finally arrived. Ray walked slowly into the banquet hall, letting everyone look at him. Everyone admired how he looked, as if everything about him was perfect. Hello, my name is Barrett. I am the eldest son of Marcus Harold, the boy exclaimed, running up to Ray first. Later, all the guests introduced themselves while Barrett was thinking about how to gain trust. He had a problem because Ray seemed perfect in every way, and, unable to think of anything better, decided to strike first. You used to be a commoner, right? He asked the question so everyone could hear. Yes, that's true. I come from a small village in the kingdom of Celian, Ray answered quite calmly. But Barrett continued to press the issue and asked if there had been a saint at such events and stated that commoners simply could not attend such banquets. Ray was even amused by this behavior of the Marcus's son, and he calmly replied that everything he said was true and that commoners could not attend such events. Barrett continued to think how there was no place for uneducated fools at such events. In his opinion, such people were everywhere, and they were unable to compete with their original data and simply stand and watch from the sidelines, which is why they behaved so casually, constantly trying to get involved in politics. Barrett considered such people to be complete scum. You seem to believe that a person's status determines their worth. Why do you think that? Ray asked, not showing any emotion, to which the Marquis's son continued to taunt him, saying that such people share one common trait. The more they talk, the deeper they dig their own graves. I'm not used to this kind of life, so it's hard to understand what you're talking about, Ray said while all the guests watched their discussion. Saint? Barrett continued the rather unpleasant conversation. Just recently you were a commoner, so, he said. But something prevented him from finishing his speech. A sword was flying straight at him from behind, heading for his head. Ray immediately noticed someone swinging at Barrett, and quickly reacted and stopped the attack. It was Zeke who clearly wanted to stop the unpleasant speech of the Marquis's son. but Ray used magic to stop the blade with his hand right near his neck. Beerit turned around and screamed at such an unexpected turn of events. "What are you doing? It's dangerous," Sviatoy cried out, thinking what a relief it was that he was able to stop the attack with mana. Zeke got down on one knee and began to apologize to the saint, and was very sorry that he had made such a first impression. "However, I couldn't continue to allow this idiot to be rude," Zeke said with anger. Ray was very puzzled by such actions. Euclid intervened, declaring, "What the master of the Herald family said was blasphemous, and how dare he cross the line?" Zeke echoed the maid's sentiments, adding that Beerit should have his throat slit for such words. The Marquis's son was immediately frightened by such a verdict. "Well, there is some truth in what you say, Euclid. Invite Marcus Herald," Ray ordered the maid. There was no need for that. He was watching everything from the second floor, and Ariel's voice was heard as she descended the stairs, and the Marquis was walking right behind her. Beerit did not expect to see his father. Herald quickly approached his son and gave him a strong slap, accompanying the blow with screams. "You idiot, what was I talking about?" the Marquis shouted, continuing to beat Beerit. Everyone in the room watched the family drama, wondering whether they should intervene or not. Marquis Herald, having punished his son, fell at the saint's feet and began to apologize, begging him to forgive his son for such rudeness. "Beerith, what are you doing? Ask the saint for forgiveness immediately," the man shouted at his son, to which the boy, stuttering, also began to ask for forgiveness and regret what he had said. "What are you doing in front of a saint?" Euclid was indignant, and Zeke was ready to draw his sword and punish the offenders. Ray stopped his subjects and decided to think for himself what he should do. "Marquis, what do you think would be a suitable punishment for your actions in this situation?" the saint asked, looking at the frightened herald. The gentleman, gritting his teeth, began to tell a heart-rending story about his son, how he lost his mother at a fairly young age and therefore felt guilty for being a bad father. Herald said that he had vowed to give his son what he himself did not have, a good life without want. "If you will be merciful and forgive my son his actions, as an apology and a sign of regret, I will renounce my title and donate my fortune to the temple," the Marquis blurted out, hoping that he and his son would leave the hall alive. People started arguing about whether it was really impossible to punish Beerit alone, since parents were not to blame for their children's actions. Ray thought about the Marcus's words. Was he really ready to give up his title to protect his son? "Take it," he called out to the boy, whose whole appearance showed fear. "Do you realize what you did wrong?" the saint asked, to which Beerit replied that he had insulted the saint's name with blasphemy. "And that's not all. Your great sin is that your father is now on his knees," Ray said. He thought about punishing the boy, but seeing the father's sincerity and the love he felt for his child, he decided to simply turn a blind eye to everything. "This means I forgive you," the saint blurted out, causing surprise among the others. Harold and his son tearfully began to thank the guy for such mercy. "But only if you make a generous donation, as mentioned earlier," Ray added. Ariel, watching what was happening, thought about what a light punishment the saint had given for such blasphemy. As she expected, Ray did well. When evening had already come, Zik decided to ask the saint a question. "Are you really going to leave it like this? Just say the word and I'll deal with them right away," he blurted out, drawing his blade. But the boy declared there was no need. Ray looked closely at the guy and realized that he had been following him all this time. It was so natural that he didn't even think it was strange. "A little late, but I never asked your name," the saint inquired, causing Zeke's face to change and he became worried. He fell at his feet, screaming that he had sinned. But Ray reassured him, claiming he simply wanted to know his name. "I am Zik Sia Trey of the Duchy of Trey," the boy cried, continuing to kneel before the saint. "You mentioned Sia in the middle of your full name?" Ray asked the boy, and Euclid explained it was a title. The only people who have the title Shah in their name are the three families who serve the saint, and also a symbol of loyalty to the saints. Ray wondered why 3 whole families were needed for the service, but this has been the case since ancient times. "Please relax. Just take it as God's will," the maid said in a calm tone. But Zeke intervened in the conversation, declaring that if the saint considered 3 families too many and wished to choose only one, then let him choose him. Euclid did not like this statement at all. Ray changed the subject by asking what about the 3rd family, where they were now. The maid explained that she was watching from the shadows. Their true nature was unknown to the Holy Empire, and they did not actually know who they were. But they were known to always be close enough that they would react instantly to protect the saint. Ray turned towards the trees. He noticed that someone was sitting in the trees. Using his magic, he was able to sense their mana, and having looked closely, he was able to count how many were currently watching him. "There are 7 of them here," he blurted out, continuing to peer into the unknown mana. Euclid and Zeke exchanged glances, each unaware of the other's presence. The stranger in the tree examined the saint from head to toe. Although he is young, he is still an archmage, impressively, the mysterious man thought out loud. The night passed and the next sunny day arrived. Euclid was already doing her duties and waiting for the saint. But before that, she headed to one place. She stood in front of the wall on which crossed swords hung. The girl remembered her childhood. "You're Belacroix, aren't you? If you can't even do that, do you think you have the right to bear the name Belacroix?" The girl recalled her father's words. She was taught to serve the saints from a young age. It has never happened that two saints coexisted in the same period of time. Considering that the city already had a saint, there should not have been any saints in this generation. But to curry favor with a non-existent saint, must I really suffer? Euclid pondered, wondering hundreds of times a day about the meaning of her existence. But a few years later, as if in answer to her question, a new saint was chosen. Suddenly the maid was distracted from her thoughts. "Will Iriel accompany me to the next part of the ritual?" Ray asked while the saint was taunting him about being accompanied by a handsome man. Euclid hastened to explain what was going on and explained that, with the exception of special cases, only saints could enter the ritual site and that it had nothing to do with appearance. The saint again realized that Iriel was just joking with him. A little later, Iriel and Ray headed into the forest. After being in the city, it was a breath of fresh air and an opportunity to be alone with nature. "Almost there," said the saint. The place to which the two were walking was guarded by holy knights. The boy was surprised when they reached the next stage of the ritual. In front of him stood a stone staircase that led upward and was so long that it was impossible to see where it would lead. Ray had to make his way to the very top. "This part of the ceremony is meant to show your respect to the god, and you are not supposed to use magic at all," Iriel exclaimed, as if she enjoyed the fact that someone else was going through this path. As the sun began to set, the two continued walking up the stairs. "Wait, Iriel, maybe we should stop for a quick rest," Ray asked with a sigh, already feeling very tired. But the girl joked that he would have to work on his endurance. "No, it's all because I spent the whole day running around the Holy Empire yesterday." The guy justified himself, with the last of his strength suggesting to use mana anyway. The saint flatly refused such an offer, and reminded that this was one of the conditions of the ritual. "From now on, you'll have to get there yourself. Just follow the stairs and you'll get where you need to go," Iriel said, pointing to the stairs that continued to lead somewhere into the distance. "I don't think it will be long," Ray thought, looking at the path with no end in sight. After a while, he was able to reach the place, although he was already sweating profusely and his strength was at its limit. The guy fell to the ground trying to somehow come to his senses after such a long journey. Walking a little further, he saw a cute wooden house that stood alone in the middle of the forest edge. It was small, and its windows on the second floor were boarded up for some reason. Entering inside, Ray looked around. He needed to spend a whole week here. The guy began to think about what he should do to express his respect to God. But he remembered the words of Iriel, who said that she had done nothing at all for a week. "So this is some kind of vacation?" Ray exclaimed out loud. He decided that while he was in this house, he would try to rest as much as possible. But at that time, he was unaware of the trials that awaited him and the harsh reality that he would have to face during his stay. Almost every day, Ray ate only fresh apples. They were, of course, delicious, but they managed to get on the guy's nerves. "This is too cruel," he shouted in a fit of anger and threw the apple on the ground. He tried not to use mana and did everything with his own hands. But no one said what exactly needed to be done. Everyone said that respect for God would end in 7 days. Then why hasn't Ray heard anything for a whole month? He's already tired of not using magic, living alone and eating the same thing every day. They think I came up here to learn how to survive in the jungle? To hell with this saintly title, Ray shouted across the forest, unable to hide his rage. But suddenly he felt something in his body. Could it be that God decided to answer the boy's call? The guy was filled with golden light as he rose into the sky. It was as if God had gifted him with holy power. It all happened very quickly. Ray landed on the ground again and the forest became silent again. The young man did not understand anything. Could it be that the holy power had evaporated? And having decided to test his strength, he released magic that was slightly different from his previous one. "What's going on?" Ray shouted, not understanding what was going on. It seemed like it wasn't holy power. A few minutes later, magic covered him again, like a magical corridor. And again she disappeared, leaving the guy wondering what it was. "Oh God, why are you playing with me like this?" the young man thought, pondering this absurdity. Continue like this all day long. The holy powers came and then disappeared again. So much effort for a whole month, and Ray did not receive any strength. Completely disappointed, he quickly got ready and headed down the stairs. thinking that there was no point in staying even another day if the power could not take root in the body. Besides, this only infuriated Rei even more. He felt the surrounding air becoming saturated with holy power, but he himself received nothing. Iriel, who noticed the boy descending, was deeply shocked to see how the boy seemed to have gone wild during this time. This was the first person he had seen in a month. And even though it was Iriel, he was deeply touched by the meeting. But it turns out that the saint was more shocked by how the holy power completely covered the guy, and he was filled with light. While they were walking back, Rei told them what had happened to him, and the girl suggested trying to use mana to check if the ritual had worked. "By the way, what happened to your clothes?" the young man asked, noticing Iriel's slightly dirty dress. Sensing a strong, holy force, she rushed toward the boy with all her might. Rei waved his hand and cleaned the girl's clothes in one touch. "Well, it looks like I can still use mana," the guy exclaimed, glad that at least his power remained. But he still wondered why he couldn't use the holy power. It's a shame, of course, that nothing works out for you, but so what? "You're still the god's chosen one and an incredible mage," Iriel exclaimed, reassuring the boy. Even if someone doubts his powers, he can always teach them a lesson with his magnificent magic. "By the way, it might be because of the holy power, but the air around you is so pleasant and smells great," the girl said, surrounding Rei from all sides. The young man was surrounded by a warm aroma that begged to stay with him longer, but Rei still decided to stay away from everyone for a while until he learned to control his power. "Your Holiness, we have come to congratulate you on the successful completion of the ritual." Euclid and Zeke cried out in chorus as they arrived. Rei was glad that people came to congratulate him. The two continued to boast that they had come as soon as they learned that the saint was coming back down. Zeke started to offer to carry the guy's bag, but Euclid wanted to do it too. Both of them seemed intoxicated by the smell around Rei. "Stop! Move away! I want to go back!" the guy shouted and headed towards the city. "What are you doing following me?" Saint Ziku blurted out, explaining that as part of the Duchy of Trey, he must always be ready to serve the saint at any time. Already in the evening, the guy was sitting in his room. In front of him lay a stack of sheets of paper with the necessary information about the Holy Empire. Rei promised to make the empire the greatest state. And now that he has finally become a saint, it is time to fulfill his promise. And first he needs to read all the information about the state, from history and climate conditions to agriculture and trade. But also, in order to make the Holy Empire the greatest state, Rei decided that it was necessary to implement a new system. As soon as the sun rose and shone brightly, the boy gathered all the nobles of the Holy Empire. Those gathered were sharply criticized for the inefficiencies that flourished within the device. In response, Rei proposed adjustments to the systems of agriculture, commerce, and trade. And among all the changes he proposed was the introduction of the Milpa system for the agricultural sector, which provides for the choice of growing crops taking into account environmental conditions and the sowing region. It was this that received enormous support from the nobility and was the first to be adopted. "What do you mean by the use of priests as mercenaries described here?" Count Grain inquired, clearly puzzled by this innovation. But Rei explained that everything was as written. He was proposing to recruit priests as mercenaries. "Are you proposing to send our people to the battlefield?" asked a man sitting in the front row of the hall. Count Grain noted that if they did this, the death of the priest would lead to the fall of the nation, and the number of people seeking to become priests would also decrease. Rei corrected the count, explaining that no one was going to send the priests into the thick of things. They would be in the rear. And as long as they weren't on the front lines and the wounded were brought to them from the front lines, casualties in the ranks could be kept to a minimum. "Even if this is true, war is war," the count argued, and the others began to support him. "I am well aware that the battlefield is not a sandbox. It would be simply wonderful if all the clergy returned home safe and sound after the war," the saint continued to confidently proclaim. He explained that he did not intend to use the priests as cannon fodder and was prepared to send paladins to accompany them. If they assign paladins, they can ensure the safety of the priests. But using priests as mercenaries is simply a different strategy from the current one. And even if their help is not ultimately needed, in case of real need, such a strategy will be very useful. Observing the wounded and the battlefield from close quarters can be a wonderful practical experience for priests. They began to ask Rei if they had many other opportunities that could enrich and glorify the empire. But the guy was proposing such an initiative not only for the sake of glory, and in fact was just a pleasant addition. "What we are seeking is support from other nations," the saint declared, gathering incomprehensible cries. "From the point of view of the peoples who need the help of the Holy Empire, they pose no threat to us," Rei continued to explain, adding that by allowing us to borrow their forces, they would be able to demand compensation from them in the event of various emergencies. Count Grain thought that this would give them more control over the situation on the continent, but he also considered it a dangerous undertaking. Using the lives of our priests as guarantors, and that seems like a pretty good idea to me. Iriel's voice was suddenly heard. I personally agree with the saint's opinion, she exclaimed, causing everyone to be confused. A little later, the two saints discussed how, among all the initiatives Ray had listed, there were many excellent ones, but the idea of mercenary priests would provoke a mixed reaction. Then how do you win the favor of the nobility? The young man asked, puzzled. There is no need to try to win their favor. Iriel began to speak, leaning her elbows on the table. We can simply overcome their opinion, the girl stated firmly and confidently. All I want in return is to hear from you. The greatest beauty of the entire holy nation, please have mercy and help Lady Iriel, was heard from the hall where the nobles were sitting. Ray kept thinking that Iriel had simply enormous influence, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire backbone of the nobility were her supporters. If she supports the guy now, it will be difficult for her to object in response. But this is the path of least resistance, so Ray doesn't have much of a choice. Okay, it seems we're done. If anyone has any other ideas for changing the Holy Empire, feel free to let me know anytime, the saint exclaimed, standing in the center of the hall before all the nobles. After Iriel's warning words, everyone agreed with all the saint's ideas, and no one dared to object to the guy. Slowly but surely, everything planned in the Holy Empire was implemented. Considering the difficulties that such changes entail in the entire agricultural sector, the proposed changes were first tested on a small territory. Moreover, the people did not speak out against the use of priests as mercenaries, and after receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves, many countries wished to resort to their services. And since the Holy Empire was able to collect a large amount of funds, this led to their investments in agriculture and trade, contributing to the prosperity of the country. To ensure sustainable growth, I absolutely need competent personnel in each of the areas, Ray mused, but finding the right people can be quite difficult. Meanwhile, in the library of the Holy Empire, peace and quiet reigned, and an atmosphere of scholarship hung in the air. You look so tired you're already catching flies with your mouth, exclaimed the unknown girl in front of the sleeping librarian, who was sweetly snoring and dreaming her 10th dreams. Ms. Eckley, you're back, she cried, rising from the unexpected visit. About 3 months passed, the girl replied with a grin. She was quite tall, wearing glasses and with her hair down to her shoulders. Aren't there too many people here for a typical day at the library? Ackley noticed, looking around. The librarian said that a saint has been coming to the library for the last few days, and everyone wants to see him. Ray sat all this time studying the books, not even suspecting that everyone had flocked to the library precisely because of his cute face. Eckley immediately decided to sit down next to the guy. So you are a saint? She asked rhetorically, sitting down at the table next to him. The girl was interested in the large number of medical books that lay in a stack on the table. If you've read them all, I suppose you understand most of what's in them? Ackley asked, rifling through the books. Then could you tell me how to treat a wound inflicted by a rusty blade? The girl asked curiously, not believing the saint had read everything. Ray calmly replied that the infection could be prevented by using holy water, and then healing could be carried out. True, but do you agree with this? Ackley wanted to know, to which Ray disagreed. The girl asked the guy how he would treat the patient then, and the saint said that he would make a small cut around the flesh that was directly infected. The guy's words greatly surprised Eckley, and she hastened to find out why he would do that. Because while we think a cut from a rusty blade causes poisoning, we can't say for sure that it's actually poisoning, Ray said. And he added that if a patient is wounded with a rusty sword, this does not mean that he will be poisoned, and the wound itself and the cells around it will become infected. That's why it's impossible to fully recover using only holy water and a healing spell. It's better to cut off some of the flesh around the affected area and then treat it, the guy finished explaining clearly and confidently. Eckley didn't understand what kind of cells the saint was talking about, because in their world, this concept doesn't exist at all. The girl considered cutting off part of the flesh to be a rather barbaric method, but partly agreed that it was the best possible treatment method. As long as it helps the patient, it doesn't matter what you make their poultices out of, Ackley exclaimed, leaning back in her chair. I understand you perfectly, she declared, standing up first. Let me invite you to my library, the girl said, smiling sincerely, confident that she would be able to enjoy a profound conversation with the saint. The library representative also apologized for not introducing herself immediately before heading off to a quiet spot. My name is Eckley. I lead the priest thinkers, the girl announced, bending over the saint. Her gaze was very confident, and her hair fell to one side of her face. Ray looked at the girl in surprise and realized that she was the very same chief priestess of Eckley. Although this is our first meeting, I have heard a lot about you. The conversation continued in a more secluded place. Ackley was happy to answer any medical questions the boy might have, though she wasn't entirely sure why such a saint would want to study such an ineffective field. Ray was alarmed that the priestess called their medicine ineffective. From what I see, you're interested in her too, aren't you? The guy asked, noticing Ackley's smirk at his question. And then the girl lifted up a piece of hair that covered half of her face with her hand and showed her sore eye, which had a cloudy space instead of a pupil. I hope with her help I can cope with one old ailment. Have you had it since birth? Ray asked, examining the area of the affliction. Ackley was amazed that the saint was not even surprised by her illness, and told her that she had had such an eye since birth. The guy, like a doctor in the past, started asking questions about the eye, whether it hurt and whether the girl could see with it. After assessing the situation at a glance and hearing the answer that the eye sees nothing, Ray decided to take a closer look at the problem area. Looking at the eye closer, the young man realized that it was a cataract. Ackley heard this word for the first time and began to ask questions. And the guy was still asking about the eye. He asked if her vision cleared up a little at night, and the girl answered that at night it really seemed like her vision cleared up a little, which confirmed the young man's suspicions. Ray decided to clearly show what the problem was and drew the structure of the eye on the board. The lens focuses on light and allows us to see objects clearly. But in your case, the lens is cloudy, and the disease that causes the lens to become cloudy is called a cataract. Ray explained everything very clearly. If so, isn't it strange that if it's a disease, why can't it be cured with magic? Ackley asked, covering the part of her face where her sore eye was again with her hair, as if embarrassed by the illness. The guy explained that it was all because she was born with it, but the girl didn't understand why then the holy power didn't work on her eye. The holy power heals the flaws of the body, and if your body does not consider the disease a flaw, then this fully explains why your eye does not respond to treatment. The saint answered with the same intelligent look despite his age in this world. But isn't that a significant flaw? That's the public's view, the girl argued. Ray explained in detail that since this is a congenital condition, the body probably simply does not realize that something is wrong with it. But in order to cure cataracts, the lens must be cleaned. And first it was necessary to cut it out. Cut it out? It's my eye, Ackley screamed, frightened by such a loud statement. First, we'll get rid of the cloudy lens and replace it with something else, Ray explained, thinking through each step of the plan. The lens can be completely removed, but it cannot be that artificial lenses exist in this world, and this remains a problem for the complete operation. Ray, ignoring the priestess, was lost in thought. Everything is fine. What's the point of worrying about an incurable disease? I'm sure I can deal with my problem myself, the girl said in a slightly disappointed tone. But Ray was very confident that he would be able to cure this disease. I will help you cure your eye, the saint declared loudly. These words greatly inspired Ackley. She laughed quite loudly, saying how funny the new saint was. And having finished splashing out her emotions, she brought Ray to a secluded place. The two came into a small laboratory. The laboratory itself was a little untidy. Various flasks stood on the tables, and tall bookcases were visible behind them. Even though the Holy Empire allocated it for my medical research, feel free to use whatever you wish, the girl said, showing the room to the saint. Ray immediately mentally rejoiced that he could finally study the medicine of this world in more detail. He was deeply grateful to Ackley for providing such an opportunity. That's how Ray set about searching for answers in the priestess's estate. A month later, the boy was still spending time in the laboratory and studying materials that were new to him. This time, the blood of a troll was submitted for study. The guy examined this blood and conducted various experiments, from which he drew various arguments. For example, after contact with air, a troll's blood becomes elastic and hardens like jelly after some time, and the blood of other monsters has different properties. If we take advantage of this fact, don't you think we could make some progress? Ray discussed this with Ackley, as he knew much less about the medicine of this world. He asked if it was possible to mix the blood of different species, to which the girl replied that everyone had a different body constitution, and if they did so, it would lead to instant death. Although there was one exception with the orcs, unlike other species due to their adaptability, the situation is completely different. The guy, realizing that orcs adapt well to any environment, was already thinking about how to test this. Later in the evening, Ray decided to go into the forest to collect the necessary material. Having finished collecting, he was already getting ready to go back. But his eyes caught sight of strange silhouettes behind the bushes. Coming closer, the guy saw an orc and a troll who were lying peacefully on the ground. Perhaps they had been fighting and that was why they were unconscious. But one of them made a slight sound, making the young man think that he was alive. Ray noticed a wound on his belly and realized that the orc had simply gone into shock due to blood loss. The guy looked at the lying troll, and I remembered what Ekle had said about orcs being quite adaptable to any environment. Ray thought happily that he was lucky to have such a chance to test this theory, and at the same time save the wounded giant. The orc lay peacefully with his eyes closed. The wound on his belly was quite large and oozed green. The guy, coming a little closer to take a sample, did not expect that the animal would wake up so quickly. The orc, suddenly opening his eyes, rushed towards the boy to attack. "Capture!" Ray shouted and released magical chains, gripping every moving part of the giant's body. "Calm down, I'm not trying to kill you. I just want to save you," the guy reassured the orc, showing a slight concern for his life. The young man, having applied the healing, began to finish the treatment but noticed something rather interesting. The orc's blood cleared after the treatment and became transparent. "I should be able to do it with her," Ray shouted joyfully. He immediately went to the place that Ekle had mentioned to collect more material. When the saint finished transfusing the troll's blood into the orc, the blood became clear and quite pliable, which greatly surprised the boy. But this also proved that, with continued research, it might be possible to make an artificial lens and use it to cure the priestess's cataracts. To do this, it was necessary to collect more orc and troll blood. Ray began to remember how he had already wondered where he should go, where there were a large number of such creatures, to which Ekle explained that there was an abandoned village called Gehel, located outside the castle wall, and that in the surrounding forests there was a place where orcs and trolls could often be found. The village looked very sad and was completely abandoned. The ruins were once an entire city, but now no one lives here, and broken houses sprouting vines stand everywhere. As Ray looked around the city, he noticed someone in the distance. Near the destroyed house sat two children dressed in old rags. One short-haired girl became wary as soon as she noticed the saint. She immediately covered her sister, making it clear that she was protecting her. "Would you like to try some?" Ray suggested, handing the food to the two children. But they were very cautious and afraid to take anything from strangers, thinking that it might contain poison or something worse. Ray, realizing that they didn't really trust him, decided to do something different, and he began to take the treasured bag out of his bag. "Here, take this." The guy held out a small brown bag. The child opened it and saw a large number of gold coins. Ray advised him to go to Salonia with this money and pay for lodging and food with these coins, to which the boy asked why the unknown person was helping him. "It's just that I don't have any special reasons," the saint said, smiling. But the girl with pitiful eyes, as if having lost hope for anything good, looked at Ray and hurried to leave with her sister. The guy, having gone further, could not imagine that this was happening right outside the walls of the capital and that current laws could not fix it. Walking through the ruins, Ray reasoned that he would certainly return this place to its former glory and create a better version of the Holy Empire. By the time he reached the right place, the sun had already risen. The young man came to the caves where the trolls were supposed to be. Ray stood up for a second, trying to overcome the feeling of fear, and exhaling, went deeper into the cave. The trolls slept right on the ground and it was necessary to be quiet so as not to wake them. Ray carefully approached one giant who was sleeping very comfortably with his back to the guy. The young man took a small syringe out of his bag. All that was needed was to take a little blood. A little later, Ray headed to the orc village. They tensed up at the boy's voice. "I've come to ask you a favor," the boy said, trying not to provoke the monsters. But he didn't succeed, and the orcs only began to grin more. Suddenly, several large giants ran towards the guy, shaking the ground from their weight. Ray wasn't going to give up so easily and used a capture spell to wrap everyone in chains and immobilize the opponents. Among those he chained up was the orc he had saved last time and decided to speak with. "I will thank you for your help, so could you help me?" said the guy, trying to persuade the already angry giants. A little later, Ray was already returning back. He happily carried a test tube with orc blood in his hands, wanting to run a bunch of tests. But someone stood in his way. It was the girl he had seen when he was heading towards the caves. She cried and, tugging at the saint, pointed her finger to the side. It turns out that someone wanted to offend her sister. An older man with scars on his face and a bat in his hands held a bag of money that Ray had given to the children. "Give me back my money," the child screamed at the top of his lungs. But several of the thugs only laughed at the helplessness of the little child. The man with the bat, who didn't like that the boy still dared to say anything, swung the bat, and he couldn't hit, because Ray, who arrived just in time, stopped the swing of the bat with his hand and ordered him to stop this outrage. The man mistook the saint for an ordinary boy and was not at all frightened by the appearance of such a guest. Ray, looking at the thugs, noticed one thing. One of them was holding a bag of money, and it became clear that they were ordinary thieves who wanted to steal the children's money. "You seem to be from a wealthy neighborhood. Don't you think this isn't the best place for a stroll? One of the men quipped, as the others surrounded the young man. Get him! Shouted the scarred-faced, most menacing one. But they clearly had no idea that this was no ordinary guy. Ray stopped the attacker with his hand, hitting him in the face. The brute couldn't believe his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise when he saw how an ordinary boy had taken out a grown man with one blow. Well, shall we continue? Ray asked aggressively. But no one listened to him, and the rest of the thieves ran straight at him with swords and bats in their hands. The guy didn't have to put in much effort, and after a while, all the offenders were lying on the ground unconscious. Little children hugged each other as they watched this victory. I'm sorry for what happened, Ray apologized and offered to take the children with him to a place where they could stay and be safe. Arriving at the saint's estate, some difficulties arose. This is a sacred place where only the previous saints and their servants are allowed to be, Euclid said in her usual calm tone. She could not allow unknown children to be in the estate. Ray tried to persuade her, assuring her that there was no danger in them and that they were just children. Who would have thought that such a strict rule existed, the guy thought, wondering where he could place the children. Okay, don't worry. I'm sure I can find another place for you since you can't stay here, Ray answered briskly. And he led the guests to another place, seeing which the children stood up in shock. In front of them stood a small but cozy house, consisting of 2 floors. Did I even ask your names? I asked, bending down to Ray's children's level. But they replied that they didn't have names. The guy, having heard such news, decided to come up with names for the 2 sisters right then and there. Why don't we name you Mary and your little sister Chris? Exclaimed the saint, inventing names based on a famous holiday from his world. The children expressed a strange emotion of surprise, which made the young man think that they did not like the names. But quite the opposite. They really liked the names. I just can't express my gratitude in words, said the older sister, shedding tears of happiness. Ray smiled at the children sincerely and warmly. 2 girls thanked the saint for their new home and names. Having completed all the work, the young man had been sitting in Iklei's laboratory for several days. He worked hard and made a crystal for the girl. Are you still working on it? The girl remarked as she carried books around the library. She didn't fully understand what the saint was trying to do and why he was working so hard on the idea of healing her eye. Finally! Ray shouted, finally succeeding in creating an artificial lens. It was quite small and glowed a magical blue. When you say you're trying for me, do you mean you're still trying to heal my eye? Ackley asked curiously, watching the boy's meticulous work. And I finally found a way to help you, Ray exclaimed, taking off his magnifying glasses. He made a solution that could cure the girl's sore eye. He was able to make this solution from the troll's blood. How did you achieve such purity? The priestess asked, amazed at the transparent medicine in the flask. Ray explained that he had discovered quite by accident that when troll blood entered an orc's body, his blood became transparent. And in this way, it is possible to obtain transparent blood that remains sufficiently pliable for various manipulations. Then can you really cure my eyes with this? The girl asked. But there was one condition. She had to completely trust the saint during the healing process. To cure the cataract, Ackley first needed to replace the lens. The girl expressed strong emotion of indignation at such information. You say I need to remove this cataract, but on top of that, you also want to shove this blood clot into my eye? The priestess protested, but Ray, the technician, needed to remove the damaged lens and replace it with a new, healthy one. He also understood that Ackley would need time to think, since she had not even imagined that such a procedure would be necessary. The guy understood that he did not have enough trust from the priestess, and he bowed before Ackley. What are you doing? The girl screamed, realizing the significance of this act. All this sounds simply crazy, and it would seem completely hopeless. That's why I ask you to trust me just once? I will take full responsibility for your eye and will do everything possible to cure it, Ray said, still bowing to the girl. Ackley thought for a second. She felt the sincerity in the guy's words, and it was simply impossible to take her eyes off his determination and good measures. His desire to help touched Ackley deeply. Great, let's try it. I don't use this eye anyway, the girl exclaimed, having little hope for a cure. The operation was carried out according to all the rules. Ray was dressed in a medical gown, and Ackley was covered with a sheet. Well, now I'll use Mana to fix the eyelids in the open position, Ray said with each of his actions so that the girl would not worry. The guy had to make an incision in the lens to remove the affected areas, and then remove the entire affected area, and place the artificial lens in the same place. Although the procedure itself wasn't that complicated, given that the guy didn't have any modern equipment at hand, it was very difficult to make precise movements and everything had to be done manually. But why does Ray care after all? He is Shin Yusung, the hands of God. After the operation, Ackley lay unconscious for some time and began to come to her senses closer to the morning. The girl, opening her eyes, immediately felt that the eye felt completely differently. She immediately jumped out of bed and began to look around. Her sore eye regained its healthy appearance. Ekle could finally see with both eyes and, sitting on her bed, peered out the window, where the sun was shining and the city stood. The girl's eyes began to fill with tears. "How does it feel? Can you see well?" Ray asked as he entered the room to examine his patient. The girl just didn't believe what was happening and thought it was all a dream. The guy looked kindly at the priestess. Both looked out the window, enjoying the beautiful view and the successful completion of the operation. Meanwhile, a commotion began in the main castle. "Holy!" one of the nobles shouted. The city was in a state of emergency. "Enormous forces have gathered at our borders and are even now breaking through to the Holy Empire," the subject saint reported. "What did you say? Someone's army is heading here?" Iriel asked, standing up in surprise. The exact details were not known, but whoever attacked the city belonged to a certain race. Iriel stood up in even greater shock upon hearing that the attackers were led by a necromancer and that they were all an army of the undead. There was a tense atmosphere on the city's horizon. The forest darkened with the approaching danger. The unknown person, taking slow steps, destroyed everything around him. The forest was illuminated by a blue light. It was like poison that killed everything it touched. The unknown stood, surrounding himself with various undead. In front of the army stood living skeletons dressed in knightly armor. "Attention everyone, tomorrow the Holy War finally begins. Is everyone ready?" The Holy Empire was in full preparation for war. The paladins, all the guards and knights, were preparing to march at the head of the army. The fighters, preparing for the fight, discussed the upcoming massacre among themselves. "What are you looking at?" one of the knights asked the other. "At moments like these, I think about my family," the guy replied, looking at a photo of his wife and daughter. It turns out that this knight was supposed to go see his family, but the Holy War radically changed his plans. The two fighters also discussed the new saint who was to join them on the battlefield. However, it would take him 4 days to travel the entire route from Salonia, which put a lot of strain on the knights. In such a difficult moment, there was only one thing left to believe in. Faith in God gave the army at least some hope of victory in this war. At this time, Iriel sat with a dejected look. It turns out that the Pope ordered that the saint be sent to the border, which greatly upset the girl. Who would have thought that the Empire would face such a force that even the Pope would order the saint to take part in the battle? "Have the neighboring countries sent reinforcements?" Iriel asked, learning every detail of the battle. She was immediately informed that the allies would not arrive for at least 4, maybe even 5 days. And on this occasion, the question arose of who would accompany the saint. "The Third Order of Paladins and the Holy Altar with the Royal Guard are heading towards the border right now," the subject saint said. "Just don't tell me these are all our troops?" the girl asked, feigning excitement. Her subject only fell silent, not giving a clear answer. "Has Dad lost his mind? Their enemy is a necromancer from the age of witchcraft." Iriel began to protest, accompanying her words with a scream, because that wasn't enough. In the age of sorcery in the distant past, magic was a subject of research, and the entire continent was alive with innovations in the field of magic. However, forces using dark magic brought an end to this era, and to what was considered the main cause of its attack: the King of the Dead. This meant only one thing: that this necromancer was able to resurrect. "We have to deal not only with external conflicts, but also with the risks of rebellion within. So we cannot send more of our people to the border," the saint's servant replied. The situation was, of course, truly deplorable. But Iriel was outraged by how Dad had come up with the idea of using the God's Viceroy as a dimensional map. Another subject of the Holy Empire burst through the door. "We've received reports that enemy forces are approaching from the southern mountains faster than we expected," the boy shouted, bursting into the saint's office. Iriel only realized with concern that this was the beginning of a holy war. "I can't waste time like this," she thought to herself, and ran out of the room like an arrow. An intense battle was taking place on the city's border. "The enemy is approaching. Weapons at the ready," the commander shouted, giving clear orders. The archers simultaneously released a swarm of arrows at the enemy. The living skeletons were hit by arrows and fell to the ground, and the knights finished them off with their swords. The clergy stood behind the regiment and read a prayer for the blessing and healing of the stricken soldiers. Prayers gave the knights more strength and confidence in this battle, and they again ran to fight the living dead, blinding them with their blades. "Don't let your guard down. The enemies we face are the weakest of their army," the commander shouted, hinting that the soldiers could face greater danger. The impending danger was indeed very strong, and the army should have prepared for such enemy strength. But just thinking about this, banshees flew up onto the battlefield, surrounding everything, and headless death knights walked next to them. The fighters had no choice but to change their offensive tactics. At that moment, the enemy suddenly attacked the captain of the guard. The large blue banshee was getting closer and closer and was already wanting to tear the captain apart. Out of fear, the remaining fighters ran away. The enemies quickly destroyed the army of the Holy Empire. The clergy and knights fell dead on the battlefield. A necromancer in a dark cloak stood and watched the bloody carnage. He found it quite enjoyable to watch people being cut to pieces by his predecessors. And now, my undead, kill every last one of them. He gave the order and began to use his magic. This made the living dead stronger, which greatly surprised the knights, and they had no other choice but to retreat. "Lord, have you abandoned us?" whispered the captain of the guard, expending all his strength. But he had little time to rest. A death knight stood right behind him. He had already swung his weapon, but he was prevented from doing this by magic, which knocked the enemy off his feet. The captain turned around to see who saved him. Ray stood in front of him, looking around to assess the situation. There are so many of them here, he thought, and began to go into battle. Everyone who could chased after the saint. The banshees threw their charges like balls, which the guy had to run away from. As he ran, the young man remembered how he had received the order to go to this point of the battle. Judging by the reports coming from the borders, this mission looks like an assassination, and since we'll have to deal with a necromancer, clashes with rebel forces are inevitable. And even if the border could be defended, the city could do little if their fighters fell apart from within. And based on these conclusions, Ray didn't even have a choice whether or not to go into the heart of the battle. As soon as the saint arrived, the fighters even had a glimmer of hope for victory. But the boy himself understood that this battle was very dangerous. Ray came to the battlefield quite unexpectedly, immediately removed the wounded paladins from the ranks, and asked the priests to heal them. "The royal guards will cover the holy troops," the saint ordered, gathering all his mana. "But if the troops are tasked with treating the wounded, the army may not have enough strength to stop the undead, and will have to wait for reinforcements." In an instant, the knights noticed that all the undead seemed to melt away from the powers of the saint. "Is it my duty to be a saint? To go to certain death?" Ray thought as he gave himself a break. But there was no time to rest. The enemy was approaching in ever greater numbers. The guy gathered all his strength. Even though he dealt with most of them using holy power, there were still quite a lot of undead. Ray summoned a fireball and prepared to strike the crowd of opponents. And a huge flaming ball flew straight into the middle of the procession of the undead, melting the skeletons. Behind them stood a necromancer using a protective dome. "So you're a necromancer then?" the boy asked, preparing to strike again. The necromancer, who looked like an old man with pale and sagging skin, was surprised at how the saint was using magic, because according to the rules, this could not happen. Reject the call of the dead and rise to the world of the living, and bring all death to its knees with the power of your regrets. The necromancer shouted a spell and began casting it, healing all the undead. The headless dead knights rose to their feet and, pointing their blades at the army of the Holy Empire, were ready to go into battle. The guard knights were seriously frightened by such a number of undead. Ray decided to thwart the necromancer's plans, and while he was casting a spell to resurrect his subjects, the guy carefully used magic to interfere with the enemy's actions. "Don't you dare interfere with me!" The necromancer screamed in rage, sensing something was wrong, and with the help of the bone spear spell, he released long gray spears that looked like chains, and the saint stopped them quite accurately. "Capture," thought Ray, and prepared for the blow, gathering all his mana. The necromancer was caught in magical chains, preventing him from moving. He stood up in shock that such a boy possessed such powerful strength. After all, he was absolutely holy and he could not have such power. And the necromancer thought that the guy was perhaps an angel, or even God himself. The enemy fell to his knees, still imprisoned in chains. "You bastard, this is all because of you, Irenia," one of the priests shouted, wanting revenge. The pride of the paladins fell, and therefore the necromancer had to face divine punishment. Ray looked around and noticed that even the dead soldiers of the Holy Empire had become undead. But once upon a time, they were someone's family members, friends, and lovers. The least the guy could do was let them rest in peace. And so the saint accepted the spell of extensive incineration. All the risen dead were illuminated by the blue light of magic. One after another began to evaporate into thin air. The entire regiment was burned to ashes. The battlefield fell silent and only the smoke from the carnage hung in the air. The army of the Holy Empire mourned all those who fell in this difficult battle. If I had arrived earlier, could I have saved these people? Ray wondered, watching the grief of his subjects. But I needed to collect my thoughts and first deal with the necromancer. "Having lived your whole life among the dead, aren't you afraid to join them?" the saint asked sarcastically. But the necromancer only laughed madly, replying that this border was not the end. His plans were to capture all of Salonia. The saint, who did not want to listen to this nonsense, ordered the commander to send the prisoner to the Holy Empire. While the guy was walking back, he remembered that there was no one on guard in the city and the rebel forces might not be enough, and he ran with all his might to save the city. Meanwhile, chaos and fear reigned in the city. The undead reached the peaceful people, frightening everyone around. Only a few fighters defended the city. "So much for a master swordsman," the young girl screamed, cutting down the skeletons one after another. It seems that she was one of the saint's servants. The city was filled with smoke from the approaching enemy. They were getting closer and closer to the city center. The knights of the guard were already standing at the ready and holding their swords at the ready. "Everyone retreat," a voice was heard from the side. It was Iriel who cut down all the enemies with her magic. But no matter how many she killed, the dead kept coming and coming. In the distance, not only the undead appeared, but also an unknown approaching army. There weren't many options left. Any mistake could lead the Holy Empire to defeat. At this time, Zeke was fighting, gathering all his strength into a fist. Like an arrow, he chopped down skeletons left and right with incredible speed. The dead were sent flying through the air by his powerful blow. Iriel immediately noticed such sword magic and realized that Feya and Mr. Zeke had arrived. "Greetings to you, Saint. Let me apologize for the delay." "I hope for your understanding," said Zeke, while the girl next to him happily waved hello to the saint like a child. "What are you doing here?" "What about the saint?" Iriel asked. But it turns out Ray himself ordered them to go to the city to protect the population. The saint did not fully understand this, because they all had to accompany the guy on the road to the battlefield. Zeke just remained silent without answering. Earlier at the estate, Ray decided to tell Zeke in advance that he would have to stay in the city. "Where are you going?" "Stay in Salonia. If you come with me, you will cause trouble," the saint ordered. But Zeke wanted to accompany the boy, promising not to cause much trouble. Ray sighed languidly, realizing that everyone here was too devoted to him. "Then let's go one-on-one," he suggested to his defender. "Since Zeke claims that he is quite strong, then why not check it out?" The saint's servant looked confidently at the boy, and he decided to demonstrate his strength. "Then I ask forgiveness, Saint," he said, and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. But the blade only managed to swing. Ray used the sword's aura to stop the advancing sword in a matter of seconds. "Now do you understand what I mean?" he asked, smiling slightly. Zeke was quite surprised at how the saint could use such power. "You are much more needed elsewhere. That is where I really need your help," Ray said at last. "I wouldn't have been able to help in any way if I had been next to him." Zeke explained to Iriel why he was helping her. "Doesn't he know how dangerous this necromancer is?" the girl thought to herself. And looking at the sky, I realized that Ray didn't even realize how much danger he was in, which gave me even more reason to worry about the guy. At this time, the guy was already in the city. In the place where the bloody massacre took place, there was Mary and Chris's house. Ray started looking for the kids, but they called him themselves. Turning around, he saw a crying boy holding his unconscious sister. Chris was covered in blood. "Are you okay? What's wrong with Chris?" The boy ran to the children who had suffered enough from the dead. Coming closer, Ray examined the girl and realized that she had no pulse or breathing and, judging by her condition, she could already have died. Unfortunately, little Chris was always weak and could not withstand such a powerful attack. "As a sister, I should have protected her," Mary screamed, while Ray, silent and sad, realized he was too late. "Mary, I did wrong to bring you here," the saint began to apologize, watching as the little girl tried her best to hide her tears. But the girl didn't consider the guy's actions to be any kind of mistake. "You tried to do everything in your power so that we could live in a better place. It is not your fault," she replied, continuing to hold her little sister in her arms. The girl rather blamed herself because if she were stronger, she would have been able to protect Chris. "I want to become stronger," she cried, bending over the body of her dead sister. Ray couldn't even say a word. He noticed the knight's body. Judging by the nature of his wounds, it was clear that they were clearly not inflicted by a soldier of the Holy Empire. Having collected all the facts, there was only one conclusion: Mary killed him, which means that in that case she is not without talent. "Hey, come out of hiding!" the saint shouted into the city streets. But in response, there was a deathly silence. "Oh, how dare you ignore me?" Ray grinned, looking around. "Two on the roof." A voice came from the direction of the children's house. "Three on a tree." "Alone at the fountain." The unknown people continued shouting. "The one who's following me, get out!" Ray also shouted. And right behind him stood an unknown man in a mask and robe. The Dane family, 7 messengers, answered the girl standing closest. Behind her stood people also wearing masks. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hong Yon, one of the envoys of the Dane family," said the girl in a red scarf and with the same red hair. And turning to the others, she began to introduce the others. From right to left, Hyukyeon, Jongyeon, Sayeon, she continued to introduce her brothers and sisters. Chokyeon, Soyeon, Hyulyeon, Hong finished. And before the saint's eyes finally stood all those who had been hiding like that, but watching him all this time. Was someone too lazy to come up with names for them? Ray thought as he heard the names of all the members of the Dane family. Okay, I called you here because... He began to speak, crossing his arms. The saint asked the messengers to look after the helpless Mary. The girl has the makings of an assassin, Ray explained, pointing at the girl. Hong examined the child and was surprised by one thing. How did this child manage to survive despite all the enemy soldiers passing through here? Even if she does this to grow up to be an assassin, I am not suggesting that she be turned into a killer. But I am only asking for a chance to become stronger, Ray asked, in the hope that these people would take the girl in. The assassins needed to teach little Mary their techniques. But since they are tasked with protecting the saint, they simply don't have time to train anyone. In addition, the identities of some of them cannot be made public, as any leak of information could pose a direct or indirect threat to the safety of the saint. Ray, of course, assumed that it would not be easy to persuade them, but to such an extent. Even if I tell you to, he declared, causing the Dane family to tense up. This behavior really surprised the guy. They reacted quite sharply to the word order. In that case, the saint smiled. I command you to take Mary and train her in the skills of an assassin, he shouted, giving a clear order to the assassins. We hear and obey, they all answered at once and bowed. And finally, Ray also asked to bury little Chris. Okay, Mary, follow them, and do your best to learn a lot. They can be trusted. Can you do it? The saint addressed the crying girl, who immediately agreed with everything he said. But she was more concerned about the boy himself. I need to help people before it's too late, the young man answered kindly as he left. It won't take long, he added at last, and went to help the others. Meanwhile, Iriel was on the battlefield blessing her soldiers, making them stronger. May God be with us! They shouted and rushed to fight the undead again. And the saint only gave the knights even more confidence. But she couldn't use magic for a long time and was quite tired after that time. Iriel, without losing her spirit, ordered Feya to take care of the left flank. Everything seemed to be in order. But while no one knew how much strength the enemy had left, and Iriel could not continue blessing the troops without some plan, the best she could do was to lower the enemy's morale and force them to retreat. The girl was very hopeful that a saint would soon come to their aid. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed behind Iriel. The girl, without losing her vigilance, reacted quickly, and she repelled the blow of an unknown archmage. It's a pleasure to meet you, Saint, the man said, striking the girl and taking away her last strength. But it was Duke Zahard, the swordmaster, who did not want to harm the saint, but only wanted to make a spectacular appearance. Zeke ran up to Iriel, seeing how weak she was. Isn't this little Duke Trey? It seems you've become stronger since our last meeting, Zahard taunted, waving his huge sword. And Zeke ordered him to shut up, because he had betrayed God. The Holy Empire has no future. I'm sure you know that yourself, the man said, placing his sword on his shoulder. Iriel was infuriated by such words, but there was no other way out, because he was a master of the sword and could be of great help in battle. The girl was not completely sure that she could defeat him, even if she was healthy, since he was one of the strongest swordmasters. But the saint, remaining vigilant, tried to understand what the Duke's plan was. Zahard grinned as he watched the scene on the battlefield. The large amount of holy energy used allowed Iriel to seize the initiative, and this managed to break the enemy's fighting spirit. Our troops are being pushed back, Zahard said, and even in the current state, it will be difficult to resist the swordmaster and the saint. Now it is better to retreat and regroup, the Duke continued to broadcast his thought. For Iriel, this was a good offer, and as soon as reinforcements arrived, they could simply disperse. Zahard considered this decision to be quite wise and wanted to complete his interaction with the saint. No, where are you going? Ray's voice stopped him. Everyone turned around at the sound. Who do you think you are to leave such a mess without paying for it? He said indignantly, in a very aggressive mood. The saint was already preparing all sorts of spells to stop the Duke. Everyone looked up and saw a burning cloud that was ready to strike. I'm not sure you'll be safe, Ray replied confidently, standing up and gathering all his strength. Since the human body can only hold one type of magic, the saints chosen by God have the magic inside their body converted into holy energy, so they cannot use normal magic. But this did not happen with Ray, which made Zahard very worried. What will be your last words? Ray asked, the fireball growing larger behind him. It was so bright that it could illuminate the entire city. How about a battle of representatives? The Duke was intrigued by the boy's strength. Ray looked